A few weeks ago on the high banks of Daytona, it was the Apex Racing team that took away a victory from the team that had had it almost every other year in VRS Commander Sim Racing. Well, you know what? Daytona was Commander country, but Bathurst, well, that is Team Redline country, and they have been dominant either as Team Redline or as a pure racing team for pretty much every year that we've been here. You notice that it's dark here at Mount Panorama. The lights have not yet come on in terms of that big bowl of thing we call the sun. But over the next 12 hours, these drivers will be running in hotter and hotter temperatures as we are GT free action all the way with 8 different cars to choose from in the 2022 iRacing Bathurst 12 hours special event. My name is Will Vincent, joined for the first 4 hours by Paul Smith and Peter McKay, with technical director Hugo Louise doing all the magic behind the scenes. And well, Paul, there's only one place I can start. It is rather dark out there, and that presents a different challenge in qualifying compared to what we're going to see throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, certainly adds that extra element, doesn't it, for the start of this race. Traditionally, of course, this race does start in the night time and you get that beautiful sunrise over the mountain here, but going up over the mountain is going to be very tricky in this first part of the race because everybody's out there on the same piece of track and all you've got there to see is the headlights on your car.
Completely correct. And Peter, at this stage, we saw a great video by Team Redline social media showing Max Verstappen's pole lap from this time last year, when it was pretty much headlights on and really having to push the car to places where you wouldn't quite know whether or not you'd have the grip, the traction, or even the little gap between these huge Armco barriers.
Well, that's the challenge of a Bathurst qualifying lap, whether it be here in the 12-hour or in the Bathurst 1000 in the V8 Supercar Championship. It's putting it right on the very edge, and if you get it wrong, there are serious consequences. And the qualifying session here is incredibly important because in those opening laps, it can get incredibly congested with 50 cars on the grid. So yeah, getting that qualifying lap just right, but when you get it right, well, there's no better feeling in motor racing.
Oh yeah, indeed. We just saw the look at the track conditions. It's currently 21 degrees in the air, 22 degrees Celsius on track. Worth noting that the wind speeds are currently 17 kilometers per hour. So that is going to make qualifying a little bit more entertaining. I'll tell you what, let's have a look then at the race facts. And we've got 50 drivers as ever running in this top split of the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, but there are multiple splits going on at the same time. We'll talk about that one in a moment's time. Only 2 drivers have won this race twice. That is Jonas Warmeyer and Max Wennig from what was then known as a pure racing team. 3 of the 4 pole teams have won the race, and only the Audis have conquered the mountain more than once. That's a point we're going to talk about in our balance of performance review in just one moment. And well, the most laps completed, 348. And maybe, just maybe, we will get to the magical 350 laps this weekend, as we saw the laps broken at Daytona a few weeks ago. And that's an interesting point here as well, Paul. We went from 13 splits to 30 in 4 years, and this race just keeps on getting bigger and bigger with the amount of teams across iRacing participating.
Oh, it's incredible. Just see how this race has become more and more popular throughout the iRacing community and how they've really taken this to heart. And it's absolutely tremendous to see everybody out there competing and really pushing themselves to the limit in this event. It is one of the tougher endurance events here on iRacing, and certainly one that the drivers do not take light-hearted, that's for sure. But there you can see some of our past winners. Of course, we used to have it as a 2-class event, but from 2021 it's gone down to a single class.
And if you look carefully, you understand the lineage between the pure racing team and Team Redline, Peter. What you can say is that Redline have basically won at least in one class over the last 4 years, and they are showing up again here in Falls today. 2020, the last time that this was a 2-class field, it was Commander Sim Sports who won. But last year, Max Verstappen and Enzo Benito, who, by the way, have Enzo Benito's been struggling in terms of GT3 in the BMW Sim GT Cup. He's looking for a big victory if he's participating this weekend.
Yeah, I can see him in the session, so we're going to see if he can defend that title for Team Redline in this race. It's going to be very exciting. In the outdoor, or the real-life version of the 12 Hours of Bathurst, for the last 5 years, it's been a different manufacturer that's won in each year. Bentley, Porsche, Audi, Ferrari, and 6 years ago, McLaren. And of course, McLaren is a brand that we're going to talk a lot about today because the field is packed full of them. But it's almost like we're watching a classic race, the MP412C, the first road car that the new McLaren road car division built quite a few years ago. And looks like it might dominate proceedings today.
Yeah, and there's a look at our cars and balance of performance. A simple way of saying this one, Peter. No one has got a car as it would have come out of the factory. The Audis have got 14 kilograms worth of weight penalty. That's one thing to note. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo, that's got a 16 kilogram weight penalty. The 911's 22 kilogram plus on fuel, 1% lower on fuel. There's a lot going on here. But it seems to be that people saw the BOP and thought, you know what, let's give the marshmallow flamethrower of the MP412C a chance.
Yeah, it looks like it, and well, that's going to help us in these early darkness hours of the race with the flames that kick out of the back of that MP412C, built in, of course, in Woking at McLaren, the same outfit as the Formula One team as well. But yeah, some interesting figures there on the balance of performance with the Porsche, Lamborghini, and Audi R8 being hit pretty significantly as well. But of course, some of the teams are effectively contracted to use a certain type of car, and that can benefit and or not, in depending on which brand you're talking about.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that one as we go through the race, because more and more we see teams are required to run, for example, the Mercedes AMG or the BMW M4, so on and so forth. The Porsche 911 are as well. We are getting close to the start of qualifying, and I want to talk about one number in terms of the weather that we saw, the 17-kilometer-hour winds. When it's dark, when you haven't got much in terms of your kind of visibility points, that 17-kilometer-an-hour wind could prove to be a massive factor, because especially as you go down the mountain, that could really just touch the car a little bit of oversteer, and from then on in, your qualifying lap could be ruined.
It's at that sort of speed, I personally wouldn't be too concerned about that. It's not, if it was up in the 30-40 kilometers an hour, then yes, but it will still have a little bit of an effect, that's for sure. You're not wrong there. The track conditions, we saw them briefly earlier. 22 degrees track temperature to start this race. That track will get a lot hotter because we're looking at partly cloudy skies, so there will be a lot of sun beat down on this track. So how your car uses those tyres is going to be crucial in this race. 23
corners we have for this racetrack, and it's an actual 23 corners, not the silliness that we see at tracks like Road Atlanta with the 9As and 9Bs, etc., etc. And 23 corners, the fastest part of the racetrack, of course, is on the exit of Forest Elbow, down the Conrad straightaway into the chase. Once upon a time, Peter, that used to be flat out all the way to Murray's, but a bit like what we have at Circuit de la Sarthe, they decided that's a little bit too dangerous. So we have actually now one of my favourite sequences of corners in the chase, because yes, it's easy to get it right. It is very hard to get it perfect.
Yeah, and one thing is for sure, it is exhilarating. We will see drivers going side by side at pretty much maximum revs in top gear, and then you got to brake very, very much down to a lower gear and then get through the little flip-flop of the chicane. But yes, it's a thrilling corner.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look then at a track guide for this, the Bathurst 12 Hours, and that is going to be presented by our good friend Arjuna. Let's have a look at it now.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Mount Panorama. We're about 3 hours or 300 kilometers westwards from the coast of Australia, Sydney, and what a fearsome track this is. 23 corners, it's about 6.2 kilometers with about 175 meters of elevation change. Historically, traditionally, in Australia, this place is known as the young man's initiation place. I don't think you could come up with a nickname more fitting, unless maybe you want to call this place the Blue Hell. 23 corners, all of which have walls surrounding you and ready to greet you with the end of your race. This is a race as well that traditionally only sees about 20-30 minutes run under full pitch black conditions, but because instead of racing in February, we're racing in the virtual May, just like the drivers in 2022 in Bathurst 12 hours in real world competition will do, you'll see a little bit more of that pitch black running. You'll see cooler track conditions as well. We're looking at the floor to potentially be about 22-23 degrees Celsius. The ceiling maybe 32-35, so about 10 degrees Celsius in terms of temperature change, about 1 second difference between coolest and warmest in terms of track, although realistically you are looking at maybe a little bit more given how the tires will fall off here. We're going to ride around in one of the many GT3 cars that you'll see today. We're going to ride around with the BMW M4 GT3. Let's not dawdle, let's go see what this place is all about. All right, let's go for a lap here at Mount Panorama. 23 corners, 175 meters of elevation change. Oh, this is so much fun, but it is all about risk versus reward. One thing to note, we are racing in sunrise conditions here. The first 30-odd minutes will be under pitch black conditions, but we'll get just a little bit of sun creeping over the horizons. Coming through the final corner, you steel yourself for what you know is coming. The all-out brawl to stay alive. Into Hell corner, brake between the 150 board. Your braking point will change depending on what the conditions of the track are, and it's called Hell corner because if you make a mistake there, you feel the pain all the way around the lap, and it's a long wait to do it all over again. Up and down. This is a bit of a hilly straight, but down into uphill as you enter the braking zone for Griffin's Bend. Access road on the left marks your braking zone. Get it to the inside, all the way to the curb, and attack the throttle up the hill. Use gravity in your favor as you work your way into the cutting so that no one can try a lunge down into here. Brake just as you get to the first kink, down into second, all the way to the inside. Watch the rear end and the traction as you come out of the cutting, because now through turn 6, you're going to short shift and stay full throttle, maximum commitment, maximum reward. Sulman Park is the same thing. How close to the outside do you want to get? Well, short shift just to make it a little bit easier on the traction, and look at that. A little bit of a lift as you come over the top at McPhilmy. You can touch the curb on the right, but now it starts the downhill descent. This is where things get fun. Very careful through the S's, but again, it's all about setting up here for the dipper. Oh, look at that. How early do you turn? Having situational awareness is so paramount. Down the hill into the Forest Elbow. This is crucial because just like Hell Corner, if you make a mistake, you feel the pain for a while. Not the best exit there, but it was all right. And now you've got a 1 kilometer odd straight. Remember, it's 175 meters, the total elevation change at the track from lowest to highest point. It does mean that you've got a long way uphill and an even longer way downhill. Also means that with the elevation touching about 1,000 meters, that turbo-powered cars might have a little bit of an edge in the straight line. Down into the chase, you need to be careful here. You cannot afford to get into the anti-lock brakes. You can afford to clip the curbs there a little bit more aggressively than you can do into the final corner, which we're reaching now, Murray's Corner. So difficult, so difficult. Brake as late as you dare. But again, you cannot clip that curb on the inside. Oh, that was quite nice. That was really quite nice. Across the line, 6 and odd kilometers later. That's a 2:03.2. That's not great. You'll see a lot better from the drivers that you're about to watch in this Bathurst 12 hours. But again, you can go fast. Can you not crash? You can lose this race in hour 1. You cannot win it in hour 1 unless somehow everyone behind you has a disaster into the cutting. It's a race where qualifying will be important. It's a race where traffic management survival will be important as well. It's going to be a fascinating one. I cannot wait to watch this Bathurst 12 hours.
Thank you very much to Arjuna Kankapati for that track guide. Let's have a look then at your starting grid for this 2022 Bathurst 12 hours iRacing special event. Front row of the field, you got Team Redline Yellow, 2 minutes and a tiny bit extra. And then alongside them, BRS Coanda SimSport. Arnage competition in third with BMW Team Redline Red in fourth, with more Team Redline in orange in fifth, and even more Team Redline with the blue car in P number 6. Team Redline showing up big here today with the ice blue car in P number 7. Fire SimSports green in P number 8, Arnage by Eau Rouge in 9th. PGZ Motorsport in P10, Team Redline Black in 11th, then BMW Team BS Competition in 12th place. Marga RHE Esports in 13th, Anaj by Tumas International in 14th, Carbon Sim Sport and Williams Esports Razor are row number 8, row number 9, Williams Esports Fanatec and VRS Coanda Simsport. Get this, it took 19 cars to get to 1 second behind your pole-sitting driver. Mahal Racing Team in 19th place, Mercedes AMG Williams Esports in 20th. Arrays Racing and Vanderbilt Racing White, they are row number 11. Virus Racing, Simsport Red and GSR by AVC, row 12. Row 13 is Team BMW Bank and Bila Euronics, with row 14 being Mercedes AMG Urano and Divina Esports. Row 15, the Leo Racing Team and RSR by Butt Kicker. Then row number 16 is the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports and Team Ford Zilla Orange. Impulse Racing and Team Fordzilla Blue in row number 17. Impulse Racing and Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue are row number 18, with row number 19 being the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports and Team Fordzilla Blue. And then your 20th row, and all the rest are coming through on the screen right now. We haven't got long, Paul, before we're about to get going. The cars are at the chase already. We saw a crazy start to the preview race yesterday. Let's hope we don't have the same here today.
Yeah, that was absolutely sensational start was that one, but we're getting ready for the green flag from Barney, and Will, hand it over to you because this is going to be a cracker.
We have got 12 hours of almost uninterrupted esports coming your way as the green flag waves at the start of the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours special event. The cars swarm themselves down into turn number 1 for the first time through Hell Corner, and up the mountain straight they go. We see 1 car, 2 cars being pushed all the way onto the grass as they work out the mountain straight away for the first time. Now they head towards Quarry, and they're 3 wide a little bit there in the pack. But out front, it is Team Redline who are leading the way from Coanda. I know you can't see much apart from the odd glashes of livery as the headlights go towards the car in front. But we have got ourselves the majority of our top 30 teams. Oh, I say that, Enzo Benito in the wall then. And Enzo Benito, I believe this is the same place, Peter, that Max Verstappen had an incident early on in the race a year or so ago. But for Enzo Benito, that was bad early.
Yeah, and lap 1, our defending champion in the wall. That is Bathurst in a nutshell, really. It can bite at any moment, and it decides who comes out on top as, another McLaren, the number 100. Arnage competition car having to take a tow. I mean, if you hit the wall here, there is just no give, as Yoke Delight into the wall as well with the Urano Mercedes. So a lot of casualties in the early stages, but out at the front it's Alexander Teeb being chased down by the incredible Josh Rogers. What a lap that was from the double Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion to get that Porsche up onto the front row. Very impressive.
Yeah, and for Yoke, what I saw as here comes, Rogers does not want to wait. Taking the lead early then, as they work through the chase for the first time. Yoke Delight, I see what, that car rolled back about 5 feet. It could have been absolute chaos as they worked themselves through Skyline. But out front, we see a change for position before the conclusion of lap number 1, and it is the number 80 car. The number 80 car for Coanda Simsports who leads the way. It's not been a great first lap for Team Redline, but they are still in P number 2 as we get this wonderful shot then of all the cars heading themselves down towards Hell Corner to start lap number 2. Early casualties, early incidents, but we joked about it just before we went green. But for Enzo Benito down, I believe that was at the cutting. That was difficult as we see Team Redline trying to go around the outside. Can't do it.
We've had 2 cars go off at Murray's Corner as well at the end of the lap. Team Fordzilla Blue, I can tell you, one of them with one of the Mercedes AMG Urano Esports team drivers as well joining him there. 4 drivers, 4 teams on pit road already at this early stage of the race, but the cutting, it catches out people because you're so concentrating so much on not hitting that inside wall. You're braking and turning at the same time, so the back end gets a little bit loose. cold tyres and cold brakes at the start of the race. It's just a recipe for disaster, and Benito ends up in the wall.
I got a lot of hate a couple of years ago for a comment about Max Verstappen making a solo incident down at the cuttings. I'll tell you what, for Enzo Benito, with all the light and all the difficulties you have, don't forget this race starting in the dark, it will get lighter and of course hotter throughout the course of this race, Peter. With all those lights around you, you don't actually get to see the entirety of the track. It's just a little bit of a blare there. Anyone who's driven on a motorway with all the big lorries behind you at about 5 o'clock in the morning, that's what it's like as you go up the mountain for the first time here.
Yeah, it's something you really have to adjust to and practice, and of course the drivers have the opportunity. The teams, the drivers have basically unlimited testing, and the amount of preparation that all of these top teams will put in is just extraordinary. So for those teams that are sitting in the pits right now with their race in tatters already, Urano Esports, Mercedes, Wave Italy, Arnage Competition, Team Redline, Ice Blue and Leo Racing Team, all that preparation for nothing. That is gutting for them. But tell you what, Josh Rogers over the top of the mountain, he is just imperious. He's definitely not got the straight line speed in that Porsche, but my word, is he making it work through the fast stuff over the hill.
And you could argue, Peter, that he really had that first opportunity on the first lap. If he didn't get it, he'd be hanging in the coattails of the draft the entire first stint. So aggressive driving there by Rogers on lap number 1, but he knew that was potentially his only opportunity.
Yes, I think so. I think the strategical options for Coanda Porsche are relatively limited. So yes, I think he had to make a break for it and really push the pace at the front. And yeah, he's showing his world-class credentials right now. But Alexander Teeb, the world's fastest physiotherapist, he's tucked in there in the Redline McLaren, and probably imagine be relatively comfortable. But you want to see Josh Rogers get too far out of sight. And of course, he's got his teammate Max Verstappen right behind him in the other red line car.
Yeah, indeed. So 5 minutes of this race complete. Let's go to... Oh, wait, no commercials in this broadcast. We're going to carry on with the racing pretty much all day here today, all the way through the night. The only time you're going to get any interruption is when we have to, for YouTube's benefit, switch from one stream to another. We go on board then. Our first big on board of the day. This is with Max Verstappen, 3rd place in the team Redline orange number 70 car, and fire a Lasse back into the wall. This is what's really difficult, Paul. At a tight piece of racetrack like this, yes, you can have the whole Austin Powers maneuvering incident, but you have an incident, the entire field is coming past you.
And this is the worst thing. As a racing driver, you want to just get going straight away, but because it's so narrow and the walls are just there next to the edge of the track, you've got to have patience, and you've just got to wait and wait and wait. Okay, now there's a gap in the traffic, I can get going again. But it's absolutely heartbreaking because you just sat there with nothing. You're going nowhere fast, and you've only got one option, which is to wait.
And we saw that he did actually have to make 2 maneuvers as well. These cars, with that much difficulty in getting the cars turned around, you basically do have to wait. It is so heartbreaking all the time, but that is one of many incidents we've had at the start of our race here today. There's a replay of Lasse back, and he just clips a curb, and another Team Redline car involved in that one as well. You can see the Team Redline car getting all forms of damage, just trying to push through, Peter.
Yeah, that's terrible luck as well, and it can so easily happen here at Bathurst. It can be a bit of a lottery as well, because it's so narrow over the top of the mountain there going down towards the Dipper, is that, yeah, you've literally, there's no way to avoid, even if you are a world-class sim racer. So that is really unfortunate as well, and that is why this race is such a challenge and so unpredictable. And I think that's why in the outdoor version of this race, why we've had 5 different manufacturers winning in the last 5 years, because of its unpredictability.
There's an onboard with Diego Pinto, who was in the BMW Team Redline Blue car. And Pinto had absolutely nowhere to go. And he just thought, I'm going to have to power through. And he does eventually, but there will be some damage to that car at the front of your field. Well, we've got a battle that everyone wants to see. Josh Rogers, arguably one of the best sim racers in all of the world, running for Coanda Sim Sports. You've got the 2021 Formula 1 World Champion in Max Verstappen, running for Team Redline, arguably one of the biggest teams in the history of sim racing. And the gap Well, that is 7/10 of a second right now. We are due, Paul, for an absolute barnstormer of a first stint. And I think it's not going to be all about power moves. There's going to be a lot of head games going on over the next few laps.
Absolutely. You look at the gap that the front four have been able to pull. Okay, there was that instant down at the dipper, but you just look at that gap that they've got now over that BMW Team BS competition car. Coanda and Redline at the front of the field. I mean, that doesn't really seem surprising to me at all. They are two of the biggest teams in the whole of sim racing, and they're going at it hammer and tongs with this one. They're going to be at loggerheads throughout the entirety of the race, and as you say, putting the pressure on, keeping the pressure on those drivers. I mean, Redline, they've got it nice and easy here. They've got 3 team members there and 3 team cars to put all the pressure in the world on Josh Rogers. But if you go on the sim sport, if you ever want one driver to be at the head of a field right now, it is the 2-time Porsche Tag-Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, Josh Rogers, who has won all manner of other events as well. He is an incredibly talented driver in sim racing, and I consider one of the very best in sim racing, quite frankly. And if you want somebody at the front, it's that man.
Yeah, as a wonderful look then as they go through Skyline and down the mountain, through the S's, turns 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Eventually you get yourself down to the dipper, this long left-hander right at the bottom of the mountain. Exit through Forest Elbow, then down the Conrod Straight. And just to let you know, by the way, if you want some live timing and scoring, you can do that, as we're having a look at a replay of Ricardo Rico in the Arnage competition car. Those Armco barriers and concrete walls, well, the concrete walls will definitely hit you around here, because that's pretty much all there is. Not much in terms of Armco, it's all about concrete and Arnage competitions. Ricardo Rico, big incident early on. Yoke Delete, this is the one that we saw a couple of moments ago as well. This was down into Skyline and just runs it across the gravel into the wall, but very lucky that car didn't come back onto track with all the cars trying to squeeze through. The incident actually happened at McFinley Pile, come to run into Skyline, but live timing and scoring is available. Visit RaceSpot.tv/timing. That is RaceSpot.tv/timing. And Paul, we have got the Winter Olympics going on right now. I would say for synchronized spinning, that would be a very good 8 out of 10.
It's not a bad effort. I'm sure that the teams wouldn't like to be competing in the synchronised spinning, but certainly it's been an intriguing start to this race. That was, of course, all that was happening on lap 1 there that we saw. These drivers, they're pushing out on the absolute limit from the very drop of the green flag. Here's another one, the SRC Bavano Course Car GT car. Oh, that's around at Griffin's Bend. Fortunately, nobody else collected in that, and SRC are able to keep going there. But we're seeing it. One little mistake out there, one little contact, one little spin, one little brush with the wall, you're basically compromising the rest of your race here. So you've got to be a little bit canny at the start of the race. You've got to be a little bit wary of how the car is, because it is a long race. You're trying to get there at the end, to the end of 12 hours and get the best possible results. But to get to the finish, first you must finish.
Indeed. At the front of your field, the gap here is about half a second. In fact, Verstappen's taken out quite a bit this lap. In fact, he's taken out a lot. And in fact, Verstappen might be right behind any moment now, as the gap is down to 2 tenths of a second between himself and Joshua Rogers. So a great tow down Conrad there for Max Verstappen. We go alongside and on board of him now as they work themselves through Murray's corner. And now just that short little sprint down past the start-finish line and into Hell Corner. Eventually you get the tow, eventually you get the opportunity, and the thing is, in this little battle, Peter, Max Verstappen will have the advantage in terms of grunt and horsepower. Let's not forget, this is the car that has been affected the least through the balance of performance, and already as they work themselves up on the exit of Hell Corner, up Mountain straightaway, you can see just how close Verstappen's getting.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that's where the Porsche in front, Joshua Rogers carrying 22 kilograms of ballast effectively, and that's a lot to haul up those uphill sections. You can see just here goes Verstappen now at the cutting, and through he goes. Very, very clean and tidy there, very nice. And Rogers saw it coming and thought, okay, live to fight another day. But I do think that Rogers will need to snap straight back here, Troy Bayliss style, like his countryman. Where he can do that, will he be able to set that up into the chase? I'm not sure. Will he be able to get the straight line speed? But Max Verstappen hits the front in a McLaren. Goodness me, I can see the clickbait articles already. Verstappen wins in a McLaren. Oh my, or leads in a McLaren. Goodness me, that's we're tempting. If I was the Red Bull F1 PR department right now, I'd be a bit nervous.
Yeah, it was a great pass into the cutting there for Verstappen. And again, it was a couple of years ago, he had an incident out of that corner and spun the car around, but actually this time, Rogers being very good, just thinking about the fact that it is still 11 hours, 46 minutes to go. Having a look then at the timing, and yeah, Verstappen's got a clear straight line advantage, despite the fact that Rogers is easily in the draft zone there, Peter. He's lost himself a tenth of a second down the Conrod straightaway, so now we expect Verstappen realistically to start pulling out that gap. Rogers will try to hold on, but it's no longer just going to be a pure metal pace. It's going to start becoming the S word, a little bit about strategy.
Yes, potentially. You can see that under braking and in corner entry, where I would say the Porsche really has a good strength, particularly under braking, Rogers is pulling vital meters back on Verstappen. But when the cars really get into the gallop going up the hill, particularly here on the mountain straight, that's where it's going to be really painful. Now Rogers has got to think about the other red line cars right behind. Alexander Teeb, who was leading the race to begin with, he's there right behind as well. So Rogers really does have his hands full here, but I would think he'll be the model of serenity right now, as he always is. What a move this was. So clean, great racing.
It was. I've got a feeling YouTube weren't happy with the fact we didn't make more excitement over that. So here we are. Just for everyone watching, Max Verstappen cutting to the race lead. There we are. There's your soundbite to everyone. By the way, talking about soundbites, we are going to make sure that you've got some clips that you can actually add your own video and imaging greatness to. Visit RaceSpot.tv/replays. A little bit later on, we're going to have some stuff available for you as we turn our attention over to the number 27 car. But whilst we talk about that very quickly, I want to think about the team in P4 and P3 and in P4. They are not friends of Rogers. They are enemies of Rogers. They are Team Redline. This is great for Verstappen. This is horrible for Rogers. He is now in a very, very thick boy with multiple C's. Team Redline sandwich.
He certainly is, yeah, and handling it very well. I would say he's surrounded by a smattering of McLarens and a BMW in there as well, the front engine turbocharged machine. But still under the cover of darkness here at Bathurst as well. So this is where that preparation and that muscle memory from practice is really, really important for the drivers. But you can be sure for a special event like this, they will have put in more hours than you can possibly fathom. Every last detail is thought about with setup, etc. And that's, I suppose, well, that's where that level of preparation is why we see, I mean, the McLaren is an old car. It's at least 10 years old, but the teams have done the preparation, they've done the research, and they've realised that actually it could potentially be the edge in this race, and that only comes from that level of preparation they put in.
Data. It's all about data. All of these teams have had so many laps in all of these cars. Don't forget, once upon a time, there was a multi-class endurance championship on iRacing. A little bit of a flick to the right-hand side by Rogers in a number 80 car, but nowhere near enough of a gap to make a move as they work towards turn number 3. But these teams have so much data in so many cars. The thing is, don't forget, we are already into World Championship season. So we are in a situation, Paul, where the amount of time for some of these top drivers is actually limited. This is the reason why the big teams will have themselves people who are doing laps who may not be in World Championship competition, and it's all about how you can balance workload at this early stage of 2022.
And this is why teams like Redline and Coanda and a few others as well, Apex Racing Team, they're all up there towards the front of the fields now, is because not necessarily the sort of top drivers that are in the World Championships, as we saw the number 2 car there for Williams Esports Academy spun around at the chase. But you know, you've got these drivers who maybe aren't competing in those World Championships, who are still very, very talented drivers in their own right, putting in the time, putting in the work, working on setups, working on stint lengths to get data as to how much, you know, how long the stint length is, how the tyres are at the end of a stint, and all of that. Josh Rogers, by the way, getting very, very excited there and getting forced off the track on the exit of the chase. He manages to avoid the tyre barrier. Max Verstappen stays in the lead. Max Benneker right behind him was getting very excited and all of that as well. So Rogers down to 4th place here.
What did I say a moment ago about Rogers being in an unfriendly sandwich? Well, we're going to get ourselves a replay of that one in a moment, but now it is red line 1, red line 2, red line 3, Coanda down into P number 4. Rogers almost 2 seconds back, and here's a look at the replay. So Rogers goes to the outside, tries to swings it around the inside, goes alongside Verstappen. A little bit of air contact there, a little bit of contact between the two of them as they work through the chase, Peter. Aggressive driving all the way. I'm sure that on social media there's going to be a million different opinions of that one, but the fact remains the same. Verstappen leads, Rogers down to P4.
Yeah, Rogers did very well actually to keep it out the wall there on the exit of the chase chicane, and yeah, I think he'll be pretty hot under the collar now. So that serenity will be wearing off in the cockpit of Josh Rogers' car, because yeah, you have to say that Verstappen really did kind of run him off the road there. That was really aggressive, but luckily all those concerned get through without any damage. There might have even just been a slight touch possibly on the way through there, but luckily they all carry on, because this is going to be a thrilling motor race. And what a story as well between just the sheer army of red line cars. It's actually quite unusual to see so many cars from one team right up the front. And only one from another outfit as well. But of course, Redline versus Coanda, that really is the big league showdown in virtual motorsport right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one in some ways, Paul, because you know this, being lead commentator of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup by iRacing, and see we're going to get another look over, above. Okay, two little bits of contact, we can say there, between the Team Redline car and the Coanda Sim Sports machine. But Coanda, they're doing a very weird strategy this year. They're not as reputed in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup by iRacing. They're not doing as many of these massive special events, so they are being outnumbered a little bit here. And there are still a number of people wondering what Coanda's strategy even is for 2022.
Well, I mean, there are rumours abound, which I'm not going to repeat, as there goes the Williams Esport car around at Murray's, and yeah, it's certainly, like I said, there have been the rumours going around, haven't there, about what's happening with those 4 drivers who are not racing in the championship at the moment, but. Again, Coanda, they've got so much talent through their whole squad that they've got that ability. Oh, Connery Maddock right now, I can sense, has just suddenly woken up somewhere and gone, there's a bad rejoin. That was not the best rejoin, I must say, from that number 1 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car. They've still got a tremendous amount of talent that's in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. But what I will say is that with that particular move that we saw where Verstappen forced Rogers wide, he did have Max Benneker down the inside, and you don't want to squeeze your teammate, so you'll squeeze the opposition instead.
Well, yeah, you've got a choice, and the first rule of motorsports is after beat your teammate, don't take out your teammate. So completely correct in that one, Paul. And the gap between Verstappen and Beneke is about 3 tenths per second. Alexander Thieb, interestingly though, has dropped off a little bit from these leading duo.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, you look at it, Thieb is, what, 1.3 seconds off the leader right now. So it's not a massive gap. He'll still be getting a little bit of slipstream there, but not as much. So the question is, are the front 2 just pushing as hard as they can. Well, I can tell you the last laps, Team Redline Orange, Max Verstappen, a 2 minutes 2.4. The Team Redline Red, Max Benneker, with a 2:02.3. So 10th of a second difference between the two of them. And then Redline Yellow, 2:02.9, and Quantum Team Spot with 2:02.5. So it's not big differences in time and speed between those different teams and different cars, but certainly the red line yellow car has just dropped back a little bit, that's for sure.
So, having a look live at Neto Nascimento, currently P number 28, because there are actually 50 teams running in this race, not just the leading few. Neto Nascimento currently in P 28, has a little bit of battling going on. Right behind him on track, and that is with the RSR by Buckticker car of Ollie Steinbratten. Marcus Nunez is just ahead in the RaceSpotTV car. These three drivers separated right now, Peter, by about a second on track. If you go back to the point you were making earlier about teams on pit road, our attrition rate early, very high. Leo Racing Team, Team Redline Blue are large competition. Virus and Racing Green are all out, as well as two Mercedes AMG team cars, Urano Esports and Williams Esports, issues early on in this race.
Yeah, a very difficult start to the day for the Mercedes crews there as well. The Urano Esports car of Joop de Light that we did see have an incident earlier on is still in the race, but has been sitting in the pits for about 15 minutes or so. So at this level, coming back from that is impossible, really. But you know, you never know. But then coming back to win is impossible. But to come into get a result, you never know, because the rate of attrition so far, I think, has surprised a lot of us. Certainly surprised me, the rate of attrition so far, even for Bathurst. But of course, we do have a Mercedes AMG factory driver in this race, number 69, Team Redline Black, Daniel Juncadella, but actually he's in a McLaren as well. So interestingly, how, of course, with his contract with Redline, has usurped his contract with AMG in outdoor motorsport. But Daniel is, for me, one of the very best real-world pros in the sim, and his pace certainly very, very impressive. 2:02.6 last time by.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye up to date on fastest laps and strategies, etc. Live timing and scoring is available, RaceSpot.tv/timing. That is RaceSpot.tv/timing. We're looking at Liam McIlney, currently P number 26 in the Team Forward-Zilla orange car. We've actually got some work with Team Forward-Zilla coming up, hopefully, in the next couple of weeks. Keep your eyes tuned to our social media page or update on that one. We go down a little bit further in the field. This is the 04 SRC Movado Corsa GT car with Elias Raker behind the wheel, going into battle with our RaceSpotTV MRW. And Paul, it's a big difference between battling at the front of your field and battling in this middle pack right now. You will try to take positions if they come to you, but the first hour, a bit like if you're on Snowpiercer, it's all about survive, survive, survive.
Certainly is about survival, but with that mid-pack and that car that's backwards at the Skyline corner right now, I believe that was Davina Esports, Neto Nascimento, I believe that was facing the wrong way. It's things like that which can then catch you out if you're in that pack, because you've got very little space to go anywhere in all of that, and before you know it, you're faced by a car with its headlights pointing the wrong way at you. But that's the sort of thing that can happen in that mid-pack. I do want to give a special mention too, as we look at this battle for first and second, but also third and fourth is heating up, because Josh Rogers is putting the pressure on Alexander Tiber as they go up over the rise downhill in towards Griffin's Bend. And running around the outside there, Josh, is difficult, but it can be done. Cut under, is looking for that move through Griffin's up towards the cutting. You've got to give each other space, and Tiber thinks, do you know what, let's just get out of this one, survive for another day. one point I was going to actually make before all that started happening. Me and Peter are very familiar with this person. Luke McEwen for Logitech G Altus Esports has gained 25 positions in this race, up to 24th here. So if ever there was a team that wants to perform well around this particular venue, it is the Australian outfit of Logitech G Altus Esports.
Yeah, they are right behind Impulse Racing and the number 57 car. Gap between them is about half a second, and is that what I call daylight happening in the distance, Peter? It's starting to get a little bit, and I say a little bit at this stage, bright. The sun is slowly coming up here around Mount Panorama, so we can start finally seeing these beautiful liveries. We can start seeing the outsides of the track and everything. We've got a replay up on our screen. And that is, I believe, the number 75 car of Davina Esports and Neto Nascimento that just lost it completely down at Skyline.
Yeah, you can just see that glimmer of sunshine. Get ready to cue the Lion King music as the sun rises up from the horizon. Really fantastic. But so speaking of fantastic, I mean, Josh Rogers is fighting like a lion here as well. I mean, Alexander Teeb made it as difficult as he could do, but the way that Rogers would just be able to change his line and get that cutback shows that there's nothing wrong with the handling of that Porsche, that's for sure. And he's making the absolute most of it. But now this is a tough bit now, because he's got about 2 seconds exactly to get to the back of Max Beneke, so he needs to take over a second really out of Beneke to try and get back in the draft of the leading pair, and that is no easy feat, because at the moment their lap times are very evenly matched, you know, separated by hundreds rather than tenths.
We've had some questions about stewarding and penalties. There are no live stewards for this race, because you're going to live steward one, you have to steward them all, and let's be honest, that would require an absolutely incredible mounted effort. But the iRacing no-fault penalty system is in play, so drivers who are involved in contact, well, they can get themselves a 0x-ray light contact, they can go to a 4x4 contact, which would be deemed as more serious. As there's a look at the mount of the Mount Panorama logo and the sun starting to rise here in simulated Australia. There is a penalty limit of 50 incidents before you will have to complete a stop-and-go penalty. The issue is, Paul, I don't think I could think about how you could get 50 incidents in this race and still even be competing for a top 10.
Yeah, I mean, track limits aren't really an issue around here. Maybe down here at the Chase and on the exit of Hell Corner as well is a place where you can pick up the odd 1x, as it's called, the one instant point for going off track. But other than that, you've got just walls lining the track, and if you're getting instant points for hitting the walls, it's usually because you cause considerable damage to your car. So yeah, it is a 50 instant limit for the drive-through penalty, but you know, I'm sure that there will be some teams that will push that limit still.
Yeah, it is a drive-through penalty, not a stop and go. That's an idiot on me taking my notes earlier this morning because I didn't have a cup of tea. I was joking just before you came, Peter, that I'm going to wait, because I'm doing all 12 hours of this thing. I'm going to wait until hour 6 to get my first cup of tea, if possible. Just because at least then you start counting down rather than counting up. So tealess and caffeineless this morning, as we've got the battle going on for P8, 9, 10, 11 on track, and that is RHG Esports at the front, PGZ Motorsports in 9th, Williams Esports Razor in 10th, and VOS Commander Simsport in 11th.
I tell you what, it's very impressive, Will. You're doing what cyclists used to call, I mean, maybe they still do, they called it pan e agua, which meant bread and water. So it basically meant if you were riding pan e agua, it meant that you weren't cheating using other things. So you're definitely pan e agua at the moment. We need to get a cup of tea in you stat. Because we've got a long race ahead, and I don't think much like every top split special event here on iRacing, the level of intensity rivals, if not usurps, the real world version. Just the sheer depth of field is incredible, and it just continues to get more and more and more every year. And as Paul mentioned, you know, that is due to the level of participation all the way down. You know, it's this golden rule. If you've got a bigger participation base, the peak is always going to be higher.
Well, when we first started commentating this race, Paul, it was a little bit, as we see it, that's a slow down penalty or pulling off the track. No, that's Gobbinkini. He's out.
Yeah, he's caused considerable damage. I'm guessing because of the fact that he's parked down the corner on straight that he's gone and absolutely mashed the suspension at Forest Elbow, which is so easily done, by the way, is that wall that it's just there inviting you to hit it. Yeah, sorry, I'll let you get back to your point there, Will.
The point was, back when you and we started commentating this race a number of years ago, it was what we would classify as a B iRacing special event, when it was always incredibly fun racing, but the level of participation would not be up there with your key events such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, the 24 Hours of Spa, this race in Northern France that we're not allowed to talk about anymore, and the iRacing Indy 500. Now, this race is, just as hotly contested, just in terms of both the number of people participating and also the quality of the teams that are participating, just keeps on getting higher every year.
Yeah, if you think there's 50 teams started this race, there was over 1,300 teams actually entered. That was the last count that I saw before we got into this event. There was over 1,300 teams registered for this event. So if you split that amongst 50, it gets you a lot of different individual races, all matched, of course, by the average I rating of the drivers that are competing for each team. And to give people an idea of the level of competition in this particular race, 7,817 is the average I rating of those drivers in the cars right now in this particular race, in this split.
I was talking, we were doing one of our RaceSpotTVs that's actually tried to make some money business deals. Of course, I can't tell you who with, but we were joking, after Daytona, you're more likely, if you were in split 2 last time around, you're probably going to be split 1 this time around. The answer to that one is, I don't think that was necessarily the case. So it is really high, as we can now finally see all the trees, everything. The sun has risen. We're on board with Mahar Racing Team number 91, looking down to the inside as they come down through the left-hander. And the thing is, if you're actually on the outside line, you can often brake later, just as what we saw there. A little bit of argy-bargy on the exit of the corner. Can you have a second run of it as you work yourself down into Murray's corner? The answer there is no, Peter.
Yeah, Nuno Henriquez there in the pink and white Arnage competition, McLaren, and yeah, certainly shut the door there, almost in that kind of Verstappen style that we saw a little while ago. But that is in this top split, it's as to use a Kevin Estre phrase, the drivers have got a knife between their teeth. There is absolutely no quarter given whatsoever, and the door was shut hard in Felix Kornbach's face there as Andreas Jochimsen for Firestone McLaren goes by the Mala BMW. And then there's one of the Mercedes, the EMG Williams Esports of Ati Kauppinen in there as well. And this is the battle for, the kind of edge of the top 15 as well. And look how fierce it is.
And the Mercedes AMG that you see before the Williams Esports, Peter, that basically it's what we call the quote-unquote kind of factory teams. What factory teams are becoming a thing now. It started off with Porsche. Actually, it started off with Porsche, I think, at this race a handful of years ago with Team Redline. But then we ended up with, BMW, of course, partnerships they got with BAS Competition, Williams Esports, etc. Now Mercedes AMG are coming into play as well with these kind of like semi-works teams.
It's incredible. I mean, if you look at somebody, I use Lauren Heinrich as an example a lot, as Joshua Rogers trying to hold off Alexander Teeb right now. But yes, Lauren Heinrich, of course, very successful driver in outdoor racing, but also in the virtual world too. And he's just won the Porsche Junior Shootout amongst an absolutely star-studded lineup of contestants. And he came out on top, and clearly he came out on top due to his credentials on track. But I am in no doubt at all that his ability in the virtual world was just that little icing on the cake, that little extra that just gave him the edge on his rivals. And because there's so many competitions now where official participation from manufacturers or from race teams from the outdoor world of racing you know, if you've got somebody like Lauren who's good in both, it's such a win. And I think going forward in the coming years, for a young driver, you've got to be good in the sim as well as being good out on track.
Having a look on board of Alexander Thieber and the team red line yellow car recently lost that position to Joshua Rogers. He's trying to come back through the field, but we talk about Rogers and his ability to close up to the rear of the two team red line cars out front. The number 70 piloted by Max Verstappen, the number 71 piloted by Max Manecke. Rogers is now 3.6 seconds back. It looks on paper, if we just say it like this, old team Redline are going to run away with this race, this, that and the other, Paul. People's got to remember that this track conditions, they started at 21 degrees Celsius in the air. This track will get warmer and warmer and warmer all the way through the race. In fact, it won't be until possibly the end of the race that the track conditions will start to get cooler again. We're still at 22 degrees Celsius on track. The wind speeds have picked up a little bit, but this track will get much warmer. And also, little sidebar, because of the fact that this race, of course, has been postponed to May, we're using what it would be. We're predicting the future as to what the weather will be in 3 months' time in May.
I think the organisers will take back the cloudy 21 degrees air temperature if that's the case in May, because of course that's going more towards the autumn time. That means of course that we've got more night time for this year's Bathurst 12 hours as well, because it's going to be into the autumn or fall, as our friends across the pond would say. I did notice, I was looking at the timing screen, which everyone can do on RaceSpot.tv/timing. And I've noticed that Josh Rogers and Alexander Thieber are actually going a little bit slower, just by the odd 10th of a second every now and again, compared to the three behind them of the Team Red Line Blacker, Danny Juncadella, who of course is partnered by Shane Van Gisbergen. I mean, if anybody should know this track, it's Shane. Then you've got the BMW Team BS competition and also Arnage competition by Eau Rouge. They're hanging on as well to that. So it's gone from being a 2-car battle for third. It's now got an increase to a 5-car battle for third. And this is bringing other cars and other teams into it. And the crucial thing here, Josh Rogers is losing 0.2 of a second per lap on your leaders.
Yeah, and just having a look at the last lap times, it was a 202.185 for Koanisim Sports, 202.073 for Team Red Line Yellow, 202.140 for Team Red Line Black, about the same for Team BS competitions. It doesn't seem like much, Peter, but a half a tenth here, a half a tenth there, when you've got a race which is currently predicted to go 354 laps, that can make all the difference. That works out to about 30 seconds over the course of this race.
Yeah, and that's of course when you're dealing with different drivers over the course of the race as well, and switching in between drivers. Well, we'll see who's going to have the edge. It's great that we're going to see Shane Van Gisbergen, of course, one of very few drivers to have won the modern day Bathurst 12 hour and the Bathurst 1000. The other two are two other quite impressive drivers at the wheel of Holden, Craig Lowndes and Jamie Whincup.
Ironically, this will make you laugh. Apple clearly have known what I've been talking about for the last half an hour or so, Peter, because in terms of these random photo collections they've just put together, one that's come up on my screen is called Golden Hour, which basically is either sunrise or sunset over the years. So when they say your mobile phones aren't listening to you, I think this is absolute proof that they really are.
Well, funnily enough, I've had my fiance just got a new iPhone, just upgraded from another iPhone, and it's incredibly sensitive to, yes, what you talk about and what turns up on adverts, etc. Quite scary in some way, to be honest, but it's no surprise that my phone sends me adverts for Porsches, but jokes on them because I can't afford one.
I will like to point out that other mobile phone manufacturers and models are available.
Well,
if any of them do want to sponsor RaceSpotTV's coverage of any sim race, then please do get in touch with Will Vincent and Hugo Luis, because I'm sure they're more than happy to hear from you. I will say, the golden hour point, we are perfectly in that time. Could also have been a selection of music, of course, because of the old golden hour that was on Radio 1 back in the day.
Oh God, yeah, I remember that. That was with Mark Goodyear, wasn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, you see, this is how far back, Paul, it shows how old
Other
we
tyre
are.
manufacturers are available.
Yeah, other tyre manufacturers, oh my word. Of course, you can get them off a mobile phone if chips, etc. survive, but this is that stage of the race. If this was a Nürburgring race or a Daytona race or a race in northern France, Peter, because that's all we're allowed to call it these days, this will be the time when people, you know, the kind of the adrenaline starts kicking back in, the long night time's over, the smell of bacon or sausages or fries if you're at Spa, because that's all everyone seems to eat at Spa, just start to really reverberate around the racetrack, and there's that renewed kind of kick of energy that would come in. From here on in, this could be the fastest lap times we pretty much see all day, because as this track gets hotter, the track will get slower and slower.
Yeah, and more difficult. That's the thing, is that most teams, by the time, not only will they have to fight that very high track temperature as the race progresses, because, well, you know, as that track temperature gets higher, the surface gets greasier, and it can be really tricky over the top of the mountain. The other thing is that to get your car to the end of the Bathurst 12 hour without a mark on it is very, very difficult to do. So you might have teams that are maybe nursing little ailments with their car towards the end of the race as well. So that's going to add another impact to it as well. And you look at the pace. This pace will not. It will not relent at the front as well, and well, that's where you've got to think Team Redline, with strength in numbers here, they're in a remarkably good position. And Coanda at the moment, but also BS Competition as well in 6th place. They've really been the only outfits that have been able to hold a candle to Redline so far.
I'm really glad that you talked about 15 seconds longer than you normally would there, because I was trying to figure out whether or not to hold in a sneeze or just let it go, and thankfully it just came out as I was about to hit my unmute button, so thank you very much for that one. We are at the point when we are going to start talking about pit stops. We're 45 minutes, we're 45 minutes into the race already, folks. And we are in the position where these drivers have done 22 laps now, or are completing 22 laps in terms of their stint. And with all the fuel changes and the BOP changes, we're going to have to keep an eye on exactly when they come in, Paul, because that will give us our first indication of a number of different questions about tyre usage, about whether they're going to double, all these sorts of things, as well as exactly how long they can make it in terms of the fuel number.
Yeah, that's going to be a key part of this race, is how are they managing the fuel? How are they managing the tyres? I mean, those two at the front, they are just putting in lap after lap. In fact, Max Verstappen, I do believe, has just set the fastest lap of the race, and that's with tyres that are 45 minutes old. So the fuel is emptying out of the fuel tank here, so the cars are getting lighter, so able to push on is Max and Max at the front of the field. Yeah, it's going to be such a key part of this race, is fuel and tyre management. Another key part to this as well is, when do you catch back markers? Because it will happen eventually. It's not like a multi-class race where you end up catching up to back markers within sort of quarter of an hour, 20 minutes. Here it's a little bit longer because you're all in the same class of car, but the leaders are catching up to lap traffic, and it is this man that we're seeing on the screen right now, Damon Woods. He's only about sort of, what, 4 or 5 seconds in front right now, so give it a lap or two, and Max are going to be right there with him, and they'll be hoping that they catch him in one of the straights.
The Waverley Racing Team car is already down 2 laps in this race, having been involved in incidents very early on, so we would expect him to try and move out the way where possible. The issue is, sometimes at this track you can't move out of the way, and the good thing about this being an all GT3 race, Pete, is it means that hopefully by the time that your leaders catch up to true lap traffic, which according to my watch will be somewhere in the region of about 2.5 hours into this race, based upon the fact that your kind of P29 through 35 group are currently 44 seconds back from your race leaders, doing a little bit of, huge stage 3 maths. That gives me 2.5 hours into the race. What you want to do is you want to be in a situation where you're not trying to pass 6 or 7 cars at once. You are hoping by that point the majority of the field are found out to that kind of 1.5, 2 seconds apart from
Exactly so, and there's definitely going to be, I think the field will spread out enough where lap traffic should not be an issue. And also you're dealing with drivers who all compete with each other very regularly in all different types of cars, you know, often multiple times a week they'll be racing with one another in various competitions and championships. So they know each other well, they know who to look out for, who not to worry about. And yeah, if you're going to be going down a lap down in this kind of format, then yeah, really you should be. I know it's not absolutely mandated in the rules, but really you should be pulling aside to let the cars a lap or multiple laps ahead of you through.
That was a nice pass we just saw. That was down in P17 on track, and the thing is, the iRacing Sporting Code states it was responsibility of the passing car to execute a clean and safe pass. The next paragraph states that a driver being a lap should make any reasonable opportunity to allow this pass to be facilitated. So, what you can't do is basically just block them at every single turn. There was a time, once upon a time, oh, we got a car turned around. That was down in P number 26 at the time. That is the iRacing MRW car. And this is one of those weird things here, because of how annoying this track is. Sometimes, yeah, Connery-Matic is now clearly awake, Paul. But sometimes you actually have to roll back a little bit. You've got to be careful to make sure you don't accidentally get yourself DQ'd.
Yeah, that's a big thing as we see that move for third place. Alexander Tiber moving up ahead of Joshua Rogers. And Josh, well, to be honest, he wasn't able to pull away from Tiber like I thought, or I suspect that he thought he would. Tiber now moving all the way over. He's trying to just not give Josh any slipstream that he can possibly get away with through there. I mean, it's not going to have much effect, but you can see him. He's trying to break that slipstream. He's trying to stop Josh getting whatever fuel saving he can possibly get here.
Guys, it's 3 and a bit months until the iRacing Indy 500. We don't need weaving all over the track just yet. But every tenth will matter. And of course, as we get closer to the pit stop, that 10th of a second here, 10th of a second there, Paul, might seem inconsequential, but pit entry, pit exit is so vital at this racetrack. I've called, I think, at least 3 or 4 drivers over the years who have crashed coming on towards pit road, who have had penalties coming on towards pit road. The pit entry here, you can gain a lot of time by being bold, you can lose a lot of time by being stupid, but you can gain a bit of time and help yourself out by distancing yourself perfectly on the racetrack. So that extra 10th of a second you may gain in the toe, that could be the difference maker as you're running side by side coming up the mountain straight after pit stops.
Yeah, certainly. That pit entry's got a little chicane in it as well that you're supposed to slow down for and take properly. You'll see some of these drivers just abuse the take a hit on the off track and get themselves cut across as straight as possible. Here we go then, we're on board with Daniel Juncadella in that Team Red Line Black McLaren, in the slipstream of both his compatriot Alexander Tiber at the front of this little gaggle of cars and Josh Rogers. Josh Rogers coming up to the chase. Now, what's he do? Does he attack in front? Does he defend from behind? He doesn't either. He holds his line, and Juncadella thinks, well, I'm happy to sit here as well.
That is the mark of an excellent sim racer, an excellent racer, Peter. You don't go ultra defensive, you don't go ultra aggressive, you run your line. Running your line makes it more difficult for other drivers around you. But if you can just focus on your marks and everything else, yeah, if someone comes alongside you, you react. But at this stage of the race, hitting your own marks is what is going to keep you more comfortable in the race car.
And this is really dreamland for Daniel Juncadella, as you know, our viewers on RaceSpotTV, as Rogers gets run to the grass there from Tiber, but I think he's got enough of a run. He's got that Porsche absolutely boogieing out of Hell Corner, and here he comes in as well. So just a slight mistake from Tiber coming out of Hell Corner, and that's enough as he's on the flashers, and Tiber is dropping back. What's happened there? He's made 2 mistakes in a row, it seems. And that's allowed Rogers the gap. Now Rogers has really got, this has got to be purple qualifying sectors over the mountain here to try and break the resolve. Coming back to Daniel Juncadella, who we were riding on board with a moment ago, he was doing a huge amount of fuel saving. He was able to actually dip the clutch for long periods of time in the braking zone and not really lose any time because he's being pulled along by that draft. So expect maybe that Daniel Juncadella driven Team Redline McLaren number 69 to maybe go a lot longer, perhaps. But this is Roger's opportunity now, and you can see, look at the gap he's pulling out over the mountain. He knows he does not have the pace on the straight, but he's got a great car over the mountain.
Yeah, he's now 6.5 back from Verstappen in the number 70 car. This has got to be a good run. And what I was saying just a moment ago about maximising those tenths to a second, Paul, that pass didn't start down at turn number 1. That pass started a lap beforehand, with those little half attempts to a second he was able to get. That meant when all of a sudden those Juncadella was making that tiny little issue, so Thiebe was making that tiny little issue, it made it easier for Rogers to commit to a move running up the mountain.
Yeah, but you saw, didn't you, that the problem that the Porsche has, which is when he pulled out of that slipstream of Thiebe going up Mountain Straight, it was almost as if it had hit a wall. It just was not pulling, and that McLaren is so fast, so slippery, and it's so good top speed wise that it was able to compete with him. But Rogers, that Porsche, it's obviously set up for the top of the mountain and all these twists and turns, so he could brake that little bit later into Griffin's Bend. You could brake incredibly late into Griffin's Bend anyway, because it is an uphill braking zone, and really throw that Porsche in and get a good exit through there. That's what he did. Now this is where Rogers has to take advantage of the strengths of that Porsche now. Up over the top of the mountain, get a good corner exit out the cutting, go as fast as you dare and as close to the walls as you dare for the next minute or so of this roller coaster of a track.
And as they do so, the gap between Rogers and Juncadella about 2 tenths to a second, but Rogers should gain more in this section of the track at Mount Panorama, almost an hour into our 12 hours of almost uninterrupted coverage here on RaceSpotTV, and hello to everyone watching us around the world. Great to see so much support for all of your favourite sim racers. As just Battle for 30th going on behind as well. This is the whole thing, there are battles all over the track. We will try and show you as many as we possibly can, but this is going on between Pure Sims Esports and Daniel Ferguson and the Impulse Racing 55 car. Well, it says 55, it's actually the 20 car of Linus Tekino as well. So you'll notice sometimes that the team names that you see on our graphics and the team names on timing and scoring are slightly different. That's just because of the quirks and the ways that these teams seem to just put together their team names for these events. Sometimes it's very confusing for all of us, but we get it worked out in the end. There's this little battle going on. This is what we were talking about a moment ago, Peter. This is what the likes of Verstappen, Benecke, Rogers, Juncadella, Thiebe do not want to have to deal with in about 2 hours' time when they start coming up to lap all these guys. They do not want them nose to tail battling for position.
No, that's where it does get interesting. If you come across a lapped car and it's on its own, you've got much more chance of being kind of let through in a kind of gentlemanly and an easy manner. However, if there's a bit of a knife fight going on, like we see on oh, there you go, car getting spinning off. There was one of the McLarens, as well as the Williams BMW tries to go by. I think it's the Impulse McLaren. Yes, it is number 20. Now, who's at the wheel of that car at the moment?
It's Linus Tekino.
Okay, thank you. So yes, that, imagine coming across, that's a perfect example there, well caught by our producer Hugo Luis. If you come across that and you're battling for the lead and that's going on in front of you, that is quite a perilous territory to get through.
We have to give a shout out to Hugo, by the way, because living in Brazil, we were all just kind of finishing our brunch, in some cases having a cup of tea, in some cases not. But the thing is that for Hugo, he had to wait to be let into his office here this morning, as we see the 04 car of the Movano Corsa just losing the position to the Williams Esports Academy car of Alexander Spetz. But Hugo had to literally wait. It was 7 o'clock in the morning his time, having to be let into the office with all the cleaners going around him whilst trying to set up for this race, Paul. So we're talking about a worldwide event. It's a worldwide event in terms of our commentary and our production as well.
Certainly is, and Hugo always managed to make everything look so easy as well. It's really infuriating how easy he makes it look. But yeah, certainly he having to fight that one. But it's great to have an event like this where so many people from throughout the world, and this is the thing, with an event like this, one of the special events from iRacing, it gives people from around the world the opportunity to compete against each other, to push themselves to the limit. And speaking of pushing themselves to the limit, there's contact. Oh, the BS competition car ends up worse off of that one. To be honest, I thought it was a bit of an ambitious move, if I'm being frank there, from Talvar. But certainly, contact between him and Tiba, there's a replay, and he just parked it on the apex, and Tiba goes into the rear corner of that car.
Somewhere in Munich right now, there are two people who are looking after the PS competition team, saying words that, even though this is an English language broadcast, I would still get into much trouble if I were to say on air. So shout out to the guys in Munich from BS Competition. Of course, they do so much great work with us. And of course, in terms of building up the kind of Zebra brand as well, because let's not forget, Paul, the Zebra brand didn't really exist 3 years ago, and all of a sudden they're pretty much all over the place.
It has grown so substantially in the time that we've been involved in sim racing and commentary and all of that. And I will say that their social media, it's one of the best ones to follow. Even if you're not a fan of the team, you've got to love their social media team, because they do a sterling job for them as well. So Carbon Sim Sport, Matthias Luxak, I was going to get into this subject, so I'll get into it now. It's special events like these which give teams that maybe aren't involved in World Championships that exposure, that opportunity to get themselves out here. So like Carbon Sim Sport there, like Pure Sims as well, I can tell you, your race leader is on pit road.
Yeah, and that's just before the hour mark. Of course, it will mean that they will have done the hour by the time they come out. But Max Verstappen, who has led pretty much the entirety of this race, apart from, well, the odd lap here or there, let's be honest, comes in to make his first pit stop of the day. Josh Rogers also on pit road. Alexander Tiba also on pit road. So we see a little strategy kicking in immediately. Those drivers that had to go flat out going to come in around the hour mark. Those teams that were able to fuel save, like Juncadella, for example, and Beneke, they're able to go another lap. And while we talk about pit party, let's get our first pit party underway for this event here, Peter.
Goodness me, we've got a huge amount of the field coming in here to get their service as well. There are a few that have been able to go that lap longer. Max Beneke in the number 71 BMW. No surprise there, of course, following behind Max Verstappen for the majority of that stint. Daniel Juncadella, again, not so much of a surprise, taking the number 69 Team Redline Black car round for an extra lap. Arnage Competition McLaren as well, number 9 BS Competition going through. They've not come to the pits yet. At Williams Esports Racer with their Audi as well, which I think is the sole Audi. No, there's not. There's one of very few Audis in the field as well. So, well, across the 12 hours, I think as long as you hit the hour, that's okay. So that we shouldn't see fuel being too much of an issue. But, you know, if you can get that extra lap, it's nice.
Cars will go slower as we go through this race, and of course it will mean the pace will go slower, and then they'll get close to the hour anyway. It's when you're at this fastest part of the race that you've got to keep an eye on the number a little bit more. Just to let you know then, in terms of the pit stop times, it is 41.6 for Max Verstappen, 41.8 for Josh Rogers, and Verstappen gained a tenth of a second over that in terms of the entry to exit time. If you're watching RaceSpotTV live timing and scoring, you'll notice it was a 103.9 pit entry to pit exit for Max Verstappen, 104.2 for Josh Rogers. So an extra tenth of a second gain there by Max Verstappen. There was another point I wanted to mention here, Paul. And you know I don't like talking about the intricacies of what happens in terms of the sims, but for Verstappen, when he had another car basically, I have to say this politely, inside of him as he was in his pit stop, that can be so distracting when you're having to then do all your stuff and then try and pull out into traffic.
Williams Esport Razor, by the way, going yet another lap, so able to go 31 laps on fuel compared to the 29 of Team Redline Orange. Worth pointing out as well that the Praga R8G Esports car of Mandanacht actually only took 35 seconds of fuel, so they've taken a little bit of a short stop this time, have the R8G team, whereas others, they're going for a full fuel load but double stint of tyres. So this is where you start to see that strategy come to play. How are things going to pan out? Were R8G trying to get themselves jumped up the field a little bit to get themselves some clean air to be able to push on, or what's the thinking there? But certainly this is where we start seeing the intrigue that is endurance racing. So I said Williams Esports Razor, Mahal Racing Team, and also the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports, Team Williams Esports, all three of those cars are able to go 31 laps on fuel right now. So we're seeing two of those cars on screen right now. That's interesting that they are going that way. Were they losing too much time though in that first stint, Will? To not make this pan out, or is this going to pan out later on where they're either saving themselves an entire pit stop or having a very short splash and dash?
Well, we know the lap, we know the time now. It's 1:04-ish that you will save by saving a pit stop. But the amount of time that sometimes you have to save in order to get there. We just saw a car, by the way, go off. And I'm not sure.
Impulse car again.
Yeah, that was Impulse, and that was on the exit of the chase. So it is worth thinking about strategies. And in terms of what you were talking about a moment ago, about the Praga R8G Esports car, sometimes teams like to just run by themselves. I've seen it at this race so many times before, and yet what they've done is essentially, Peter, they've given up 2 laps worth of fuel, but now they have clean air. Now they're confusing everyone else around them, and they will be able to gain up 2 laps of fuel in a race like this, but now they've got the clean air. They don't need to worry about other teams in front of them or behind them in some cases, ruining what I like to call the balance of endurance racing, not being able to just get down and hit you.
Well, yeah, it's fascinating to see that disparity in the strategy. Really going to give us lots to talk about over the next 10 hours and 55 minutes. But this at the front is very intriguing, and this is the embarrassment of riches, really, that Team Redline have, with Max Benecke and Max Verstappen both running together side by side on the mountain straight at the moment. You would imagine they will be connected by some form of voice communication, certainly by an intermediary anyway, so they can coordinate this. Now, this really is dreamland for Team Redline, because we saw it with Max Benecke was able to go a little bit longer on fuel because, well, he'd been sit underneath the rear wing of Max Verstappen's McLaren for majority of the first stint, and running in this absolutely nose-to-tail formation, that's really, really hard to beat if you don't have that strength in numbers and that pace across your driver lineup to do that, because they can basically coordinate and drive very, very quickly with the slipstream, but also do it with a low amount of fuel as well. It's looking very good for Redline at the moment.
I saw an article, it was on, I think, motorsports.com or one of their subsidiaries. They talked about the way that these Team Redline drivers kind of like interact and communicate with each other, not just in races, but the kind of virtual international Zoom calls they have. Oh, that's one of Team Redline cars. That's Juncadella stopped across the racetrack, and
was that Rogers?
Juncadella, it might well have been.
Rogers? Yeah, I think he has collected Rogers, because Rogers now has dropped back a bit. Well, here we go. Here's the replay, Will, to find out what happened here.
So Juncadella loses it down the mountain, and Rogers has nowhere to go. Oh, and let's have a look. Rogers has absolutely no front cover. Of course, the engine's on these Porsches at the rear, but they still have the front of the car. So drama, Redline, Coanda in it together, but you have to say that was started off by Juncadella. Then Rogers had absolutely nowhere to go, as it's often single file down the mountain. Here we are on board. Rogers through the first part, spin, Redline, stop, Massive impact there for Josh Rogers, number 80 car. Nowhere he could go, and all of a sudden you got two of your big players out of this race here. Or at least out of this race in terms of they're not competing for the victory anymore, Peter.
Well, what a shock that is as well. I'm sure Daniel Juncadella will be mortified. That was just an easy mistake to make. It's such a roller coaster down through the dipper, and just a tiny error. And we've seen quite a few of the McLaren drivers with the similar incident. It's a mid-engine car. It's quite a short wheelbase. It's quite twitchy. It's fast, but it's very twitchy, and I think that's caught a few drivers out. And if it can catch out somebody like Daniel Juncadella, it can catch out anybody. But really, the innocent party there, really, Josh Rogers as well. He will be absolutely sick after fighting so hard in that opening stint, and that gives the Coanda Porsche team a real uphill battle to climb.
And we're looking on board with look at how David Tooth was able to get past that one. They're in the Arnage competition by Eau Rouge car, who are, by the way, up to third place in this race now, after the fact that they were able to go a lap longer in terms of compared to others around them. And they just stayed out of the way. They are 11.4 back from your leading two duo. But this has completely changed the race up in its entirety. Josh Rogers is still running laps. His last lap, though, having a look at this, was a 2:13.6. That, of course, was the one with the incident. We're going to wait until he comes past the start-finish line again, Paul, to see exactly how bad the damage is to that number 80 Porsche.
Well, what he needs to do now is let his teammate pass when they do catch up in Tommy Østgaard in the 18 VRS Quinta Sim Sport car, and then effectively play rear gunner to them, because Sami Matti Trojan in the Williams Esports Fanatec car is not that far behind either. So he needs to play a little bit of rear gunner, does Josh, but he'll be pushing as hard as he can. His lap time, by the way, for those interested, a 2:03.5. You know what, that's not actually that much slower. That's still really good. And the thing is, Tommy Østgaard did a 2:03.5 as well.
Okay, so this is a whole thing, Paul, with the fact that these Porsches have got the engine at the rear of the car. Basically, yes, they damaged the front of the car, but to be completely honest, there's not much there in the first place.
But you've got to remember, things like the radiator and oil radiators are at the front, very, very front of this car. It's so easy. I've seen it time and again in the world of motorsport with these Porsches. One little touch in the wrong place, you end up breaking an oil radiator or the radiator for the coolant of the engine. So the team will be asking Josh just to keep an eye on their water temperature and oil temperature and pressure on the dash, because if anything's going the wrong way, you know that an engine change is in your future.
So at the moment, we've got swear words going on in Munich. We saw with BS competition a moment ago, and Reina Talvar. We've got many swear words going on in Graunau, which is where the Coanda team house is based. Of course, they're only about 5 kilometers away from the Dutch border, where it's all smiles. We're seeing Red Line Orange and Max Verstappen, who are leading the way, although Max Benecke is only 4/10 of a second back, playing rear gunner to the number 70 car right now. We'll keep an eye out on then Josh Rogers and what will happen with him and Tommy Østgaard, and also Williams Esports Fanatics, Sami Matti Trojan, when they come up close behind them, which will be in about 5 laps time. We've also, as we say, got the Team Redline Orange car at the front of the field, and they have just completed themselves lap number 34 in this race. It's calmed down. I just have to say, by the way, I love the fact, Paul, you didn't mention a single comment about one car being inside of Max Verstappen during that pit stop, despite the fact I was trying to talk about something useful for once.
Yeah, to be fair, for anyone who is new to sim racing, and especially here on iRacing, this track at Bathurst, it's only actually got 44 pit stalls out there on the pit road, so that means that some of the pit stalls do get shared. As there's Arnage by Thomas International, they've got significant damage to their Well, I believe that's a McLaren. It doesn't look in the correct state, that's for sure. He's going to carry on nonetheless, but yeah, it does have some shared pit stalls here, so you do end up with a little bit of being able to run through each other, and that's a heavy hit on that inside wall out of Hell Corner.
I'm going to do the proper YouTuber thing. If you are watching us on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. There's a bell or something. You can ring the bell. I don't know how it actually works, but make sure you keep subscribed to RaceSpotTV. We are your home of the 2022 iRacing special events. We'll be with you all year long. We have sim racing pretty much every day of the week as well, across road racing, oval, dirt, and more. As we're looking at the battle for P14, Mahal Racing Team, Sim Sport Red, Logitech G Outer Sea Sports, and Bila Euronics going on right now, Peter.
Yeah, great to see the Mala Racing Team involved as well. Mala are really a company that's maybe not certainly a household name, but their piston technology really did transform motor racing engines, and their technology will be in pretty much certainly every German race engine in competition as well. And in fact, normally we see the Mala team using a Porsche sometimes, but they're in a BMW today. But their pistons have been in Porsche since the 356, since the very first model. So amazing engineering firm, and yeah, they also were very key to the Audi R10 TDI LMP1 car as well. Their piston technology was important to getting that juggernaut of an engine singing to the right tune.
We've moved from the battle between Verstappen versus Hamilton in terms of our YouTube chat to Bathurst versus Sebring.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter because we've got both of those races coming up to you here on RaceSpotTV. And I'll be doing 12 hours of commentary again for the Hoyksonville Sebring 12 hours iRacing special event, which will be on March the 26th. And we'll be joined by our friends from RSL for coverage of that one as well. It's actually the first of the VCO Grand Slam as well. So we'll talk more about that one as the race goes on, because we've still got 10 hours and 46 minutes remaining of this race. Things have settled down a little bit, but in terms of what I'm going to call Pack Watch 2022, Paul, the battles in your mid-pack are still incredibly close. I'm looking at we've got this battle, Logitech G Outer Sea Sports, Luke McCowan, who is your biggest mover in this race so far. They've got Sim Sport Red and Mahal Racing Team just ahead of them. Battle P14 through 16.
I mean, I said earlier on that me and Peter know about Luke's antics in GT cars because, of course, he races in the World GT Championship that we cover here on RaceSpotTV on a Monday evening. Not this week, though. We've got a week off, thankfully, to get our breath back from that series because it is exciting. But speaking of exciting drivers, this man in a GT car, he is one to look out for because he has got some incredible pace. He's a sterling competitor. He won't back down from a fight, and he will push to the very end, that's for sure. And Luke right now, as you say, biggest mover in the field, 33 positions gained in this race so far. It does help that we are missing about 12 cars from the race, unfortunately, in this opening hour and a quarter.
Of all the iRacing special events that we have this year, this is the one where we're going to have the highest attrition, arguably. Possibly outside of the... Yeah, okay, you got to say Nürburgring. Yes. Yeah. Nürburgring is one. The iRacing Indy 500 is another for a completely different reason. I did like the graphic that was just shown, Paul, at the bottom of the screen, because what it's showing is just how far lap times have dropped off already since the start of this race. We'll use McCowan as the case in point right now. Fastest lap of the day, 201.6. Last time out, 203.3 almost. So this track is getting warmer. The lap times are already getting much slower.
Well, you said the track's getting warmer. It's actually stayed pretty much stable. It's still 21.7 degrees is the track. So it's because it's so early in the morning, the sun isn't fully blasting its full heat at that track surface. And with us having it a little bit different time of year as well, in May rather than in February, it just means that the sun isn't quite as intense, although given that this is Australia, their autumn is the height of summer over here in the UK. But certainly McEwen doing a sterling job. There you see Mount Panorama. It's all its glory with the sun rising over the mountains here. And McEwen, I've said he's an excited driver, made up yet another place which we saw on screen. He is outside of the top four. He is the driver who's been able to match that pace of them in the early going when he's not been in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, and the Logitech team must be all smiles right now. And don't forget as well, Peter, the majority of this racetrack is public road, so this is basically the fastest that they ever go around this racetrack all year long. I've heard the story so often about how they dig up little parts of the grass around this racetrack to hide the beverages that they'll then be drinking during the Bathurst 12 hours, which of course are all completely non-alcoholic anyway. And all the stuff around this racetrack, and how there's so many speed cameras for the people that want to try and run up the mountain. You can't do it. You can run the track, but you've got to do it at a very slow pace, shall we say. But in terms of McEwen right now, he is just absolutely on. I'd say on fire, but don't forget he's also in a McLaren, so he literally is producing fire about 20 times a lap.
Yes, I wonder if we're going to have some slightly burnt, barbecued noses of some of the cars that have been following a McLaren too closely. That's something that maybe iRacing can simulate. But great to see the old McLaren, the old Warhorse, getting such a covering here in this 2022 Bathurst 12 hours. But could you believe that they used to be, I love bikes, but racing bikes around here, my word, that must have been scary. But yeah, there used to be quite a lot of motorbike racing at Mount Panorama, but obviously no longer, because it's quite dangerous.
Yeah, I know they still have an endurance race for motorbikes at Suzuka, another track that we're actually to bring you coverage of a
best
special
race in the
event
world.
this year. I absolutely love Suzuka. I absolutely love endurance bike racing at Suzuka as well. I still am hoping iRacing do bring out the new Marshmallow model at some point, especially with all the renewed interest we've got in McLaren for this weekend. But it's great to see so many cars really racing here today. Now, actually, just going to try and go through. So our highest rated McLaren is in P number 1. That's obvious, it's Max Verstappen. Our highest rated BMW is in P2. That is with Max Benecke. Highest rated Lamborghini is currently in 4th place. That's the Praga RHE esports car. Highest rated Audi, that is currently the Williams esports Razor car in P7. And then I'm going down the field to try and see if we've got anything else, and I don't think I can. Porsche, well, that is, of course, the 2 Coanda cars, which is Josh Rogers in 8th and Tommy Erskard in 9th. Of course you're going to remember the Porsches, Paul.
Yeah, we can't forget them, that's for sure. What's intriguing me is actually what's happened to Tommy Erskard's pace, because his last lap was a 2:04.0. I mean, you think Josh Rogers has got all that damage to the front of his car, and he did a 2:03.5 last lap. Okay, they're about a second off of the pace of your leaders right now. But I mean, is Tommy just busy looking in his rearview mirror at Sami Matti-Trojan, or is there something just not quite working with that Porsche here today?
Well, the thing is, this is the first post-and-one designed BRS Coanda Sim Sports cars, which are all completely almost camouflage looking, Paul. So when we're having a look at them on our TV cameras, it can be rather difficult to see if there's any damage to these cars. But it does look as though the car that is the number 18 of Tommy Erskard is actually in one piece. But I think you're also right. A lot of attention's being paid to the Williams eSport Fanatec car, the number 5 machine, currently being piloted by Sami Matti-Trojan, who last time out did a 2:04.0 as well, and looks as though, to be honest, he might be past the Coanda car in the next couple of laps if this carries on.
I will point out, we just quickly saw Carbon Sim Sport. They've taken a trip back to the pits, and here's what's happened. It's through Skyline down. Oh dear, yeah, he's lost it through the middle of Skyline there, and again, I don't know how people do it, but they manage to avoid these incidents and manage to keep out the way. It's just, you're coming through there at such a speed, you're braking, it's downhill, so you're absolutely on the limit of adhesion. We saw that Carbon SimSpot car lose adhesion, but the rest of them coming through, that could have quickly descended into absolute chaos and a track blockage. Well done.
Yes, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. So great to see there. I also have to say, we want to give a massive shout out to Dougie Beard. I mean, the cameras that we've got going on right now, there's Luke McLaren on board with the number 43 car. Woof, that was close, absolutely close. As you can see, the teams as they run right now on your left-hand side of your screen have been showing a lot of drivers. Why? Well, there's not been any driver changes yet, but of course, this is still a team race. The majority of these teams will have 2 drivers. Some of them might have 3. A bit like our commentary for this afternoon, this evening, when we're going to have ourselves 3 different commentary teams. And if you don't like me, I'm very sorry. I'm here for the entire 12 hours. But we've got to give a shout out as well in terms of the cameras. I think these are the coolest cameras I think I've ever seen through that middle section of the racetrack in particular, Paul.
Oh, certainly. Dougie's been produces some spectacular shots, that's for sure. And then when you add into when Hugo gets the old controls out and decides to go a bit freeform and give us some sort of drone camera shots as well, it just looks spectacular. But then again, this circuit, it is spectacular. You look, I mean, we saw the shot then of the dipper. The sheer drop that it has there at that point, you wouldn't think that a race car like these GT3s would be able to deal with that, but you know, it's such an extreme track in terms of the elevation. It is incredible. In fact, the steepest grade, which is at the dipper, is 1 in 6.13.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Steep.
I've got 1 in 10 on my drive home, and that is pretty downhill pretty quickly. So that is saying a lot. Andres Juckermann in the Fiery SimSpot red car, looking to the outside of the Mahal Racing Team car, but can't get the move complete, Peter. That's going on right now for, I'm just trying to get it where I'm looking at on track. That's for 14th place on track right now. Felix Birnbach in the number 91 car, Andreas Jochimsen in 15th place in the Fiery SimSpot Red. And Fire is one of these teams, if you spend, a year away from sim racing and, you only turn on to these iRacing special events, there's a lot of people that are saying, who the Fire are Firer?
Well, I'm sure they've been putting in just as much effort as everyone else. And like Paul mentioned earlier, this is where you've got your opportunity a few times a year to really make a stamp and show what you're capable of. And just to qualify to be in this race, you have to have such a high I rating, which means you've got to score well all through every day, really, on the iRacing service and in racing in public competition. Very, very tricky to do that and to get a level of I rating high enough to be able to compete at all in this top split. I do remember, it was either last year or the year before in the Daytona 24, and people couldn't understand why Alonso wasn't in the top split. Well, the simple fact was he didn't have a high enough I rating. That's the level that you're talking about. Now, intriguingly, keeping a close eye on the gap between number 70 Team Redline Orange McLaren of Max Verstappen and the 71 BMW Team Redline machine of Max Benecke. This gap had stretched to nearly 3/4 of a second, which is just getting to the edge of the kind of draft range, but has come back in again. I wonder if maybe Mr. Benecke's maybe said, "Oh, Max, you wouldn't mind coming back a wee bit as well? We've got to keep this 2-car train going."
Choo-choo. It's only a 2-car train. It's not a trolley train, unfortunately. We have got trolley trains. Well, we did have trolley trains on track earlier. The biggest train that I see right now is about a 5-car train down 5 on track, as this is where we're looking at from T3 Motorsports back. But we're still keeping it on Jake Burton right now in the Vanderbilt Sim Racing blue car. Behind him, he has got the Team BMW Bank car, René Spengler. You might know him if you watch a lot of motorsports. And also Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, that's a mouthful. with Nicolas Lorbic in 20th place. And we're on board with Lorbic right now in the Mercedes MRG Urano car, as we've had to shorten it for our graphics, and working themselves down through McPhillamy Park right now, the left-hander, which has got, I think, the most kind of runoff of everything until you get down to the bottom end of the racetrack. Through Skyline they come, down through the S's they come, working on lap 42 of this race right now. Computer is saying, I feel like I'm talking like RSL all of a sudden, Paul. The computer is saying that we're now scheduled to do 353 laps. When we take it into our overall target of 348, I think it's going to be close this year as to whether or not we're going to beat that. We are hoping for a magical 350, but I think that if the track conditions get much warmer later on, we're struggling to get that number.
Yeah, we certainly are. I mean, the conditions are still very favourable at the moment for the time being. So this is where the drivers will be pushing as hard as they can. It was a nice move by Jake Burton, by the way, from Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue, down the inside into Griffin Bend. And Vanderbilt, that's a team that I mean, I've commentated on so much over the years, and they're very much a stalwart of these types of events. As we've also got the Williams Esports Fanatec team. Sammy Matty-Trogan has finally made his way past the VRS Quantum Sport car of Tommy Erskard. He's got his sights set on the Porsche in front, the very damaged Porsche of Josh Rogers, who's still pulling out 2 minute 3.5 laps. The problem is that there's a lot of people behind who are going faster by at least half a second, if not more, than Josh. So it's a bit of a sitting duck with that damage to the car. But it's now just a case of surviving and get the best result that you can, because with the nature of this track, you could still end up with a podium at this rate, because we've had so many who go out the race so far. Yeah,
and also that is the first mark of endurance racing, complete the race. And we've had the conversations over the years, Peter, with some people saying, well, why are they still even bothering to race till their car is damaged? Because, A, they still get their sponsors lots of airtime if we keep on talking about them. But secondly, the mark of a true endurance racer is how to cope when things don't go to plan. I am as surprised as Paul in terms of the lap times that Joshua Rogers is able to do. At some point, they are going to have to consider if they're going to get repairs done to that damaged number 80 machine. But the mark of a good team is actually keeping on even when things don't go completely to plan, and actually making sure that you're giving all of your drivers that pressure-based race environment.
Absolutely, and a lot of the top endurance racing outfits of the last kind of couple of decades or so. I mean, I would say Audi Sport would be one of them with their R8 and R10 and R15 and R18 Le Mans prototype cars, and also the Corvette racing team as well. You know, they've been a force of nature really for 25 years at the top of GT racing, and will continue to be so. And they do, you know, they have that true spirit of endurance for certain. And that's exactly what Joshua Rogers and the Quanda team are showing right now. I mean, Sammy Matty-Trogan really is on the move. Last time a 202.9, where was he there? 202.7 again, so he goes even quicker. The only cars going quicker are the leading pair of Verstappen and Beneke. So Sammy Matty-Trogan in that Williams Audi is really the man on the move. But for Rogers, Roger can, you know, he can maybe play this pretty clever. He can try and hang on to the back of Sammy Matty-Trogan as best he can, and how he handles this is going to be very, very important. But the only thing I would say about Joshua Rogers is, with all that damage, that can't be helping fuel mileage.
No, definitely not. And he might be coming on towards pit road a lap earlier than other people. If he does that, he'll be running more lightly in clean air, and if he does that, his lap times might take even further. It could be this lap, it could be next lap. We see Sammy Matty-Trogan try to put the move over Joshua Rogers. The thing about endurance racing in the quote-unquote the asphalt racetrack is that if you're spending $1 billion, you know, investing into a car, every single lap is a test lap. In terms of sim racing, every single lap for a driver is time in heated competition, because there's only so much you can run with your teammates. You will know your teammates inside out before too long, as we're just having a look at Ivan Ricendo Perez hard into the wall down at Skyline in the RS Racing MRW car, and that car is completely balked in its steering. It's about as bad as my Swifty a couple of weeks ago, not able to hold that car in a straight line, and Sammy Trogan has already got the pass complete. We'll get the replay of that one up in a moment's time, but I'm going to say I don't think Joshua Rogers really ran that one too hard, as here is the replay for Sammy Trogan on the way into the chase. Puts that car left-hand side of the racetrack. Josh Rogers says, okay, position's yours, job is done. You don't want to really hurt the tyres or the fuel any more than you need to. We're talking about teams that are stalwarts of the kind of endurance racing scene. We had another name pick up earlier on, Paul, in terms of Radicals Online. I don't think I've seen them in these type of races in a while, especially not in the top split, but it is great to see Radicals Online racing with us today.
Yeah, he's Danny Juncadella, who's back out and has put the car in the wall already at the top of the mountain at Sulman Park, and he's pulled it over and said, you know what? I think our day's done here, and pulled that car over. He knew immediately that he had damage there. But yeah, Radicals Online, you know, Rob Cuss, he's sort of run that team for so many years now, and they've not really been in any of these top split of special events in the last few months, but it's great to see them out there. I'm sure they'd be preferring to be further up the field than 31st right now, but you know, they're out there, they're competing, they're back in the top split, and it's great to see them.
Rowan Gill behind the wheel of that car, up 11 places on the day. They were at one point heavily represented in the former iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. Before he was at Coanda, Jeremy Bootley was at Radicals, and in fact in Radicals had one of the greatest performances I think ever in the history of a World Championship Series race back at Spa, when he basically overtook everyone and their dog. We have seen the switch around between the two Coanda cars. So the number 81 now leads the number 80, sorry, the number 18 now leads the number 80. Tommy Erskard is past Joshua Rogers. That's the dyslexia kicking in this time in the afternoon. The number 18 is now ahead. Tommy Erskard getting the position done over Joshua Rogers. But to go back very quickly to Radicals Online, of course, when they were in World Championship competition, it was Andy Kirstoffer who was the team manager there. He departed. Rob Cusson took over the team. They kind of changed their direction. But when we talk about the fact that they were heavily into the World Championship Grand Prix Series, they've always been a GT team alongside that, Paul. So people aren't just thinking, oh, they turned from one to the other. No. I started in 2012. I've been doing commentary for just over 10 years now. My first race, oh yeah, Radicals were in the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and I remember them. They were competing in the RIP VRS GT World Championship Series as well when that was run. So you know, they've got plenty of experience in World Championship level, not just in Formula cars, but also in GT racing as well. So definitely, you know, they've got the pedigree there, that's for sure. But you know, as well as those sort of stalwarts of these special events and these big events, seeing these new teams, I'm always excited to see sort of smaller teams make it into the top split of races. And I mean, one team that we've been seeing more and more often in top split is, of course, the Pure Sims outfit. Now, at the moment, I'm trying to find where they are. They're in 30th place at the moment, but they've been getting more and more into these top split events, and they're making a little bit more of a name for themselves as well. I mean, Movano, I mean, they're always around, aren't they? They're always here in these events. So, yeah, great to see those stalwarts, but also great to see some new teams coming through and really freshening things up with new ideas.
Yeah. One team that's been at the front of sim racing for over a decade, of course, is Team Redline Orange. And we're going to term, well, Team Redline, not just Orange, but Team Redline full stop, of course, won the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series almost every year, apart from 2011 when Hugo Louise won it for what was then 3ID Gaming, until Martin Kroenke came along. It was Gregor Hutu who was dominant. But we're going to turn our attention over to Team Redline, in particular Max Verstappen in the orange car. We're not going to do any RaceSpotTV fan immersion as much as we possibly can today. What we are going to do, though, as soon as they come past the start-finish line, we're going to get our boy Peter to talk us through a lap here. We've had one already from Arjuna, so you are going to be under pressure and compared now by the YouTube audience, Peter, but we're going to go on board with Max Verstappen. Talk us through a lap here as we are going to get ourselves onto what is our 48th lap of the race in a moment's time.
Well, I know Arjuna is a very handy driver, but I hope he won't mind me saying that he's no Max Verstappen. So I hope he doesn't mind me saying that. So I'm certainly I've got one up on Arjuna there in terms of driving standards. So yes, Max Verstappen, the reigning Formula 1 world champion, going to give us a little bit of a taxi ride around this wonderful Mount Panorama circuit here at Bathurst, coming up towards Hill Corner. And he'll brake just about the 50 board here, try and just clip the apex perfectly, trying to get as much speed as possible going up the hill, up the mountain straight, the endless drag. And this is where the McLaren seemed to have a bit of an edge over, certainly over the Porsche anyway, when we saw the McLarens battling away with the Porsche of Josh Rogers. Then finally this long asthmatic drag up the hill towards the quarry bends, get the pedigree chum but advertising there on the side of the circuit, and then up towards the cutting, the place where we saw Verstappen pull a really inspired manoeuvre, proper Shane van Gisbergen move there up the inside, and now it comes for the climb over to the top of the hill as well, up to Reed Park and Salmon Park as well. Absolutely threading, nearly on the edge of the wall. You would be able to fit a cigarette paper between there as well, using as much of the road as possible to maintain that speed. Just a little clip of the curb, not get the car too unsettled. There's a little bit of lap traffic ahead as well, but should be able to get through the lap without it. Down towards the dipper, this was the site where I think the best overtaking manoeuvre of all time was pulled off. Matt Campbell to win the 2019 Bathurst 12 hours. Just incredible, just stuffed it down the inside and managed to get the move done as well. Then through Forest Elbow again, trying to get the best exit, maintain the speed onto the Conrod Straight. Well, a long time ago, back in the Bathurst 1000, John Cleland actually lost the floor of his Holden coming down here and made himself very famous in Australia for his colourful choice of Scottish language. Down through to the chase then as well. What an absolutely thrilling part of the circuit. Down the gearbox. Then you try and clip the apex left and then right. Oh, a little moment there for Max, but he's on top of it. And then now down towards Murray's corner. What do Bathurst and Snetterton have in common? Well, their last corner is called Murray's. And there we go. That is a lap of Mount Panorama here at Bathurst.
Thank you very much, Peter. See, we weren't all on toilet breaks, etc. We're paying attention all the way, don't we? As someone said, no one mentioned what happened to Max in 2020. I think we have already. I'm not going to have the entirety of the Max Verstappen fan club giving me hate again. But yeah, there was an incident very early on that happened. As we turn our attention back to the iRacing team car, this is about a P14 on track, and it's got the Euronics right behind and Virus in the red just behind them as well. Of course, a big weekend normally when all of these fans come over to the GT track, and this is the interesting one because I really love, everyone's got to love the Bathurst 1000, no longer sponsored by Super Cheap Auto, but I don't know, there's a part of me that likes this race just as much, Peter, because I love GT3 cars. It's a very different type of racing, different strategy, etc. And the two big races that, of course, most people are attuned to up the mountain now, I mean, they are the hallmarks of Australian racing, pretty much, period, really.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this circuit is just so unique, and I think I was thinking about it earlier, actually. The circuits that the Intercontinental GT Challenge goes to, you know, the 9 hours of Kyalami, what a great circuit that is, 12 hours of Bathurst, 24 hours of Spa, and, you know, really impressive circuits as well. And the one thing I really hope in May, when we have the rescheduled date, it's obviously been very difficult to get international motorsport, you know, on the move in many countries, but particularly in Australia. It's probably been the strictest restrictions anywhere in the world. to get that international flavour of field is really important. We saw the benefit of that at Daytona a couple of weeks ago for the Rolex 24, but I really hope that all the international superstars can come and take part, because that's what really gives this race its real shine in the 12-hour. And of course, as you mentioned, the Bathurst 1000 equally special, but of course that's very much the local experts who shine in that. And isn't it wonderful that they're two really completely different endurance races, but both equally special?
I was going to say, you mentioned about the 9 hours of Kyalami. It was a bit of a washout, I must say, especially on qualifying day, was that one this year. But speaking of washout, Greg Hill from iRacing, one of the senior art team for iRacing, went and put out on his social media a little update about rain on iRacing and the fact that it is coming, and it looks spectacular in the screenshot that they provided.
Yeah, we'll get that screenshot up for you later on. I think it was a couple of years ago when iRacing gave us something to talk about with stuff at this race, actually. So we've got another one that... Sorry, I'm just having a look at our internal chat, and the cleaner that, 2 hours ago was not allowing Hugo into the office. It's now not allowing Hugo into the restroom. So this is proper. Possibly bring a bottle with you for our producer Hugo to wheeze. Hey, we've got a long 10 hours and 20 minutes ahead of us. It's going to be more fun like this. The only thing I'll say about Kyalami as well is, I like all these races in the Middle East, but let's get back into Africa Formula One. Liberty can do it. Let's do it. It was a great track. It was kind of like I was 2 years old when I kind of stopped racing there. I've seen lots of great races. Yes. But,
showing off my age right now.
Yeah.
1993, I would have been 9 years old when they did their last Grand Prix at Kyalami. The modern version of it, I think they've tried their best within the realms of modern day safety. It's a fun track to drive on. I've done it in other simulators. I know there are other simulators out there, but I would love to see that track on iRacing myself. I think it would give people a different challenge, and it would also give us another continent to go to for special events, for example.
Oh, it would absolutely be great. So after rain, we would definitely like to. And we are going to show you the picture, hopefully now, our producer Hugo Louise. There we are, rain on iRacing. Look at that. I've always been someone who I've always said, after strategy racing, weather driving is the second hardest thing I think anyone can do in any forms of motorsports, Paul. And wet racing will bring a completely new dynamic. It's been talked about for years, the difficulties in getting rain and puddles and drying, etc. I am so looking forward to it.
This picture isn't helping Hugo with his blockage from the bathroom, is it?
It's giving him something to think about, isn't it? Whilst he waits for his turn in the bathroom. But yeah, it's certainly it just looks spectacular. And I was fortunate enough to be working on the broadcast that was for the American MS Society back last year. The 4 hours of Charlotte that they did, and we were working on that broadcast, myself and Connery and Justin, when they give us these first looks at rain. Nobody expected to see it, and to see it as far progressed as that, but that just looks spectacular for me. All I'm seeing there though is I need to get a new PC.
Yeah, you're next on the list though, I think, so it's okay. A big check or a big box coming your way soon, as we're looking picture-in-picture at the Fiery SimSport Red. I'm sure there's someone who's just locked onto the broadcast online saying, why have we not got this actually showing with actual moving pictures? It's progress. But meanwhile, we'll go back to main picture. There we are. And the rear of that Mahal car, I was going to say it before, does look as though it's got some damage to it. And we've now got side-by-side going on. So work down towards the chase underneath the Fuso Bridge. And this is going to be Mahal potentially losing another... No, they're not. iRacing Racing Red and Andreas Jochimsen decides to stay in line for the time being. But there is definitely damage to the rear of that Mahal BMW M4 GT3 ball.
There certainly is, and with these more and more advanced GT3 cars, you've got more and more complex rear diffusers that can be affected with rear damage, that's for sure. That McLaren, of course, an older car, as Peter has said, the venerable McLaren MP4-12C, just rolls off the tongue, does that name. And yeah, it's not quite as advanced as like the Ferrari Evo or this BMW M4 GT3, but through they go in that McLaren up position, almost contact between the two of them, but the fire SimSport Red of Johansson moving up now into 15th.
Whilst we've been joking about rain and toilet breaks, etc., Verstappen has pulled out a 1.8-second advantage over Max Benecke. So you can see that visually now. It's up to about 20 car lengths on track. Max Verstappen's last lap time, a 202.149, exactly 0.3 of a second faster than Max Benecke. So I think what Verstappen's done for the time being is said, okay, I'm done playing around. I'm almost 2 hours into my stint right now. It's time for me to get some separation. Why do you want some separation on track? Well, it's because of what we talked about earlier on. And that's the fact that in pit road, these drivers will basically abuse all the pit entry as much as possible. But you do not want to be coming on towards pit road 0.2 of a second behind your teammate.
Certainly don't. And Max has got the bit between his teeth. I mean, again, if ever you want somebody who is talented, incredibly talented, current Formula 1 world champion, to lead this race and to lead this team, then, well, you can't get better than Max Verstappen, that's for sure. And he's now just stretching his legs here. I think he's getting towards the end of his first stint, because you normally see drivers run a 2-hour stint, then have a break, go get something to eat or stretch, and get going. Oh, what's happened to the Mercedes? Into the wall on the inside. Oh, that's a heavy hit at McPhillamy Park, and that's what happens. You turn in just that little bit too soon into McPhillamy Park. You brush that inside wall right there. Oh, nicely slowed down there. Here you go, bang into the wall there. It kicks you out wide. You said it's got the most runoff over the top of the mountain. The thing is, it's not a lot of runoff there, Will.
No, it really isn't. And you are basically going to be like a pinball machine from one wall all the way to the other. And I was just thinking outside the box whilst we were looking at that replay. Honda, of course, are not in F1, but realistically, they still are. Honda are in IndyCar, and they're not yet in the Le Mans world. So if Max has got a new challenge in his head over the next 10 years and wants to go and do the Treble Crown, because, you know, I think there's only been a handful of drivers in the last 20 years, Alonso being one of them who ever could, Max could be another one, then he's got the IndyCar one potentially ticked off his list for the next 4 or 5 years if we ever get to a situation when he would be able to travel from Monaco to or back, etc. And he's not going to do that whilst he's fighting for world championships. But then, of course, the difficulty will be trying to get into the hypercar field. And somewhere, someone at Honda might be thinking, yeah, we could spend all that money we're not spending on Formula 1, potentially joining the hypercar field one day down the line. The gap between Benecke and Verstappen is now up to 2.2 seconds. We are looking at another one of the team red line cars as they come past the start finish line. This is the yellow car of Alexander Tiber, and he's got Rainer Talvar just ahead of him in the BMW BS competition machine as they exit Hell Corner and work themselves up the hill again. And just having a look right now, Peter, the gap for P5, well, separated by just about 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, nothing at all at the moment, just in the favour of the BS competition. Number 89, BMW of Rainer Talvar, with Alexander Tieb right behind in that little battle as well. It won't be long till we see our drivers coming down to pit road, maybe in the next, I would say, 6 or 7 laps, depending on the car and their strategy. And then I think that's where we might see the first driver changes as well, because after 2 stints we would expect the teams to change tyres. They're all double stinting the tyres that they started the race on, and I think when they do the tyre change they'll then put a new fresh driver in as well, and then we might see the order shake up a little bit. We've seen Max Verstappen actually pull away from Max Benecke to the tune of 2.5 seconds at the moment. So will Verstappen's replacement driver be able to match that pace? Will they pull ahead even more? We shall find out in the very near future.
What we can certainly tell from the last couple of moments, Paul, is that Peter did get the chance to go and have a toilet break, because he's basically just said what you and I had just said over the last 2 minutes.
I was worried about that, I must be honest. Yeah,
that's okay. One day Sennheiser will take our amazing headsets and make them wireless, so we don't have to plug them in when we do our long endurance races like this. So we can take them muted, of course, to the restroom. I do remember there was one commentator, he did try and do that, and he forgot to hit the mute button. I won't tell you what happens next.
I was just going to point out, by the way, about your comment about the engines in Formula 1 with Honda. They are still going to actually produce, assemble and maintain and support the engines. It's just that it's going to be a Red Bull branded thing. As here
it's
comes,
not Honda.
Here comes the Lamborghini of Praga R8G Esports. So yeah, this is early, I think, although this is the team that did actually take that short fuel stop last time, and they're going to have a change of drivers.
So it's Gordon Much getting in behind the wheel of the Praga R8G Esports car now. And yeah, they were about 5-6 seconds quicker on fuel. So that translates to about 3 laps on track. So again, it can be a good strategy. It's one of these things, though, that you've got to, if you're going to do a strategy, commit to it. Sorry, Paul.
And Gordon Much, of course, who is incredibly quick in sim racing and in the real world as well, has just been announced as Jimmy Broadbent's teammate in the Praga series, which is going to be racing this year. So yeah, Gordon, very, very quick driver, and racing along with the R8G Esports team.
We've been joking at least twice in this broadcast about Conor Maddock waking up. I think you've just woken up about 5,000 Jimmy Broadbent fans over to our channel.
Well, it's normally, where is Jimmy? He's not here, not in this one anyway.
Yeah, it's all right. We've got Verstappen fans. Yeah, we've got Max, so we're kind of balanced half out right now. But Gordon Much then out of pit road, and it's a 108.7 second pit stop, and that gives us a really useful conversion point. 30 seconds is the difference between taking tyres and not taking tyres, Peter. And that is now something we can write down in my little notebook, which currently no one can actually understand if they were to steal it and read it. I can now write down 30 seconds as a difference, because that, not necessarily in the hot part of the race, but as we get down towards the end, that 30 seconds really could be the difference maker on that last stint.
Well, it's a big investment, isn't it? In time, you've got to basically put in you need to be effectively a second a lap quicker to get to the same result, in effect. Because if it takes the stint is about 30 laps on average, you've got 30 seconds putting on the tyre, so you've got to go on average a second a lap quicker to be able to just break even. So I think we might see some teams taking some gambles, but gamble is the word, because if you're having to run on old tyres, they're just getting a little bit past their best going over the mountain, and you just make a wee mistake, bang, your race is over. So that is definitely going to be a great talking point over the course of the race as well. It won't be long till we see our regular pit callers coming in about 5 minutes time at the top of the hour, likely, as Tommy Oscar has dropped Josh Rogers and now battling away with Sami Matti Trogan. But yeah, great to see Gordy Much out in the R8G Praga machine, of course, from Lockerbie in Scotland, which anybody who's been watching the Great Britain curling team, there's a lot of good curlers come from Lockerbie as well, but a lot of fast racing drivers too.
They're not doing as good as they were 4 years ago. The curling team needs to pick it up a little bit. I know, all in good time, round robin competition. Basically, the way that sports work in the UK is that we've got rugby, and of course it's rugby union, not rugby league, which is on today, which is why Paul is commentating with us.
The rugby league was actually on today on national television for the first time with
Channel
Super
4?
League. So yes, Channel 4 indeed. Yeah, I've missed that to be here for this. But to be honest, with the quality of racing that we've had here so far, it has been absolutely tremendous. And I will say, there's a known thing with the British press when it comes to sport. It's a case of If they win, if the curlers win, they're British. If they lose, they're Scottish.
Scottish, yeah.
That's what happens with the British press, unfortunately.
Yeah, same thing applies to Andy Murray, for example, with the tennis. But for 3 years and 3 years and 49 weeks of the year, no one ever cares about curling. Winter Olympics come along, I quite am sure that it's probably got the highest viewership of any Olympic broadcast that the BBC and Stroke Discovery actually do in an Olympic thing in terms of how many people are watching it. We are back on board then. Wonderful driver shot on board as we come through El Corner, turn number 1. Battle there, that's the Mahal car you see in the background that we were talking about earlier on. We've got ourselves Wheeler Racing Team and Fire Sim Racing Red ahead. Andreas Jochimsen now in 13th place, has been able to make some moves. Talking about making moves at the front of the field, Max Benecke, can someone just go in just ingest some coffee into him, please? He's really been dropping back the last few laps. Last time by, a 201.8 for Max Verstappen, 202.6 for Max Benecke. Benecke is really losing time. I think it's down now to 4.5 seconds, Peter.
Still a pretty convincing gap. I mean, to pull away from someone of Max Benecke's caliber is quite incredible. The only thing I might add, and again, forgive me if I'm covering old ground here, but you'll have to give me a free kick on that one. It could be that Redline have just got so many cars in the sharp end of the field, is that maybe they go, okay, we're going to have the kind of rabbit and hare scenario. You're going to say, Max Verstappen, you go out and just push go with your qualifying mode. You just go as fast as you can. Max Benecke, you go into hitting a fuel number and hitting, he did go a lot longer on the first stint. So maybe they're thinking, right, you're going to play the fuel game strategy and Max Verstappen's going to do the kind of sprint strategy. I don't know. It's just a working theory, but if it pays off, we can call it, I'll maybe trademark it as the Mackay quantum, the Mackay theory.
I was actually saying this last week when we had the BMW Sim GT Cup. Similar situation with a number of Team Redline drivers. I was doing many things that race, but one of them was trying to feed some strategy over to the Thai club of Arjuna Kankapati and Lewis McGlade. And by the way, trying to see Arjuna learn how to put on a tie is fascinating in itself. I wonder if he's going to be like every 15-year-old kid in the UK that ties it once and never actually unties it again afterwards. But they are Team Thai Club, Arjuna Kankapati and Lewis McGlade for the BMW Sim GT Cup. We talked about the number of Team Redline cars in that race and different strategies they were doing there as well. We are now at the top, almost at the top of the hour. If Max Verstappen comes on towards pit road, I expect it to be potentially this lap. And then I expect Benecke to go potentially one lap longer. Because don't forget, at the start of the race, Benecke was saving a bit more fuel compared to Verstappen, who can't really save fuel because he's out there by himself. So there could be two convergent strategies going on here, P1 and P2. At the start of the race, this would have been more important because they had the Commander Sim Sports team of Joshua Rogers at the time, of course, still in the car, they're in the mix, but no longer is there a Commander car in the Team Redline sandwich. So we might see two different strategies emerging for Team Redline Orange and Team Redline Red in a moment, but I'm trying to turn my attention over to them. I don't actually see. Yes, we are. There we are. See, we do know something as commentators once in a while, and we've got Verstappen on pit road. We fully expect him to come in and get himself a driver change, and interestingly, Benecke is on pit road as well, so could not save a full lap's worth of fuel. But even if you don't save the full lap of fuel, Paul, you can still save about half a second in terms of how long your pit stop will be.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've not saved that full lap of fuel, then you're absolutely right there. You're not completely filling it from the same amount that the other compatriot is as well. Patrick Holtzman jumping into the Redline Red car for them. For the orange car, it is going to be that's Luke Bennett, isn't it? That's racing for them. So the change of drivers. Liam, it's I'm just reading. Yes, it is Luke Bennett. I am right. I know something. Who knew that? Yeah, so we've got a bit of a pit party once again. 29 laps seems to be about the limit if you're not getting turn, a slipstream in that one, whereas everybody else who's had maybe a slipstream, a little bit of a draft, is able to go just that little lap longer normally. But Max Benneker, he dropped off that much in that last sort of 10-15 minutes. Maybe he wasn't able to save enough fuel, or maybe it's just strategy to bring him back and bring Holtzman back with the orange car, because there you go, they've come out together.
That's interesting. It was a 41.6 second pit stop. No, that was the last stint. I need to refresh my timing. So as I do that one, I can now tell you the numbers. It was let's have a look down the list for Team Redline cars, and you can definitely see there is a little bit of an improvement in terms of the gap between them. They're right back together with each other. Patrick Holtzman did a 104.5 second pit stop. That is with the driver change and fresh tyres. Luke Bennett is 108.6, and you translate that into 4.5 seconds on pit entry to exit, which is basically they're back down to nose to tail.
But the crucial thing here for me, though, is that Patrick Holtzman came out the pit lane ahead of Bennett, but then immediately let Bennett pass up Mountain Straight. So clearly, Team Redline have got a plan in place, and they are sticking to it.
Yeah. Interesting to note, in the BMW SimGT Cup, it was Max Verstappen and Enzo Benito sharing cars together. However, Benito's basically not had all the luck in the SimGT Cup. Now you've got Luke Bennett and Max Verstappen sharing a car in this race. I'm wondering, as we've got the replay there, the number 33 Williams car involved in a little bit of argy-bargy. That was Lewis Nassler there involved in that incident. I'm wondering whether this could seem a longer kind of driver pairing change, or whether or not this is just more experimentation, considering this is a 12-hour race, Peter. And of course, Benito and Verstappen are pretty much in the same time zone.
Yeah, that is one thing where if you've got multiple drivers in different parts of the world, that is really helpful for an endurance race, because then you can effectively eliminate the grim reality of the of the graveyard shift as well. But it definitely appears to me, there's lots of working theories, but it definitely appears to me that Redline appear to want to use the number 70 McLaren, the Verstappen and Bennett car, as the kind of, you know, the rabbit, the kind of to chase the pace, and the red and black Beneke and Holtzman BMW as the kind of more fuel save car. I did see a comment in the RaceSpotTV chat that was quite an interesting point, that the BMW is maybe a bit heavier on its tyres later in the stint. Of course, that went after nearly 2 hours of running. That's a very valid point indeed.
It is, and of course that will be something we pay more attention to as the race progresses. It's also worth noting, of course, Paul, that the orange Team Redline car used to be the Porsche 24 car for all intents and purposes. So that one now, the orange car is using different cars all over the place these days. The number 70, for example, today is in the McLaren. We also see the orange car running as a BMW. They take part in the SimGT Cup, and with Porsche, so on and so forth. But I'm really interested to see how Bennett's lap times will compare to Verstappen's. We won't get an indication for another 35 seconds at least, as we've got Team Redline Yellow on pit road, we've got Arnage by Eau Rouge on pit road, and we've also had a number of driver changes through the field as well. For example, Team BS competition car, they did a full service, and you've got Phil Dens behind the wheel of that machine right now. You've also had Williams Esports Fanatic on pit road, Alex Arana doing a 109.3 second pit stop. Williams Esports with Kenneth Goodson behind the wheel, 108.6 pit stop.
Now, if my eyes are not deceiving me, am I correct in saying that Vandervelde Sim Racing White are effectively on the road, third place now? Because they've got themselves ahead of the Praga RHG Esports outfit and Vandervelde Sim Racing Blue. Although saying that, we've still got those cars that are on pit road at the moment to leave pit road. But yeah, they've found themselves in a really, really good spot right now at Vandervelde Sim Racing White.
They're treble stinting, I think.
Yeah, 40.3, yeah. The pit stop, it's not tyres again.
It's 104.7 from pit entry to pit exit, because their stock time on RaceSpotTV live timing and scoring just come off as 0.3. Of course, they didn't do a 0.3 second pit stop. What normally happens is if the driver kind of clutches and it takes them 2 attempts to get out of pit road sometimes, it comes across a little bit silly. For those of you who are using RaceSpotTV live timing and scoring at RaceSpot.tv/timing. But interesting to note, both the Vendavel cars, Paul, have done that, because the blue car, Jake Burton behind the wheel, did exactly the same thing.
So the question here now, for everyone watching and all the teams competing, they will have half an eye on what this team's pace is like and how much drop-off there is, because if they're triple stinting their tyres, this is the time to do it, because the track is still, incredibly still, only 22 degrees, so it's ideal conditions to pull off a triple stint right now. The later into the race, as we get further and further into the morning, because in sim we're just a minute short of 8 o'clock in the morning, this track is going to start heating up, and at that point then you won't be able to triple stint the tyres.
But at the end of the race, and you talked about this earlier, Paul, this race is different to what we see in previous years, because you've got to remember that the European winter is the Australian summer and vice versa. We are going to have less time with peak temperatures in this race compared to what we would normally have, because the in-sim date, we are going into the future, we're teleporting, and we are using an in-sim date of May rather than February. So this isn't data for now, this is data to remember later on.
It certainly is, and as I say, there will be 1 or 2 teams keeping an eye on this. The problem that Vendavel Sim Racing White and Blue have, though, is that everybody else who has done a driving change have pretty much done a full service, so fuel and tyres and driver. So fresh tyres versus tyres that have been racing hard for 2 hours and 8 minutes. It's going to be a significant difference, and we're seeing that right now. It's corner entries, corner exits. You're not going to have the same braking, you're not going to have the same pull out the corners as those cars on the fresh tyres, and that's the BS competition car moving forward. And Phil Dennis.
I really like the fact that our YouTube chat are also our private investigators, because we've just had someone post something from the Team Redline Twitch stream on Verstappen versus the Rogers incident that happened way ago in this race. We're almost about 2 hours back from it now. And he said that I was faster, nobody's going to overtake me on the outside, that's a no-go. That's a very Formula One way of thinking, Peter. Not necessarily a 12-hour race sort of thing, but I can understand at the start of the race, the rivalry between Redline and Coanda, all the stuff that goes on, because I'll tell you a quick story. When we run RaceSpot live events, and of course we haven't been able to do so in person over the last couple of years, but one of the biggest things I ever saw when we did an event with Porsche at the IAA Frankfurt is you will have Coanda Sim Sports on one side of the room, you will have Team Redline on the other side of the room, and they do not talk to each other unless they absolutely have to. That one just basically shows up the rivalry more than anything else, in my opinion. But Verstappen really does bleed Team Redline and does not really care about the orange and blue at all.
Interesting one, isn't it? It's quite similar to the kind of Mercedes and Red Bull. I would think that their hospitality units are at opposite ends of the F1 paddock. I mean, that's a very interesting comment, to be quite honest. Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's either it's a no-go or that's where not having stewarding is a really challenging one. Where if there was live stewarding, you wouldn't have got away with that. You might have copped a penalty for that, but there isn't, and you can drive accordingly. I think that's one thing to mention about it. But yeah, there's obviously well, this is what we're talking about. Oh my goodness me. That
was Patrick Holtzman and the race clutch car of Romain Brokler. Both
race leaders there being very lucky to avoid the race clutch Lamborghini of, oh my goodness me, that could have been both cars out. Oh my word.
See, that's the bugbear of mine. Hold your brakes. hold your brakes, don't let it roll back. You know, give these drivers a bit of an opportunity. I do remember one pro driver telling me once, drive to where the car is when it's spinning like that, because they're not going to be there in a second or two. And it proved to work out nicely for the second place Team Redline Red car, because he was able to then nip to the inside. But yeah, it's in events like that, you ask people to hold the brakes, and the thing is, people seem to think that it's a sim racing problem. It's not just a sim racing problem, drivers not holding the brakes. Look at it in the real world, it happens far too often.
Yeah,
well, Roman Bokler is sorry, my apologies. I would say Roman Bokler is a real world racing driver. He takes part in the Renault Clio Cup. So yes, absolutely should know better in that situation. So yeah, it's an awkward one. I mean, coming back to the Verstappen thing, I mean, it's, you know, it's classic Verstappen, isn't it? You know, it's just like, you're not going around the outside of me, that's a no-go. Well, that's a personal opinion, but you know, it's right on the edge, if not over the edge, of what is allowable in racing. But again, if you don't have live stewards, you can get away with stuff like that.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that. And as I say, you know, as RaceSpot Live events, we've had to deal with a lot of that over the years, and dealing with a lot of angry drivers from different perspectives. Actually, we had it a couple of weeks ago, actually last week in the BMW Sim GT Cup, where we had to investigate incidents. Even though they use a hybrid model, they don't look at stuff in real time, but penalties are applied after the race. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. But the mindset of a racing driver, you know, different drivers have different mindsets. We can talk about the differences between Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost, for example. That's the one I always come back to. You've got one which likes to be the driver who is aggressive on the racetrack. You've got Alain Prost, who is by far the best thinking driver potentially in the history of Formula One. The number 83 Riley Sim Racing car, by the way, also did the same spin in the Lamborghini. So it might be a sort of thing where all of a sudden you're in a situation where if you see a car having a moment, you talk back to your team and saying, look, the car and the track just hasn't seemed right at a particular moment. And there's a look at the Lamborghini into the back of the wall. Damage to the left rear quarter panel of that one. Does get going once again, but there'll be some damage and some tyres, of course. And let's not forget, Paul, they're only just taking tyres. So any flat spots or anything like that, they're going to have to deal with that for the entire next hour, 45 minutes.
Well, at the moment, they're sat on pit road getting repairs to their suspension, because that was a heavy hit on that left rear corner of that Riley Sim Racing car. But it's incredible that you got two Lamborghinis having the exact same incident at the same corner through Frog Hollow into Silman Park.
Yeah, and this is the sort of thing. Good team managers will be watching the broadcast. They'll be watching incidents of other cars on track, and they will communicate that to others who are in a similar car class, so similar car racing in this field. It might even go intra-split. Don't forget, a number of teams might have drivers running in this split, but other splits as well. Conditions likely to be exactly the same. We're looking at the battle for third place on track right now. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White versus Arnage by Eau Rouge. Gap between them is a tenth of a second as they come down in towards turn 3, down to the inside. Arnage out the position then, passing Vanderbilt Sim Racing White, who, of course, are on already double stinted tyres. We expect them to go on average a second a lap slower. Last time around it was a 202.997 for the Arnage competition by Eau Rouge car, and it was a 203.7 for the Vanderbilt Sim Racing car of Dylan Burst. I want to go back a moment, Paul. You were talking about holding the brakes. I had the moment, and I shouldn't trivialize a car crash because it was horrible, but the second I was involved in a car crash a couple of weeks ago, and I kind of went into sim racers mentality, you know, hold the brakes, get your hands off the steering wheel, all these sorts of things that I've learned from watching IndyCar and sim racing came into real life. But it's these things as well. It's a little extra bits of what I like to call track kind of respectfulness that will give you a little bit of an easier time when you're lapping traffic, when you're in these situations, because they know that as a team, you take these important things into account. You do get respect points, and there are respect points that goes around in this sim racing world quite a lot.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've been fortunate enough never to be involved in a car crash. Touch wood. I'm touching any wood that's around me right now with that one. So I've been fortunate enough to not be involved in any sort of car accident. I mean, fortunately for me, that's partly because I don't drive. The nearest I've come to a car accident is the engine mount snapping and the engine falling out the engine bay. But that's another story for another day. That's that fantastic Talbot Alpine Rapier technology that was, I can tell you. But going to something like that, yeah, you can transition things from the sim into the real world of, you know, things like if you're involved in an accident like that, knowing to just let go of the wheel at the last minute in case it's going to suddenly snap is the wheel on you, because you'll damage your wrist, damage your thumbs as well if you've got the thumbs on the inside of the wheel. So yeah, you've got to be careful when involved in things like that. Actually, no, I'll take it back. I've done karting in the wet, and I found myself into the wall because I'd never driven a kart on slicks in the wet before, and that was worse than driving on ice.
I was once driving a go-kart and I almost ended up flipping it in the wet. But that's another story for another time, because we've still got 9 hours, 43 minutes remaining in this race. We're having a look at BS Competition and Phil Dennis in this car. They are right behind Vanderbilt Sim Racing. This one should be easy, Peter, because of the fact that the traction that you'd get out of the corner that they've just been through, all the way down this long back straight here. They come out the dipper, it's a long straight until you get to the chase, and this should be easy for the Tigers, the Zebras even, the Team BMW BS Competition car. And what it really is, in fact, it looks as though that Vanderbilt are going to lose 2 places because the Praga RHG Esports car gets passed as well.
Yeah, Gordy Much just deciding to follow the train through, and Dylan Burst playing this very, very clever actually, because they're on a different strategy. They've kind of let themselves up into an area of the race they weren't in before, so they know what they're trying to do. They're working their strategy, and it may be that this is the only point in the race where a triple stint may be possible, and this is where they launch themselves back up into the kind of sharp end of the field. And with the rate of attrition we've seen, who knows what they can achieve. Interesting, we talked about the potential excessive tyre wear on the BMW compared to the McLaren. Well, perhaps not in the way that Vendaval have set up their car. They've maybe been able to dial that out. They wouldn't be trying a triple stint if they weren't able to make the tyre last. Fascinating stuff. But of course, Dylan Burst, much like a lot of the drivers for Vendaval, races a bit in the real world as well. Actually races Hyundai XL in Queensland, and I would think that you don't run sticker slicks on those. So he's good. He must be good on old tyres.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'm gonna throw you under the bus here because I can sense Tyler now kicking off. What type of car was that?
Sorry, a Hyundai XL. Yeah. People think I'm weird now because I've got into the habit of saying Hyundai, and they're like, "A hi Hyundai." I'm like, "No, it's Hyundai."
It's Hyundai. I can tell you that because we've just signed a deal with Hyundai. We are going to be producing a series for them.
And literally, you just say Hyundai.
I did just say Hyundai. Oh my God.
Oh dear. Hyundai,
Look,
Sunday.
I've got 9 hours of this to go. Yes.
I said before the start of this broadcast that Will was going to relish the point at the end of this first 4 hours that me and Pete are not on commentary with him. And I think already we're making him regret it.
It's okay. We all make mistakes. You know what? I almost bought one the other day as well. Then I toddled over to their sister company, Kieran, instead, because actually in the Nero, just trying to turn the car around, it's as if it's a fully electric car, but it feels as though, you know, when you take off the force feedback in your wheel, it just kind of like just stops using force feedback all of a sudden. That was like driving the electric Nero. It just was completely floaty. But yeah, we have just signed a deal, and we are going to have the End Festival series coming to RaceSpotTV soon. So you can check us out on social media, on Facebook and on Twitter, if you'd like to learn more about that one. Qualifying is actually still open for it. It closes on Monday, so we'll make sure our social media guy, Justin, will get some links out to you if you follow us on social media, because you can also win some remote control cars at he set a qualifying lap worth about $300. There we are, joint marketing for all the different events we've got going on. That surely gets me some points back, Paul.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've got to have segues that Sebastian would be proud of, and quite frankly, I thought that was nice and smooth. That was brilliant. So well done there, Will. It's almost like you've been doing this for a decade.
Yeah, I am actually wearing an LTT t-shirt right now, and my LTT water bottle is in the post, so that's where I'm going to leave that one.
What we are seeing, we're still seeing this VS competition and Praga R8G esports battle out there on track, and I mean, Romain Grosjean, it's been great to see him really embrace sim racing and not just back a team like some people have done in the past, but actually really take an active approach to the outfit and take part in the races as well. So it's been really good to see Romain get involved in sim racing as well. So yeah, it's great that we've got this team coming in with such talent behind the wheels as well, and they're behind, as we said, the BS competition outfit, who are doing a sterling job themselves and building themselves up and to be a force in all of sim racing. I've just noticed, by the way, Pure Sims Esports have been dropping down my timing screen, so I'm going to find out what's happened to them.
Oh, please don't tell me we're going to be down even more cars, because that was the next point we were going to be talking about. Because, yeah, the 116 car of Daniel Ferguson, let's see what's happening to him. And if we were allowed to sing on track, could be something about You Spin Me Right Round. But yeah.
Should be okay, though. It only tapped the wall, so that car should be okay to carry on.
Yeah. Very slight tap. It's just trying to get that car spun back around. That's going to be the harder point. But the Pure Sims car, as far as I can tell, is not on pit road. It's still circulating. 23rd place in the number 116 car. Let's talk about attrition, shall we, Peter? Because it has been a big one already today. I can tell you right now that almost half of my monitor screen is filled up by teams who are not actually in the race anymore. And look at this one then, Daniel Ferguson doing a little bit of a reverse to just get himself pointed back in the right direction. In terms of rejoins, I'm going to give that one a good 9 out of 10.
Ooh, I'm not sure William Chadwick in the Fordzilla car will give that, because he, probably was quite confused when he saw the trajectory of that car when he came by. But yeah, luckily getting through without incident. But the Pure Sims crew, they batter on in their evergreen Lamborghini. The outfit have really stuck quite loyal to the Lamborghini Huracan, and therefore will have lots and lots of data and setup information for that machine. Of course, team driver Ross McFarlane winning the World GT Championship last season, and back again with the same machine. So it's interesting, a lot of the mid-engine cars having that sort of loop-the-loop coming down through the dipper, where the car just swaps ends. And it's happened to lots of McLarens and indeed the Lamborghinis as well. It's just a small observation.
I talked about this a lot at Daytona about these drivers really are not going to be driving at 100% every single corner, every single lap pull. And we get to a point where so many drivers are in a situation when their car seems to be getting light as they run through Skyline and down the S's, that you might start telling your drivers that just take it a little bit easier there. It's okay to lose 2/10 of a second to make sure the car stays pointing in the right direction, because to also go back to the attrition field, we currently have 31 drivers circulating on track. We've got 3 teams on pit road. In fact, I say that, the Davina Esports car looks as though it might have just come back out onto the track.
After an hour and 9 minutes on pit road. Do you know what? If you're one of those cars that's been sat on pit road for a long time, you might as well come out and just circulate, get laps under your belts, because you're going to gain yourselves quite a few spots if you're able to get to the end. So, don't just give up. That's again, one of the joys of endurance racing is the determination to make it to the end of the race, as we're still on board with Gordon Much. But yeah, the rate of attrition has been incredible in this race, and You would have thought something like a Porsche with the engine being slung over the rear wheels would have more of a pendulum effect, and that over the top of the mountain. Impulse, what's happened to them? Oh, that's not a good rejoin. That's the 83, and that is Riley Sim Racing. So Riley Sim Racing had actually had an incident earlier on, and they were up at the top of the hill. They'd been on pit road for quite a while, and they just came from nowhere in the exit of Hell Corner.
Yeah, that was very strange. That was a rejoin that Connery Maddock by this point is sat up reading a book thinking, what is going on? But that was a very, very weird rejoin. Let's get another look then. 83 car hits the wall, comes back on track, and that could have been avoided by just holding the brakes again. Go back to the simple principles of what happens after an incident. You hold the brakes, you check your mirrors, and then you rejoin. You don't just let the car drift back out onto the track. I'm sorry, that was not a good rejoin. And we have to be clear here, Peter. When a driver has an incident and a crash on track, like the heart rate goes up automatically. The brain's going, oh my word, what have I just done? Insert 4-letter expletives in there as you wish. And the first thing you want to do is figure out, is the car still drivable? Am I still in the race? This, that, and the other. But at the same time, that sanity check, the 0.2 of a second sanity check to, okay, let me just make sure I'm away from other people, really does make a difference in a race like this because of how narrow the track is and how there basically is no real runoff for large portions of this racetrack.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I'm going to give the driver in question. Yes, I'm going to give the driver in question maybe a potential benefit of the doubt. I actually think that was part of the accident where he actually bounced off the wall, and there's so little gap between the edge of the track and the wall. I actually think when he bounced off the wall, that put him back into the path. I don't think it was actually rejoining. I think it was still the accident was still going on. That's maybe just one theory, but. Yes, if that were a rejoin, then yeah, I think it would be a little bit on the poor side. But I have a feeling, maybe get another look at it and see what it looked like. But I do think it's maybe part of the same incident.
It's worth noting as well that I can't at the moment see and rewind and get a million different replays on this one, so I am having to rely on other people for this one. There's also the other option, Paul, as you're just about to talk about, that it might not have even been an actual crash, so to say. There could have been other things involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, if you do have a hardware issue and say, for instance, you get the worst noise that you can possibly hear when you're sim racing, which is the USB disconnect noise on Windows. I'm sure everybody knows what that is. The worst noise that you can hear is that one, or Impulse Racing. It's been a bad couple of laps for Impulse Racing because that's the other car, the number 20, having a spin at the final corner. So Impulse Racing having a nightmare of a couple of laps there.
And I was about to say that the other Impulse Racing car has actually come on towards pit road, the number 57 machine, and it looks as though those repairs are, for the time being at least, terminal, because they have pulled off the track as well after entering pit lane. So attrition continues to be a factor, and I can't believe that we are 2.5 hours into this race and we're at 40% attrition already, Peter. This is insane.
Incredible, absolutely incredible, and I think it shows just how hard you have to push to compete in this top split level. These guys are the very best in the world at what they do, and Bathurst is a track where there is only so, a bit like the Nürburgring, there is only so long that you can push it 100% and get away with it, and that is why winning this race is such an achievement, because to drive absolutely on the limit for the whole time is what you need to win at this level now, and doing so without any mistakes is just, it is quite remarkable. The thing also I love about virtual motorsport is that our fans watching on RaceSpotTV, if they're so equipped, they can go and have a go with these cars on this circuit, even in these exact track conditions, if you wish. And you can then very quickly see just how tricky this is and just how impressive these drivers are. So I did expect a high rate of attrition, but I do agree it is even more so than I thought.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to go back to a point that Will made about how teams might get into the ear of the driver and say, just, start taking it a little bit easier over the top of the mountain. I'm going back to 2015 now, and the first ever time I won a race in a league was actually at this very track, and I'm sure if David Baker is watching the stream right now, he's going to start chatting, putting into the chat about, oh no, here he goes, he brings up his Bathurst win. But it's true, I was 7.5 seconds ahead of second place at starting the last lap, and I started taking it easy, and I nearly had a crash because of that, because I was taking it easy, and I had to keep pushing over the top of the mountain here, because as soon as you start taking it easy, you're not turning in at the same point as you normally do. You're not braking at your normal point, so you're not entering the corner in the exact same trajectory you're normally doing when you're driving the cars at absolutely on the limit there. So it's all well and good saying take it easy. I mean, the most famous example of it is back in 1988. I believe it was 88 or 89. No, it was 88. At the Monaco Grand Prix, Will knows exactly what I'm going to bring up. McLaren said to Ayrton Senna, all right, you've got a big lead here. Let's take it easy, bring it home. And he listened to the team, and he backed off, and he made a simple mistake down at Portier and ended up in the wall. He was that frustrated, he walked back to his apartment in Monaco, and the team didn't hear from him until the next day, I think it was.
Yeah. Kimi Räikkönen did something similar once when he went to his yacht, didn't he? And then the cameras are just sat at him drinking insert beverage of choice here. We're not going to do any finish impressions today because we'll get into far too much trouble. I probably annoyed almost everyone in the sim racing community worldwide. I was also thinking events like this, we don't need the UN, we'll just get everyone to do sim racing and everyone will be happy. And then we realised that they'll crash and actually it'll probably make things even worse. Well, the attrition factor is a big one. This is why I don't say take it easy. I always try to work around this whole 95%, but you are right. A track like this, and 95% just doesn't necessarily work. And that's the mark of a sim racer, Peter. How, if you can find a way of doing, as an IndyCar driver, of course, IndyCar fan, they have the whole idea of so many of their races are running to a fuel number. That doesn't mean they're going slowly. What they're doing is they're adjusting the way they take the racetrack to hit that fuel number. The same thing can apply here. You adjust some of the way that you attack certain parts of this racetrack where you've got that kind of higher impact of potentially being in an incident at certain parts of the track. And we are also now into that phase as well where lap traffic is going to start becoming a bit more of a factor in the next 2 laps or so, because we've got 2 drivers 1 lap down already. 4 drivers are going to go laps down, I'd say, potentially before the next pit stop.
Yeah, I think maybe the Radicals Online JRT car, the number 92 McLaren, might be the next car to find that fate. Maybe to the tune of about 10 seconds. Whoa, who's that off in the background? I think that is... Oh, it's the Vendaval, it's the triple stint car of Dylan Burst.
Is it the Williams Esports car? I think it's Daniel Pastor.
No, it's the Vendaval car, according to my feed.
Yeah, the 16.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's a different one though. It's the second Vendaval car, which of course they both triple stinted, didn't they?
That looks like he's just touched the grass on the entry on the brakes, and it's just spun that car around.
Yeah, and that can be fatigue at this stage as well, Paul, because if I remember correctly, Burton's been in the car since lap 1 of this race.
That's a very good question. Let me just double check. Yes, he has, yes.
Yeah, so, 2.5 hours into this race, there are certain tracks, we just seen a number 12 car as well on the front straightaway dabbing the grass. That's Daniel Philippa in the racing machine. 2.5 hours at this type of track is more, I'd say, difficult. I mean, it is incredibly than doing 2.5 hours at Daytona, for example, Peter, because at Daytona, you've got long periods of time when you can basically rest your brain and also rest the muscles in your car as well. Yes, there are 2 long straights here, but actually at Daytona, as much as I love that racetrack, it's stop, start, turn, stop, start, turn, stop, start, turn. There's not massive flowing sequence of corners where the apex to one corner directly impacts on how you're then going to be successful for the next sequence of corners.
Yeah, I would say with the exception of the bus stop, there's not really any part of the circuit where you're hanging on by your fingernails, whereas for this circuit, basically from the top of the mountain straight all the way to Forest Elbow, the entire mountain section, you really are hanging on for dear life every single lap. So yes, that does definitely stress the mental fatigue aspect a lot more, for definite, especially if you're having to run an opening triple stint on the tyres as well, which means you've got to be so on top of the car and what it's doing and how it's evolving as well. So very easy to just make that tiny mistake, but it's good that for the Vendeval team, they didn't hit the wall, just get back and get going. And in the context of this race, we've talked a lot about the level of attrition, the number of cars that have retired already. If you do have a mistake and you don't hit the wall, to be honest, that's kind of a win in this context.
Don't forget, you can use the hashtag iRacing Bathurst 12 if you'd like to get in contact with us, or share your thoughts on your 12-hour race with the community. Alexander Spett, shout out to them. Unfortunately, they had a sad ending to their race, made a mistake of one qualifying lap than the other. Then the race meant they unfortunately had to retire early. And we talk about, this is sim racing, and, it's not as if we're having to travel to the opposite side of the world in order to participate in a race. The other factor is, Paul, there are a number of drivers for each of these teams who basically plan out their entire weekend around their participation in the race. And of course, weeknights and a week leading up to the race, so on and so forth. It can be really disheartening if your car is out on lap number 1. And I've actually had people say, you know what, if we're going to crash out on lap 1, there are other iRacing splits potentially available, other activities they can do. It's around if you get to this part in the race that you start thinking, okay, we might as well carry on.
Yeah, because there is one final race to start today at 4 p.m. GMT, so in about what's that, about 40 minutes time, 43 minutes time that one starts. So if you're gonna end up retiring now, that's the one that you want to then sort of jump into and say, right, okay, we'll give this one a go. But you're quite right, Will, when you get to this sort of stage of a race of being over 3 hours in the race, you really do start looking at it and say, do you know what, we'll carry on and just grin and bear it to the end. Team Redline Yellow just lost a position to Williams Esports Razor, as also on track the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, I do believe. That one, it's moved its way past the Vendeval Sim Racing blue car. So yeah, it's the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports. Kenneth Cole-Branson behind the wheel for them.
Yeah, let's run through your top 10, shall we then, as we are now over 2.5 hours into this, the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours Special Event 2022, broadcasted here on RaceSpotTV, your official home of the iRacing Special Events calendar for 2022. Team Redline Orange are leading the way as they've got themselves a 6/10 advantage over BMW Team Redline Red. The way this is played out, it was Max Verstappen who was in the number 70 car. They didn't lead from the start. They had to make their way through the field a tiny bit. The biggest argument of the day, well, that potentially was Team Redline Orange and one of the Commander Sim Sports cars, number 80, down at the chase in the opening 10 laps of the race. Team Redline Orange came out on top on that one. Commander Sim Sport at the time fell down to 4th. However, the two Team Redline cars have been working together the entirety of this race. It was at one point a 5-second gap almost between Team Redline Orange and the Team Redline Red car as they came in for their second pit stop. But that's closed up together, and Bennett and Holtzman are running in formation. BMW BS Plus competition. Phil Denez is now behind the wheel of the car, and they are up into a podium position. They started this race outside of the top 5. They have moved on up and the BS Plus competition car are doing lap times that are currently about 0.3 of a second slower, lap by lap, over two Team Redline cars ahead. Private RHG Esports have also benefited early in this race because of calamity and incidents around them. Gordon much behind the wheel of the number 8 car, and they are now only about 0.4 of a second behind the BMW BS Plus competition car, and that is the key battle right now inside of your top 5. Below them, you've got 3.5 seconds back, the Arnage competition by Eau Rouge car. And you've got Jimmy Atunes behind the wheel of that one. They are 3.7 back from the battle going on for 3rd place on track. Number 6 is Williams Esports Razor, Daniel Patstall. Williams Esports actually having a good race here. Number 33 car. Their lap times right now are about 0.4 of a second behind what you've got out front. And actually the Williams Esports Razor car is gaining a little bit of time, lap on lap, over the Arnage competition by Eau Rouge car. Number 7, Team Redline Yellow. One driver change for them, as with most of the teams, and Chris Dambeats is behind the wheel of that car, and they are on the rear of the Williams Esports Razor car. This battle will be 6 on track. The first of your teams to have treble stopped here today, well, that is the Vanderbilt Racing White car, Dylan Burrs. They are now 4.8 seconds back. They have lost a lot of time in terms of their positions on track. However, they are still in the window potentially to make that treble stint work. We'll talk about that one in a moment's time. Williams Esports Fanatic, they are in 9th place, half a second back from Vanderbilt Racing White, and they should actually be able to make the move potentially on this run down to the chase. We're going to keep it with this one for the moment. We see the flashing lights, the universal symbol for move out of my way. Side by side they go. Outside line it will be then for the first part of the chase, and easily past then goes Alex Arana in the Williams Esports Fanatic car up to P8 on track. Vanderbilt down to P9, rounding out your top 10. That is Fire, Sim Sports Red, Mikkel Gade, and they are currently 43 seconds back from your leaders. 2 key points to note there, Peter. First of all, your 2 Team Redline cars have almost half a minute over the field. Secondly, the gamble for Vanderbilt Racing White, it's kind of paid off.
I think it definitely has paid off, yeah. I think it's a really clever strategy. Whether they'll be able to do another triple to get to halfway, that's going to be a bit more of an ask, because the track temperature will continue to increase. But they really made a difference in those slightly extended darkness hours earlier on in the race to make those tyres last. I think it's a really clever way, and they've definitely vaulted themselves further up the order than they otherwise might have been based on their qualifying pace, at least. So yeah, top marks to the Vendeval crew, but it is quite astounding the level of dominance we're seeing at the front of the field from Team Redline with their McLaren, the Team Redline Orange McLaren number 70 and the Redline Red BMW number 71. And yeah, to see a gap of nearly half a minute at this stage of a top level endurance race here on iRacing is quite astounding, and really it is Redline's race to lose. They're in control right now, but Bathurst, it can snatch that control away from you at any given moment. We've seen a lot of cars, including those 2 leading Redline cars, miss accidents by whiskers, and that just takes that whisker to be in the wrong direction, and it can be game over.
Producer Hugo Louise has put me on car number 11 on track, and I feel as if I can do the next 10. So let's try to do so, Hugo. Let's work with me. P number 11 is BOS Koana Sim Sports. They were the second Koana Sim Sports car at the start of this race. Mac Backham is behind the wheel of them. They are right behind Fire Sim Sport Red and Mikkel Gade right now. They started off as the second of the Koanda cars, as I said. Last time pit stop was a 108.4. That is the Koanda car that was not damaged earlier on. Then you've got P number 12, the Logitech G Altus Esports car, your biggest mover in the race today. Luke McCowan behind the wheel of that, really doing the Australian-based team a big advantage, as they have worked themselves really well up the field, and in fact, they are going to be going alongside Koana Simsports as they head themselves up the mountain then. Flashing light outside line can easily work down into turn number 3. Koana Simsports let them pass before they come up the mountain, and a battle for change of position a little bit further up as well. Vendavel Sim Racing White and Mikko Gage, Fire Sim Racing, Fire Sim Sport Red even. I got that one right. They were able to get themselves up and past the Vendavel Sim Racing White car, who have treble stinted. So Matt Backham down into P number 12. They've lost the place to Logitech G Altus Esports. P number 13, Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports, with Kenneth Gulbrandsen behind the wheel of that number 6 car. Not a lot to report on that number 6 machine, except they are going faster than Matt Backham ahead of them by about a tenth of a second a lap right now. P number 14 is the car that started at the front of the field, the car that actually has led some laps here today. That was the number 80 car piloted by Mitchell de Jong. So they have had incidents. They were involved in an incident with one of the Team Redline cars, and quite simply what happened is the Team Redline car went into the wall as they came down towards the tip of the mountain, and the number 80 car had absolutely nowhere to go. That meant they got some damage to their car. They have been able, as far as I can see, as we just see a massive, massive move there. Luke McLaren making the move up to and into the top 10. Luke McLaren is really charging right now as Luke McLaren is up into the top 10. But to finish off on the number 80 car, they have been able to get a new piece of front bodywork on their car. Their lap times have improved to a 103.1, but they look as though they are mid-pack running right now. I'll finish off with the top 15 for the moment. The iRacing team, Alexander Voss behind the wheel of that one. They are doing faster lap times than Koana Simsports Pool, and importantly, they look as though they might be able to make the pass in the next couple of laps. And yes, I did say Luke McLaren instead of Luke McCowan. I'm sorry.
It's Luke McEwen.
McEwen.
Yes. Yes. Like the true Brits that we are, we like to queue. So yeah, there we go. But that was a brave late break move from Luke though to make his way past, and he's been on an absolute charge in this race. As you say, it was a 10th place now in this one. That's simply sensational.
Talking of stuff happening on the racetrack, Paul, we are designating you as the Yorkshire Michael Fish today. You can be the weatherman, at least for the next hour and 12 minutes. Give us the weather update.
Well, John Kettler was a weatherman, and he was from my hometown as well. So let's have a look at the weather conditions at the moment, because it is partly cloudy in the sky at the moment, 21.7 degrees Celsius. So it stayed pretty static as the air temperature. The track temperature in the last 5 minutes or so has actually increased to 23 degrees Celsius, and now we're starting to see that track temperature increase as we go later into the day. There you go, there we are, 8:40 in sim in the morning, so we're starting to see that. We are expecting to see the air temperature and the track temperature increase as we go further into this race. We're expecting to see that track temperature increase to about low to mid 30s before it then starts descending again towards the end of the race. So any chance of triple stint in tyres, I think you might want to just shelve that idea and just go to a double stint at most.
You know what? We've got rain coming. The next thing we need to have proper weather forecasts available to us. I want you to get your green screen out, and I feel like we should do it 1980s style, where you got the little things you can actually piece onto them, so you can actually like show us the little thing. Because I don't want us to go proper, you know, Fox Local News or the Weather Channel. They've got far too much data. We want to keep it simple. Let's move the graphics around as we go through the course of the day, and that was a power slide and a half by Luke Bennett in the Team Redline Orange car, and I do believe they are actually working closer towards a more lap traffic as well.
I think, Paul, you enjoyed that weather delivery. Not too much. You really enjoyed that, didn't you?
Well, you know, you've got to embrace it, but yeah, it's all about giving information and keeping our fans and our viewers up to date with what's going on in this race. And the weather conditions are one part of that, and I'm certainly enjoying it. If you want to know, the winds are coming from the northeast, 16.5 degrees, 17 kilometres an hour now, and a relative humidity of 45%. There you go, that's your full weather.
And you see, the funniest thing is, of course, Paul, at this point, if we were on ITV, for example, back in the day, I know this would have been a situation when after that we could have actually seen you on our TV screens.
Well, if it was back in the day, well, no, I'm still on screen, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
8 years of me appearing on TV every day of the week and every day of the year. That's a scary prospect, isn't it? No, but I'm thinking back in the day, at the end of the weather, you'd go to your local adverts and you'd see a Shackleton's high back chair advert on Yorkshire television back in the day. But that's again me showing my age.
No, we kind of had the similar thing back in local TV adverts, and the production quality was worse than RaceSpot's first ever broadcast. By the way, you can read about our story. We've just completed part 3 on the RaceSpotTV website. Learn the true ins and outs on how RaceSpotTV came to be, and how actually, it all hasn't been fun and roses. It's a really honest account of our journey into doing sim racing, etc. Arjuna Kankapati is already saying he wants part 4. I can't write and commentate at the same time, but we have started part 4, and there's going to be even more interesting gems as we get through that one. So you can check out the RaceSpotTV website. We've actually got a couple of new resources for you. Not only are we continuing our story along on RaceSpotTV, which are basically 5,000 word monologues, if you can copy it all and get someone to read it for you, but then also you have the opportunity to download more and more of stuff that we are going to be providing to you. We've already got the first 5 laps of this race replay file online, as well as our paint pack. So if you are a content producer, you can make yourself some nice visual art, be it static or video stuff. All the instructions for that are on racespot.tv/replay. And keeping an eye out, the gap between P1 and 2 and P3 is now up to 30 seconds on track. So that is the mark that most teams start saying, okay, boys, mission for part 1 is accomplished. Getting up to a 30-second advantage over all of your competitors. Just to finish the run through your top 20 then, be the racing team Euronics. They are running in the 450 car with Yursia Kastrop behind the wheel of that car in P number 16. They are right behind the wheel of the Mahal Racing Team car with Alexander Voss. German Sim Racing.de by ACV, and Fabio Unverdress is in P number 17. They are 3.6 seconds back from this kind of free four-way battle going on now, P13 through 16. Team BMW Bank are in P18 with Nathan Lewis. Vanderbilt Racing Blue are much further down the field than what they would have wanted because of the fact that they had themselves an off down at the chase, and they lost themselves some time. Otherwise, they would have been a little bit further up in the field. They are the second of your treble stop teams. And running out your top 20, Team Godzilla Purple and William Chadwick behind the wheel of that one. We don't know William Chadwick at all, do we, Peter?
New addition to the RaceSpotTV broadcast team, and winner of the 12 Hours of Snetterton solo race as well. It's an NHS a charity race for the NHS, just coming up for 2 years ago, and Will had a super battle in that race with the guy called Matt Kyle-Henney, who races in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in the UK, and they were both exceptional. But Will came out on top, and he does love his Iron Man stints behind the wheel. So, yeah, I'm sure he'll fit in just right at RaceSpotTV.
I'm in that situation where I'm almost free. Well, we've been on air for more than 3 hours now. It's almost 3.5 hours, Paul. But Tommy's made its first rumble of the day. And you know that you're in a good marriage when your wife, without you even mentioning it on the broadcast, starts asking, are you okay for food and drink? So at some point, the food will be coming. Someone posted on the RaceSpotTV Discord a fun conversation we had about pizza a couple of years ago.
Oh, let's not talk about
let's
pizza
not do that now.
Around.
I know, we'll be on it for the next 7 hours. But the good thing to note is we are almost 3 hours into this race, looking at the battle for P6 on track. And I have to say, even though out front the battle's gotten calmer, there has just been a change of P3 and Parga R8G. Actually, no, they're onto pit road. So I take that back. And of course, they are the team who are deliberately, by their own design, about 2 laps earlier on fuel as everyone else. But we have still got good battles almost everywhere on track, despite the fact that we've lost about 40% of our field.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. I mean, whilst you were going through that rundown of our top 20, Will, I was actually talking to my my own stream, giving a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look commentary on my own personal stream, and I was saying that it's a little bit disappointing to see that even before we've reached 3 hours into this race, we've lost that magic 40% of the field. I mean, what it does mean is that we've got less cars out there to have incidents with each other, but given the nature of sim racing, I'm sure some will find themselves next to each other and fighting over the same piece of asphalt. But also, it means that we've got less drivers for your leaders to trip over when they're coming through to lap them. So it is a little bit disappointing that we've lost so many cars, but I do want to say special mention to Davina Esports, who actually are still out there running after their 1 hour 9 minute pit stop. They're in 36th overall, but they are the last running car out there on track, and they are working their way up through the field.
Yeah, they are 43 laps down as far as my timing and scoring says. This creates sometimes an interesting, difficult situation, though, because sometimes it means when people come up to laps and it's like, oh my God, you're so many laps down, why don't you just move out of my way? But if you handle it properly, there shouldn't normally be an issue.
No, there shouldn't be. I mean, yeah, you do want a little bit of cooperation from that team that are a number of laps down, but at the same point, you've got to remember, as you making that overtake, as you, that team, trying to get past them to lap them, yeah, they're still involved in their own race. Their race now is against the actual track and the event itself. It's not against anyone out there on track. It's for themselves and against the track and the time. So that's what they're out there to do. They want to finish this race and say, hey, you know, we're one of the ones that actually finished.
Looking at P12, yeah, finishing is the first victory. Always is the first victory of endurance racing. And any team that can finish an endurance race, they have achieved something in some ways that is quite special for that team. And again, there are 50 teams in this field. Do they all think they're going to win the race? No. And actually, that's an important point to note, Peter. There are teams that know full well that their chance of victory is going to be below minimal, but they have their own objectives. Number 1, finish the race. Number 2, let's say top 30. Number 3, top 25, so on and so forth from there. But actually, there is that mental and that physical game. Can we survive this, and can we develop from it?
Well, that's what the Bathurst 12 hour is all about, is survival. And you look at the number 80 Coanda car, the Porsche, right behind the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports machine. They've got a bonnet again, so they've managed to put a new bonnet on after their little crash earlier on, by no fault of their own, my ad. Oh, now, oh goodness me! Oh, a twitch there, another problem, a huge twitch into the wall there for the Williams Esports Mercedes, and that caught up the Coanda car in that incident as well, and the Mala BMW goes, see you later, thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll get ourselves a replay of that one at the moment. Oh, my word, you've got to be a little bit cleaner than that, guys. The Coanda car is getting angry right now. They're going to be side by side with the Williams car. They get through finally and swerves right across. That's a little bit of a bad payback there for the Coanda car, but you could tell they were all angry, all at the same time. That BMW car, the only advantage for them right now is, Paul, they're in a pit window. They can pit this lap if they want to, and they are.
Yeah, they have to. That car has got suspension damage after that incident. I want to point out, Patrick Holtzman from Red Line Red only did 28 laps on his stint here and has pitted before his teammates. So that BMW of Team Red Line Red not going well, but not going well is that Mercedes AMG Team Williams eSports car. Kenneth Goldbranson, little wiggle. I think he got into the wall on the right-hander on the exit of the dipper, and then he's got nowhere to go. And this is a scary thing, and this is a frustrating thing for Mitchell de Jong here. He's got nowhere to go. He's been boxed in. He's got a car to his left, the Beeler eSports car, and he's thinking, right, okay, there's a little bit of a gap. No, there isn't a gap there anymore, and, well, has to slot back in.
And having a look, actually, no, he did move across. That was what I saw. That was the bit that I think was just a little bit overly aggressive there. But you can see definitely, even through the camouflage of that Commander Sim Sports car, you can definitely see there's some damage to it right now, Peter.
Yeah, just when things were looking quite good there. I mean, you looked at the dash of Mitchell de Jong's Porsche, 202.9. So clearly nothing wrong with the performance of the number 80 Commander Porsche up to that point. So we'll see how it is now when we come round to the line again to see what the lap time has been affected. But that was a pretty hard hit, and it looked like it was on the wheel as well, which is never good, which can often bend the steering or bend the kind of alignment of the car. So it's been a rough and tumble day for that number 80 Commander machine.
Wow. Yeah, and we are now into pure pit stop time. We've just ticked over 3 hours here on RaceSpotTV. So continuing coverage here of the 2022 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour race. Team Redline Orange are on pit road. Well, we technically now have a new leader pool because BMW Team BS Competition take the race lead during the pit stop cycle.
Certainly do, and they're on their 29th lap now for their stint. The Team Redline Orange, they're fresh out of their fuel-only stop, so they went 29 laps. We've got a little bit of a mini pit party because we've got the Logitech GLTC sports car of Luke McEwen on pit road, as is the 18 of VRS Commander Sim Sport of Matt Backham. Vandervelde Sim Racing White, they're getting a pit stop now. It's crucial to keep an eye on Vandervelde Sim Racing as their blue team come onto pit road as well. Do they take tyres in all this for the number 36 and the number 16?
And we are keeping the eye out for them. They're doing the driver change. If they're doing the driver change, it would be incredibly silly not to do tyre changes as well. You see one of the Commander cars coming out of pit road. That is just having a look through Commander car in, and the Team Redline red car. No, that can't be right. Yeah, Team Redline red car. Patrick Holtz went out of pit road as well. So we've got ourselves cars on pit road, cars on track right now. BMW Team BS Competition. The extra lap, if you can start saving them up, because they are now, well, about 2.5 minutes they're going to be into a run before they come on towards pit road over the hour. You can start saving those laps up. They can come back to help you later on in the race. Pure Sims Esports are doing a driver change with the number 116 car. So we'll keep you up to date. Joshua Anderson's behind the wheel of the Vandervelde Sim Racing white car. They are definitely, yeah, they've done a tyre change. So 108.9 for them. They're going to be out and away. 1E Lopez behind the wheel of the other Vandervelde Sim Racing car. 109.6. They are out and away. No other driver changes, of course, on this sequence. Majority of these teams are doing it on a kind of 2-hour stint. Change the tyres, change the drivers as they go along. Williams Esports Razor are now technically your race leader because they have not yet come on towards pit road. They are ahead of Team Redline Yellow as they've not yet come on towards pit road either. These guys are doing 29 laps on a stint, Peter.
Yeah, that's interesting. So maybe running to a fuel number, the Williams Esports racer machine would do a little bit of a wiggly moment there for Daniel Pastor coming through the cutting. Has now got the Team Redline yellow car of Christopher Dambiette right on his tail as they come up through these really, really fast corners through Salmon Park and then through to McPhillamy Park as well. You really are hanging on by your fingernails through there, and then down the dip towards Skyline where you just are really going off the edge of the world there. What a racetrack this is. It's just so special. Fans of people of a certain age who were fans of Super Touring in the British Touring Car Championship back in the mid to late 90s. Of course, that was at a time when the Super Touring regulations were used for the Bathurst 1000, and of course the last non-Holden or Ford winner to win the Bathurst 1000 was the Volvo S40. Rickard Rydell and David Richards.
Just to let you know, we have got
Jim
ourselves...
Richards, my apologies, not David Richards. That's ProDrive I'm thinking of.
Yes, you're right. Volvo. God, that goes a long way back.
Oh.
Just to let you know, 28 splits in this time slot, so that means that we have got 1,400 teams running right now as we've got the last flurry of cars coming on towards pit road. We've got Williams, you've got Team Red Line Yellow on pit road, and you will have the Varnage competition. Yes, indeed, they are on pit road as well, all coming down to make their third service of the day. As yes, so 1,400 teams running in this split. I mean, that's a new record as far as I'm aware, Paul, because we were only at 1,300 last year.
Yeah, it's absolutely tremendous to see this, and it just keeps on. These special events just keep on growing, don't they? It's absolutely tremendous to see more and more people, just in general, more and more people being involved in sim racing, but in particular here on iRacing with these special events. You know, they are tremendous tests of drivers and of teams as well, you know, to be able to compete and to push themselves to the limit. And our one and only Arjuna saying that his race is done. So unfortunately for him, it's the two sides of this track. Bathurst giveth, Bathurst taketh away, and unfortunately that's what's happened there for him.
Yeah, that's a shame for Arjuna. Of course, did that really nice track guide at the start of the race as well. The only comment I'd have to say is, of course, when you're doing these track guides and he's looking towards the camera at the end, is like, please keep your eyes on the road. My whole driving instructor is coming back to haunt me. But thank you to Arjuna for that one at the start of the race as well. So, we're not going to have those. That's not fair, Hugo. That's not fair. Just interesting to note, Peter, in terms of the Team Red Line stuff, Team Red Line Orange on that pit stop, they came in, of course, a lap later than Team Red Line Red. Pit stop times, there's a 41.7 for Team Red Line Red, lane to lane, 104.0. Team Red Line Orange, a 41.2 second pit stop, 103.6 in the lane. That's fine, that's half a second, you say. That's back up to 5.3 seconds.
Yeah, Luke Bennett really is driving tremendously right now. I mean, I think it appears that in this last sort of half an hour or so, Team Red Line Orange really have, and the McLaren, they really have just started to take that slight edge. We obviously see the two leading Team Red Line cars leading by quite a significant margin from the third place car, BMW Team DS competition of Phil Dennis, who is nobody's slouch, that is for sure. But I just wonder if this might be the stint where we see that 70 car, the leader of Luke Bennett, will they put even more of a gap into their teammates, or can the BMW crew close it down? I think it will be the former.
Yeah, I've got a feeling this BMW is going to struggle more and more as we go through this race, and the McLarens. I mean, the fact we've got so many McLarens in this field, it kind of tells you a little bit of a story, because occasionally we have one team that does all the testing and finds out the alternate strategy. Normally it's Commander, of course, but in this circumstance, I've got a feeling the McLarens should be the better car in this middle section of the race. I say middle section, of course. We're getting towards the end of the first third of this race in the next 51 minutes. The thing that I am most interested to see, though, is this battle that's going on right now, P5, P6, between Williams Esports Freezer and Team Red Line Yellow. In fact, don't forget, you've got yourself an Irish competition there in the mix as well. P5, P6, P7 on track. And the Williams Esports Razor car, piloted by Daniel Patzor right now. The Irish competition by Eau Rouge car. We'll get on to talk about the Eau Rouge at some point. Jimmy Tunes, and then you've got Crystal Gambit to the Team Red Line Yellow car at the rear of that one. Should we talk about the Eau Rouge side of this now, Peter? Is that just trying to remind people how to say Eau Rouge, or is it just something silly? I don't know.
I don't know, yeah. Going via the Daytona chicane. Of course, the opening chicane on the Mulsanne Straight has been renamed Daytona, and of course the bus stop at Daytona has been renamed Le Mans chicane as well, with the signifying the reach across the Atlantic between the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the FIA, and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as well. And I have to say those involved have done a super job. And what a wonderful era where we're about to go into in sports car racing. But actually, I'd say that we're already in it. Actually, when you look at Daytona this year, what a spectacular motor race that was. It's in the in the difficult times in the world, and we have amazing level of motor racing all over the world. I think we can count our lucky stars, I have to say.
Oh, Eau Rouge are a sim racing builder company. There we are. That shows how little I know about anything. So thank you very much, our director, for that one. It's one of those things. Yes, it's nice they changed the 2 chicanes around. However, there are people that are always going to refer to them by their old historic names. Well, we might as well mention No Name Corner at Spa. Let's get it out of the way, shall we? Because it has got new names, and half the commentators around the world just don't use it.
I'm sorry, I'm going to even go one further than that and say the Curva Alboreto, otherwise formerly known as the Parabolica, which, absolutely, Michele Alboreto does need remembering. An absolutely tremendous driver in the world of not just Formula 1 but also sports car racing as well. You could have picked at Monza to be able to rename, but not the Parabolica.
Second chicane would have been
well,
perfect.
no, the Rettifilia you could do, the Della Rosa you could do, even the second of the Lesmos you could potentially do as well. But the Parabolica, that is just it's I'm going to get on a bit of a rant here and get my soapbox.
Martin Haven's going to join our team speak in about 5 minutes' time and give us his opinion the way we're carrying on.
But like at Spa-Francorchamps, I mean, they've got a history of changing corner names on a regular basis. I mean, not just No Name Corner finally getting called Jackie X Corner, but also the hairpin before, the Rivage, that's been changed now, hasn't it, to Bruxelles. So you've got that. You've also got as well the Piff Path, what was known as Piff Path. I mean, that's been known about 3 different names, hasn't it? So it's Lafania. Some names, some corners have names that should be kept. Those names, in my opinion, because it's part of the history of the circuit. But you also do need to recognise the history of competitors that competed at the highest level on those very venues, or even representing the nation that those venues are in as well. But still, Parabolica, you've got to. I will always call it Parabolica by accident, even though it should be the Curva Alboreto.
Yeah, and there'd always be a couple of people saying you're calling it the wrong name. It's hard to keep up with them all over the time. Of course, it's sometimes easier in America when it's just like, oh, okay, what's the number? So it's turn 3A, 3B.
Don't get me started on American corner numbering. I'm looking at you, Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
You've got turns 1, 2, and 3. Fine, fair enough. Turn 4 then is about 4 different corners.
Yeah.
Turn 5, 6, and 7, fine. 8 and 9, they're not really corners, but okay, we'll get away with it. And then the chicane, turn 10A and 10B. No, it's 10 and 11 if you're going to give them corner numbers.
Yeah. Like at Sonoma with turns 3A, 3B, and what is it as well? Laguna Seca, when they basically only started to finally recognise turn 1 as turn 1. That little kink at the start of the racetrack. You're right as well, though. You can just imagine the idea, as we continue to look at this battle, by the way, nothing's changed, we're not shouting or anything. But it's like calling Stowe Corner Hamilton Corner in 10 years' time. Yes, Lewis Hamilton will deserve a name at a British racetrack.
Well, he has. He's got the Hamilton Straight.
Of course he does, yes.
but no, you're absolutely right, though. It's like, you look somewhere like Brands Hatch, you've got Paddock Hill Bend. That should never have the name changed, in my opinion. Druids. Then you've got Graham Hill Bend, which is named after Graham Hill. Surtees. You've got other. I can tell you that my timing screen has suddenly got the Our Is Racing number 12 stopped out on track, so I'm sure we'll have to get caught up with that. But you recognise the history of your motorsport. You recognise the history of the circuit as well, though. You've got to have that balance. Yeah,
you're completely right. There's always been stuff over the years. For example, Indianapolis Motor Speedway only took on sponsorship recently. As that is Dino Philippa. Well, that's a very hard hit there, Peter. Nothing more we can say about that, but that was a spin and a turn and a spin all over again. And that's a shame for them. Another team having wars early on in this race. Just to let you know, we talked about the 4 p.m. cutoff for the next iRacing race. If you're a team, you've just had a crash like that, you're thinking, do we all F4 during the next thing, or do we plod on from here?
Yeah, you've got that up your sleeve. I think there'll be a number of teams doing that, that's for certain. But yeah, they're certainly not an exclusive club, the people who have gone careering off on the run through Solomon Park and McPhillamy Park. And it tends to be the mid-engine cars that are doing that, maybe just a little bit on the twitchier side, possibly, maybe. Yeah, that seems to be where it's been happening. Funny enough, to mention that point about heritage, I think it's a wonderful initiative that IMSA revived the GTP name, which of course was a really well-loved era for American sports car racing back in the 1980s, and to revive that name for the new global prototype formula, I think is certainly for it racing over in the US. I think that's fantastic, because heritage, it really is everything. When you look here at Bathurst, to win the Bathurst 1000 is a huge deal. And for some drivers, it's bigger than winning the championship, and to hold the Peter Brock Trophy. And why is the Peter Brock Trophy special? Well, because he won it 9 times, more than anyone else. So that all the drivers want their name on that trophy. So heritage in motorsport is crucial.
Same way that no one actually, there's very few people that know what the World Championship trophy is for IndyCar. It's actually lovely, the trophy itself, but everyone knows the ball because it is just so iconic in terms of the Indianapolis 500. Winning the championship is one thing, winning the 500 is another. Drivers like Tony Kanaan, for example, said that so many times. They didn't want to retire until won the Indy 500 if that would be possible for them to do so. I actually just said a line of commentary just before 2011, the last lap of the Indy 500. Indeed, they could do so. It's actually a commentary line just before JR Hildebrand crashed in the final lap of the race there. We're on board with Jimmy and Toons in the Arnage by Overreach car as they work themselves through Skyline and down the S's once again. Our lap counter, Paul, we've been keeping an eye on it. It's now predicting 351, so I'm going to say this race will be slower than our record. We're not going to hit the magic 348 number or the magic 350 number, because of course this lap counter that we get predicted doesn't take into account that they're going to have to make 12 pit stops of anywhere between a minute and a minute 30 each. Well, that equates to about 7-8 laps total that the computer just basically has to calculate in real time.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is calculating away. I mean, mine is currently saying about 255 laps remaining in this race. So, it's not taking into account those pit stops that are still there to be taking place, and it's unfortunately we're not going to make that line and that number of laps, because it would have been nice to have set a new record here for this event. But definitely, it's still tremendous to, and I don't know, I keep on saying tremendous, but it's tremendous, it's wonderful, it's magnificent, it's sensational, this event, and it's a true test of those drivers out there to try and get themselves to the end of this one. So definitely those that can then push and get themselves a podium or even a race win truly do know how special that achievement is, especially around here, as I believe Race Clutch, the 74, has had, not the 74, number 14 should I say, has had issues out there. They did actually get back running after 20 minutes spent on pit road, but I think they've had issues again.
they have, which is a shame for them. As we're having a look at the counter, and we have got ourselves 26, so we are getting close to only half the field who are actually circulating in what I'm going to call the lead group. We have got 4 teams, 1 lap down now. They are Pure Sims Esports, Blair Mann, Radicals Online, JRT, now Maxime Villeneuve behind the wheel of that car. Lassie German in the Impulse Racing, as there's a replay of the 14 car, and Race Clutch. Do they actually get themselves pulled around? Slowly does it. Slowly does it. Let the cars go past, stay on the grass, get more dirt, hold the inside line, and eventually they get going. But yeah, so Lassie Urinen behind the Impulse Racing number 55, and Team Forzilla Blue, Mike Wagner, is the last of the teams who are running in the main pack right now, the number 66 car. You have got Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, Nicholas Lobach, who have been on pit road for 58 minutes. Race Clutch's number 14 car, they were on pit road for 19 minutes, 1 second. And Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car, they had an 11-minute pit stop. Basically, if you're a Mercedes AMG Works team here today, Peter, you've not had a good day.
No, it really hasn't been the best days for Mercedes outfit. Really has been the story of the McLaren. Of course, we're racing down under, of course, just across the Tasman in New Zealand. That's of course where Bruce McLaren came from, and so many great, not only drivers but constructors as well, coming from that part of the world.
My favourite driver currently active in motor racing comes from New Zealand, Scott Dixon, possibly one of the most underrated racing drivers in the world.
Amen to that. Yes, absolutely, could not agree more. I mean, the fact that he can, well, 6 IndyCar titles is one thing, but been able to, I think he's won the Rolex 24 outright 3 times, and in class and another time on top of that. And the way he can just hop into a sports prototype out of an IndyCar and just be right on the pace of the guys that do it full time. Yeah, he's different gravy, is Scott Dixon.
And I will say, I actually spent some time at the Ganassi pit stall for one of the Indy 500s. His wife is the nicest of all of those, and I will say, one of the things I hated more than anything else in Indy 500 broadcasting was the whole, let's spend the last 20 laps showing faces of wives and girlfriends on screen, and thankfully ESPN don't have the coverage rights to the Indy 500 one. For that reason, basically, well, many reasons, but that's one of the biggest ones that infuriate me. Could you imagine if we ended up trying to do that one day, Peter? Let's get zoom cams. No, we don't want zoom cams on the drivers. We want to see zoom cams on the dogs, the cats, the wives, the girlfriends, the parents, of everyone else, but not the driver itself.
You're assuming that us sim racers have girlfriends.
I'm not going down that one. That's why I said dogs, cats,
kidding.
etc.
Yes, no, I know. I'm only joking. No, exactly. It's. I think additional colour to who's behind the helmet is important. But you're right. There is a line. But usually, IndyCar wives and girlfriends are usually quite attractive. Usually.
I'm not going down that route either.
I will say it's not just IndyCar that are guilty of this. Formula One, especially in the last 10 years or so, and this isn't just under the new management, under Liberty Media. It was also in Bernie's time as well. That it was just a case of let's show the wives and girlfriends show. I mean, I remember one race in particular, Agents of the Till had a crash, and they cut to his girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Bex, and it's a case of why? Okay, I do appreciate that you wanted to show that that their partners are there to support them and all that, but you don't need to show their partner being disappointed and upset for their partner. It's not cricket.
Yeah, it's not cricket. You don't see it in the Premier League or the FA Cup. You don't need it. It always used to annoy me when they used to show Nick Hamilton, for example, as well. It's like, you know what, they're there to watch a race. They're not there to be shown on TV every 24.6 seconds half the time. The same way, you know, that we like to focus on the racing drivers when we're not talking random archy on our broadcast. We have got 8 hours, 36 minutes to go. It has been a weird 3.5 hours of this race. Attrition is one of them. And because of the amount of attrition, one thing that we haven't yet talked about is there are some people who would like to feel a little bit happy about this, and they are the 2 Team Redline cars, Peter, because now they don't have to worry about trains of cars. We've got another car turned around at the end of the final corner at Murray's. We're going to get ourselves a replay. Fordzilla. There we are. We get the back end of it. That is the number 66 car, Mike Wagner for the Team Fordzilla Blue. Here's the replay. They're going to be contact into the final corner, or is it just going to be a scoopsy potatoes by themselves? Nope, there's a little bit of help there for the Team Fordzilla car, number 66, final corner. Thankfully there's no grass. You can just basically go straight back onto the track. But Peter, to go back to the point I was about to make there, in terms of the traffic that the leader's going to have to come through, it's different now. It's going to be a lot easier than if there was, say, 45 cars still in the race.
Yeah, I think they'll be very pleased about that, the leaders, that the field is much more thinned out across this quite large racetrack. You know, it's 2 minutes around and at pretty high average speed, as well as you know, so I think that the leading pair will be particularly happy that they won't have too much traffic to worry about. I don't think it will be a discussion point. Interestingly, since we've come out from the pit stops, about 11 or 12 laps into this current stint, Luke Bennett has just added a little bit of time to that advantage. It was around 5 seconds when he left the pits. It's now more or less at 7. So the number 70 crew of Luke Bennett and Max Verstappen are just starting to edge that little bit, you know, that little bit in front. But it could be that the number 71 BMW from Team Redline of Patrick Holzman and Max Benecke, maybe they're going, right, we're going to let them be the rabbit, they're going to let them go out and push full attack. We're going to go to a fuel number and we're going to try and win this race on strategy rather than absolute, you know, all systems go pace.
I would agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that I think Team Redline Red are completely lost in terms of their strategy. They did that whole thing at the start of the race. They were able to go that lap longer, but don't forget this last stint, they were the ones that came in a lap earlier than anyone else. We are, by the way, about to complete lap number 100 here in the 2022 iRacing Bathurst 12 hours special event on RaceSpotTV. You guys are lucky. You basically get to disappear off in about 30 minutes, Paul.
Yeah, well, whose fault is that? Who said that he'd do a full 12-hour race commentary?
I know.
I'm going to go off after that and have something to eat because my round of toast is it's not helping now because I'm starting to get hungry at this point. So yeah, I'm looking forward to my evening meal.
Yeah, I get frozen pizza, I believe, which is not the best type of pizza. But you know what? When you've just bought a house, you have to be a little bit more careful with the money. There's one thing. As I tell you what, I did actually have a carvery yesterday. It's the worst carvery I've had in about 15 years. But we'll talk about that one when we really get bored a little bit later on. Hugo Louis says, well, hopefully he's had the chance now. Hopefully the cleaner's finally finished cleaning the bathroom. But he's ordering a hamburger. So yes, we can talk about food if you want to.
At this time of the day?
Yeah, it'll be 1 o'clock his time now.
Okay, yeah, I'll let him go with that one. I will say one of the greatest moments ever was taking the iRacing staff to a Toby carvery for the first time.
Yes, you know what, I was thinking about this yesterday, and anyone who lives in the UK will know a carvery is very simple. You get your big plate, you chuck all your meat on there, you put your veg on, you sit down, you eat it. For iRacing, let's order 5 portions of garlic bread as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone from Britain will know that this is not what you do. Anyone from America is thinking, what do you even mean by a carvery? Yeah, it's a bit like going to Golden Corral, but you only have 1 plate of food. That's the easiest way I can explain it. Luke Bennett, 7.4 seconds over Patrick Holtzman right now. So Team Redline 1, Team Redline 2. You've actually also got a McLaren 1, BMW 2, BMW in 3 right now, because BS Competition and Phil Dennis, they are running in 3rd. It's worth noting, though, that Team Redline Red are actually faster by about 0.6 of a second that last lap. So maybe traffic coming into play both Team Redline Orange and BMW Team BS competition were basically in the 203.9s last time around then. So Peter, lap traffic will still come into play, bad laps will still come into play, but it looks as though that the BMW Team BS competition want to keep that gap at no more than 40 seconds if they can.
Yeah, just the pace is just too hot at the front, really. I mean, Team Redline Orange, McLaren even quicker than their teammates in second, BMW Team Redline Red. God, that's a mouthful, isn't it? Patrick Losman, yeah, I mean, pulled out another 0.4 of a second last time by. This white and orange McLaren is absolutely flying at the moment. 7.5 seconds is now the advantage at the front, and now starting to build up that quite significant margin. And still half an hour of this stint still to go. It's been a super drive from Luke Bennett, and he's been every bit the match of his Formula 1 World Champion teammate.
There are 4 cars ahead though, Paul, and hopefully we can get an onboard now with Team Redline Orange as he's going to close up to this traffic, because it's going to be interesting to see how he negotiates this. This is the worst kind of traffic that you would have in a race like this, and it depends all on where you can catch them. On the straight bits, fine. On the twisty bits, it's worse in Road Atlantic sometimes.
I mean, he was actually lucky that one of those 4 actually headed onto pit road. So thankfully for the Team Redline Orange, that's 1 less car to worry about. The problem is that the 3 cars that he's got in front of him are all battling over 20th place. You've got the Team Fordzilla Purple car of Will Chadwick, you've got the T3 Motorsport by Maniti Green, and also the RSR by Butt Kicker cars. So you've got 3 cars together, all fighting away, all BMWs, whereas here's Luke Bennett that we're on board with. This is a sensational part of the track. You come plunging downhill, down through the dipper. You don't think that the car's going to make it around there, but it does. Get your braking early enough for Forest Elbow, and then carry the speed out of here down the Conrod Straight. Now, for Bennett, I mean, he's not really been catching up by too much. I mean, those drivers in front, they're doing 2-minute 4s, 2-minute 3s. So they're only about a second and a quarter slower than Bennett. So he's still got a bit of time before he catches up to them, although they are battling, and there's a car off. It's the Fordzilla car, I can tell you, that's gone off across the chase. That's a big moment there to have through the chase, and that should allow your leader to come through. In fact, the Fordzilla team going down to pit road.
And then there were 2, and this is a little bit better for Luke Bennett now. Ironically, the event we're going to be doing with Team Fordzilla soon is going to be a dirt race, and that was a little bit of trying to do dirt action for the Team Fordzilla car. Luke Bennett has now got 2, and I was about to talk, Paul, about the kind of the intricacies of being drivers in this race, and you only normally get, as a replay here, William Chadwick, and how he didn't hit anything. That is great car control then on the grass, but he's on towards pit road with damage. We assume from Team Fordzilla Purple. Here's another look then, coming down into the chase, and yeah, that was just contact on the side. Just turning across too early, and Will Chadwick on pit road. But if you're a driver, just for the people who are essentially new to iRacing, Paul, you will only get the blue flag when they're about 1.5 behind you. You can see them. Yes, of course, you have mirrors, but you'll only get the message at 1.5 seconds back. But that blue flag will stay on until they're past you, and that can just be another distraction.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. It's a distraction for you. You're looking, I mean, at this level, you'll certainly have somebody spotting for you and saying, all right, okay, leader's coming up behind you. You give you a bit of a countdown. That's what we do in our team when we're racing. Give a little bit of a count. All right, he's 5 seconds back. Okay, he's 2 seconds back. Got your blue flag, and then it's right. Where do I help facilitate this overtake to get lapped? So that's what Luke Bennett is currently looking at in front. He won't necessarily be flashing the headlights at this point because he's getting a nice slipstream down here through the chase, but he wants past as soon as possible, preferably in the next few corners.
Yeah, I'd say going up mountain is when he's going to want to get past these cars. As we'll see, maybe he might be able to get past one into Murray's. I don't think he will. No, So we'll be on the exit of this corner down the front straight away. He might be able to get past one. If you're the team who are being passed and you're second in line, sometimes it can be an advantage to let the leader go past, because all of a sudden they become the hot knife through butter. As there we are. So on the right hand side now for Luke Bennett, going to pull back into the draft for the moment, but it's been made very clear by the lapping car, I'm going to stay left, you can go to the right hand side. You'll have the inside line for the next corner. By being the second car in line, now the leaders come past, you can be the hot knife through butter. I once did this at an IndyCar race about 11 years ago at Texas Motor Speedway. I fell a lap down due to a pit road penalty. Ended up letting the leader go past. I basically went past almost every other driver on track just because I was right on their rear wing. Of course, it's a spoiler. And Peter, what it can mean is you can actually gain positions just by tucking in behind.
Yeah, we've seen it time and again, haven't we, Peter, that that lap car, if they're involved in the battle, it's just, oh, thank you very much, easy spot.
Yeah, I always think as well, if you follow a car that's really on it as well, and you can pick up so many little tricks and clues. If you can spend a couple of laps behind the car that's leading the race and with the optimum pace, you go, right, they're just rolling a little bit more speed through there, or okay, they're braking there, or taking a slightly different line. Even at this level, there's still little tricks that you can pick up by following somebody. Of course, as well, you could even look at, if you're not in the car, you can go back and look at your onboards and then look at somebody else's onboards. That is available to you. That's something that is really a good resource when you're racing as well, is to just compare onboards and to go, aha, that's where they're getting that time.
Yeah, just to let you know, it's a 2:02.769 for Bennett when he got that toe down the back straight away. So he was able to gain quarter of a second over Patrick Holtzman that last lap. I wouldn't be surprised to see exactly the same thing happen this time around. Bennett to stay behind as they go through Hell Corner, and then after that potentially to see the car, the number 78, just move to the left-hand side of the racetrack. That is a T3 Motorsports by Manhiti green car, and Bonga behind the wheel of that. The lights are flashing now with a Team Redline car. Notice that Bonga does not move out the way, but it looks like he does just roll out the throttle there, Peter.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think maybe he'd already committed to the line and didn't want to make he just wanted to be predictable, and he was, and that allowed Luke Bennett in. And look at that, Ruben Bonga in that green and black BMW for Manatee Racing, just sticking right on the back bumper of Luke Bennett. But Bennett is just in the groove right now. You just see this, it's a joy to watch actually in an endurance race, when you just see a driver that just gets into the groove and just clocks out those fantastic lap times. I mean, last lap around, Bennett was 0.4 of a second quicker than his stablemate in the BMW, Patrick Holtzman, in second. Now, 0.4 of a second at this level is a huge margin. I mean, we normally talk about, well, you mentioned it in our pre-show, Will, a second covering the top 19 in qualifying. So 0.4 of a second is a lot, and that's while dealing with traffic.
Yeah, I now have a Madonna song in my head, so thank you very much for talking about the groove. As we're looking at the battle for P6 with Arnage by Eau Rouge and Team Redline Yellow. It's okay, it's got on this song that I've had for the past 24 hours in my head, which is an instrumental version of a song from a South Park movie. You can check it out on YouTube if you know what I'm thinking about.
Not Baby Shark, Ben.
No, not Baby Shark. I've never even listened to Baby Shark, thankfully. That's never had to permeate my brain. And one of the few reasons I'm glad I don't currently have children in my life is because I don't have to watch all of that horrific children's TV that I know it's always entertaining for children. It's not entertaining for adults. It's really not entertaining for adults under any shape or form. But it's battle for P6 by Arnage by Eau Rouge versus Team Redline Yellow. Team Redline Yellow haven't had the best day today, but they're still inside the top 10. Christopher Danby's behind the wheel. And this is a battle going on between, if my mouse allows me to do what I'm trying to do, this is a battle between two McLarens. I'm just confirming that one. I'm right. So no real performance advantage over another, but we do know these McLarens are very good at sucking up to the rear of another car, Paul.
Certainly are, and they certainly are a slippery car. We mentioned it earlier about the top speed of these cars, and I was speaking to our fellow commentator Arjuna that these cars, they can run a little bit more. They can afford to run a little bit more rear wing to make them more stable over the top of the mountain because they have such good top speed. So these McLarens certainly are the favoured car, and that's possibly why, although we have seen one or two of the McLaren drivers have issues over the top of the mountain. But Arnage by Eau Rouge and Team Redline Yellow, I think Redline Yellow will actually be a little bit disappointed to find themselves caught down in 7th place. They would have wanted to have hoped to have been further up in the field, but some of the other teams like BMW Team BS Competition, Praga RAG Esports, and also Williams Esports Razor, they've just got to find themselves in that pecking order and try and work their way back up if you're Team Redline Yellow.
Yeah, and the thing that I mentioned at the very top of this broadcast, Peter, this is Team Redline country. They have basically been dominant in one way, shape or form for the last 5 years. And yes, it wasn't Team Redline at the start, it was pure racing team. You go back, you merge them together, basically they are pretty much one team now for all intents and purposes. So that's stable. They are dominant at this racetrack, and some years some people have commented, yes, but there haven't been much competition. Well, there's been competition already today, and they managed to get themselves all the way through that. And for Team Redline, I think that this is one of those events where they have had a stable hold as big as what Coanda have had in terms of the Daytona 24-hour race. Of course, they didn't win this year. That was Apex Racing Team. But this is one of those races where if you are going to... Sorry, my wife just scared the living moment out of me. Bringing me pizza, cut up into little pieces so I can eat it one bit at a time. But if you are, any team in this race, if you're going to be successful, your first job is to beat Team Redline.
Exactly. I mean, the top level, it's almost like you've got, like in IndyCar, you've got Penske and Ganassi, the two kind of all-star names. Coanda and Team Redline definitely fit that bill as well, but the huge addition of top-level teams that are in there as well. I mean, BS Competition, RAG, Williams, Logitech Altus Esports, Bila, Mala, and so on and so forth. There's so many. The one thing you cannot say, about Team Redline today is that they are running unopposed. They are far from unopposed. The job that they are doing as a collective outfit today is quite exceptional. And isn't it amazing how doing it with majority with a car that's meant to be well past its sell-by date, but a lot of the other teams have had the same idea. I wonder if because this is a long time since we've seen the McLaren really feature in this kind of prominence. I wonder if there'll be conversations going on amongst iRacing and the Woking firm to say, come on, you've got your 720S, it had a great performance at Daytona in the Rolex 24, come on, let's get your car on our platform, because I think there'll be a lot of fans of the Woking team of McLaren who would love to run that car in these races.
Well, we've got Lando, who's just signed the new contract with McLaren. He can surely help out a little bit with that. And the interesting thing in terms of balanced performance at the same time, Peter, because of the fact this car has not been seen as moderately successful, it seems to have gotten the benefit of some of the BOP. Of course, there's only so much you can BOP cars if drivers aren't using it as much. It's the whole, Glacier Racing back in the day, driving the 4GT all the time, because no one else ever drove the 4GT, and because of that, no one ever knew how to BOP the car.
Yeah, I think we need to give the Ford GT take 30 kilos off it and put air restrictor the size of a dustbin and just let them race that. I think that would be brilliant. Get the Ford campaign for the classic Ford GT3. Now, for those who say it's a fake car, that is complete nonsense. The Ford, albeit in private hands, there were Ford GT3 cars. Not of the current generation that we know with the V6. With the V8, there was a GT1 version of it as well. So it's not a fake car, it is a real car.
I was just going to say, I am very disappointed Team Vordzilla didn't actually race the Ford here today. But
I know.
There you go.
Sure.
One thing and this is not anything that iRacing have said. I'm not said before the forums start going ballistic with saying things, because I remember what's happened in the past when commentators have said things on the broadcast. One car I would like to see in the future is the Mustang GT3 when that comes.
Confirmed. Confirmed. No, sorry.
Well, let's be honest, we do have iRacing watching these broadcasts, and if I get a ping on my mobile phone from Kevin or Greg or anyone else like that, because they do sometimes ping me news and things that we are allowed to share on the broadcast, I will definitely share it with you. Of course, I did really like the latest Ford GT. That, of course, was the GTE project they did with Ganassi. Ganassi, of course, when they were doing their European invasion of the World Endurance Championship, amongst other things. As we continue to look at this battle going on with the Team Redline yellow car and Arnage competition, I do love the simplicity of the Arnage competition car, the pink and the white. It is very simple, but it is one of my favourite liveries we often see. The McLaren, as they will work, Jimmy Artuna is working in that number 9 car down through the chase once again. Completed now 108 laps. This will be 109 laps of this race completed next time by for them. If my timing and scoring is correctly, that is. Actually, no, we're going on to lap number 109 for these drivers because they are a bit of a way back from Bennett, Holtzman and co. And we will go on board with Christopher Danbeach once again as they work on the exit of turn number 1, Hellcorn, and work themselves up the mountain straight here as we are 3 hours 45 minutes into this race. We are about to have a bit of a handover, so we'll come to that one in a moment's time, but we'll keep it on board the Team Redline yellow car in a moment's time, as they're not going to make the move as they come up towards turn 3 right now. So this is the case here, Paul, when you basically just stick in line and you try to force the driver to make a mistake without causing one of yourselves.
Yeah, it's just all about biding your time, saving yourself some fuel, putting the pressure on the car in front, and that's one of the things, you know, people say, oh, it's you know, it's just all about saving fuel behind the car in front. It's not necessarily true, because you've got to remember that pressure by being the car that's behind constantly, you're just constantly there, and you can sometimes get into the head of the driver in front. So definitely you keep it there and you keep pushing for the entirety of that stint, whilst also getting yourself some fuel saving happening as well.
Yeah, indeed. And the fuel saving at this stage of the race is less likely to be a factor, because quite honestly, unless you've got a car right ahead of you, you're in two minds. Number one, if they're slightly faster than you, yes, stick behind, try to save the fuel if you can. But actually, at the rest of the time, you try to move, and just saw Alexander Boss has gotten past Mac Backham. That is Mahal Racing Team versus the number 18 Commander. Oh my word, no! Backham's had a crash. Backham's had a crash at the worst point on track. So, more issues for Koanda Simsports here today. We'll get ourselves a replay of that one in a moment's time. But Koanda Simsport, the 18 car is actually now back behind the 80, and Koanda heavy on the curb. Dynamic Finalmy. And then all of a sudden, the first part, the rear of the car slides around. Does hit something. He gets turned around a bit more. That was the Team Fordzilla car, yeah. So all of a sudden, you've got Backham trying to reverse it out. That hit should be enough that it won't cause massive damage to the Koanda car, but they are now down behind their number 80 car, which has had issues already, down to P16, Peter.
Yeah, it's just not been Koanda's day, not through lack of trying. They've had to really push on with that, with the balance of performance on the Porsche, 22 kilograms on. Oh, more problems for Matt Backham. So I wonder if that hit is maybe
suspension
caused. Yes, that's what I was just going to say. That's clearly caused some issues. And is he going to come straight to pit lane? I think he might. Yes, Matt Backham comes into pit lane. So, if it doesn't rain, it pours for Koanda. And yeah, I think he's struggling with handling there, and just a tiny hop over the curb and round he goes. Now, does the Vendaval car get through okay? The Urano Mercedes did, but oof, dear.
Dear. Backham. Yeah, and of course he is one of the drivers running from the Koanda house in Gronau. So they would be doing stuff right now. The team principal, Philip Stam, will be having a look at that car, seeing how long it's going to be. We heard they had a meatball flag anyway from our upcoming commentator David Haynes, who we'll talk to in a moment's time. What we are going to do quickly, while we carry on having a look at this battle in this is going on between the Arnage car and the Team Redline Yellow car. And Team Redline Yellow are close behind. They're not going to make the sweep into the chase. We're going to have a chat with the number 67 car of Team Forwadzilla Purple and Pablo Lopez. And Pablo Lopez is behind the wheel of the car. We're actually going to talk to William Chadwick because Pablo Lopez can do a number of things, including doing an interview, but we'll talk to William instead. Will, how's it going?
Good, thank you. I'm pretty sure you saw the incident we had.
We did.
That actually broke our left suspension. So that forced us to pit early, which means we've probably lost 1.5 minutes. But because of the amount of fatalities in this race, it's not quite race over, especially if we can use our fuel strategy and pull it back to the hour so we don't have to do an extra stop. So we might still be okay.
Yeah, so the couple of questions here. Of course, one of those whom all the Fordzilla fans are asking is, why were you not in a Ford today? What was it with the Ford GT that made it seem to you that you weren't actually going to race it, and instead you're not in a Ford, in a Team Fordzilla car, and instead your car, instead the number 67, you're in a BMW?
So basically, we were testing the cars, and the Ford we found was just death. So and you can either drive it or you can't, and a lot of our drivers was really struggling with it, and we just chose as a team just to go with the BMW as a safer option, because as you can see already, this race is a very, very survival based race. But yeah, also because the car's not really in production anymore, but that's it. We're holding on till the Mustang comes to the game, hopefully sometime soon.
As we are riding actually with your car right now, Pablo Lopez behind the wheel of that number 67. 2-car team, 3-car team sort of here today in terms of how many drivers you're going to have?
So it's two-person team for all our cars, and yeah, it's just better to do it that way, because then you can just double, and you also can get more cars in the top split. Even though all of our cars have had incidents, unfortunately, but it's just what happens at Bathurst sometimes. Sometimes you get luck, sometimes you don't. But it's not race over yet. We've still got 8 hours to go, still 2/3 of the race left, and still looking forward to it.
Final bit about the attrition. It has been incredibly high here today. What was your intentions going into this race? What would be a good race for you guys? And how hard is this track, being in the kind of Maytime temperatures and differences between this being race held in simulated May compared to simulated February?
I think the race being held in May leads to us actually having more open tyre strategies. So the first tyre strategy we tried, though, is we actually, until I had my incident, we were quadruple stinting the left-hand side, whereas you would never, ever be able to do that in the Australian summer, in the February date that was originally set for this race. So I think it actually, in terms of like strategy, it makes it harder, but the the actual driving experience itself is easier.
Got you. And in terms of the teams, so I see that you've got yourself in 26th, you've got Team Fordzilla Blue in 25th right now. Are we expecting to see any other surprises, or is it just this from now on in? You're just trying to pull yourself back from the field and, of course, get back onto our mark?
Well, we don't have any like instantly deploy a safety car cards, which we would use if we did, if this was a board game. However, we were hoping for a top 15 beforehand. I don't think it's massively out of reach at this moment in time, especially considering the how many cars have already been knocked out.
Well, great talking to you, Will Chadwick there in the number 67 car. You can see them working themselves down through the X's right about now. Picture in picture, we still got Team Redline Yellow behind the Arnage competition car. And it's almost time for me to say goodbye to two of our commentators. I'll start with you, Peter. Been absolutely lovely talking to you for the last 4 hours and a bit.
It's been a pleasure, Will. Thank you very much for having me here in the box, and best of luck to you for the next 8 hours or so of this race. It's quite. I'm quite impressed. I'm very impressed by the marathon stint you're doing. But Paul and I, we don't have that level of stamina that you do, so we've got to go and put our feet up and have a nice cup of cocoa.
Don't, because as I said, it's 6 hours is when I'm going to ask for my first cup of tea. So no cocoa diabetes, of course. I was thinking, about drivers running with diabetes. We do actually have one person who's worked with us in the past, works for SimSpeed with diabetes, Paul. But also it's worth noting, we're at that stage of the race now where we've got the people who are, they're now settled, they're into the rhythm. So in terms of the attrition, we're not going to expect to see another, 10, 15 cars out of the race in the next 4 hours. Everyone now is just thinking, numbers, strategy, turning point, get through.
I would hope for your sake and everyone else who's going to be working on this broadcast that we don't have enough of sort of 12 cars retire, because we've got not many left on track at the moment, let's be honest. I will say, as well as that battle that we've been keeping an eye on with the Team Red Line Yellow, there's this one on screen, which is Williams Esports Fanatec and Logitech Gialtis Esports and Luke McEwen. But in front of all of them as well, is the battle for 4th place between the Praga R8G Esports car of Gordon Much and the Williams Esports Razor of Daniel Pastor. And in fact, R8G are on to pit road, so they're right on schedule actually. R8G 29 laps in their stim.
So for those of you who are just joining us, the R8G car decided that they were going to basically come off strategy early, and they have basically got to find 2 laps worth of fuel at some point in this race. But actually, as the temperatures will get higher, it will get easier for them. In the background, you've seen the number 18 car, Mac Backham. That car had the incident down through the S's earlier on. Had a little bit of a turnaround as well, secondary incident down at the chase. As a consequence of that, they are on pit road and getting a lot of repairs. Well, I tell you what, because you've been such a good weatherman so far, Paul, and this is the last weather update we're going to get from you, could you do us one more weather update?
Thank you very much. So here we are then at Mount Panorama. For the 12 hours of Bathurst here on iRacing, and it's been tremendous to commentate on this portion of the race. There you go, there's the weather. You can see temperature 23 degrees, 26 degrees on the track, so it has been increasing since we last gave an update. Partly cloudy skies, 80 km/h winds, which means it's not the blowiest days for sure. 43% relative humidity as well, so I'm predicting a sunny day, and we should get track temperatures up to the low to mid 30s by the middle towards the end of the race. So yeah, certainly there's your weather forecast, your weather update should I say, presented to you by RaceSpotTV. And yeah, all the best for the next 2/3 of the race.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, Peter. I tell you what, at some point we do need to get ourselves some random leather reclining company to sponsor these weather updates instead of us sponsoring our own broadcast here. But thank you very much to Paul. Thank you very much to Peter. It's been incredible for them to be with us for the first 4 hours of this race. Hugo and I are still here. Hugo's going to be plodding along, eating his burgers. When they eventually arrive, I've got myself some pizza in a very cold room, I have to say. I think it's only about 5 degrees in Dudley where I am right now. So they're going to get colder and colder as we go through things. But we're almost at the top of the hour, and when we do so, we're going to have a quick rundown of the race. But before we do that, let's welcome in our commentators to join me for part 2 of this event. First of all, hello to the hometown guy for this race, David Haynes.
That's right. Hello, Will. Just bringing my Australian accent to lend some legitimacy, some much-needed legitimacy to this this broadcast and this great race. And it's good to be chatting with you again, my friend.
Yeah, it's been a while. And also we've got Cameron Roger here as well. Cameron, what are you looking forward to for the next 4 hours of commentary?
Well, hopefully looking forward to some nice clean racing over the top of the mountain. It was quite a chaotic first hour or so, but it seems to have calmed down a little bit. So hopefully we can continue that trend and just enjoy some nice battles.
We can. we are still looking at a certain battle on track, and we're looking, of course, at Fnatic car because they're all over the place, Fnatic cars, in this race. But we can see right behind, you got a Logitech G Altus Esports car. So it is number 43 car, half a second behind the Williams Esports Fnatic car right now. And these drivers are due on pit road in the next 2 laps or so. Actually, no, I say that. They're actually due on pit road. Let's just update the timing and scoring, shall we? Because, yeah, 4 laps, because timing and scoring seems to go for me just around pit stop time. We've got ourselves Patrick Holtzman on pit road. Again, Patrick Holtzman not able to do as many laps as the orange car. That's an interesting one, David. It seems to be they tried to do some fuel saving. It's not worked out for them. And actually now their strategy is going backwards rather than forwards.
It's always amazing to see these McLarens do some really long runs on the fuel when it should seem like half of it goes out the exhaust pipe in a pyrotechnic display. But when they are on throttle, they're actually pretty efficient with that turbo V8, and they do have a slightly larger tank size to compensate. That's how the balanced performance works. All the vehicles should be able to make a similar stint length, depending on the track and its characteristics though. Some cars better economy than others, and the McLaren seems to do well here, sort of with that half throttled through some of the corners across the top of the mountain, and it does pull very well along Conrod Straight and up Mountain Straight where we've just seen them.
Completely correct, as they are just working themselves right now up the mountain. 4 hours of this race is now, wait for it, complete. And with that, we welcome you then to the next 4 hours of the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour special event on iRacing. That was the worst butchered time countdown I think I've done it in donkey's years. But we're still here on RaceSpotTV, and we'd like to say hello to everyone watching us on YouTube here today. Hope that you are enjoying the coverage so far, and we're not even going to make you change your stream just about yet. We'll tell you when we have to do so. We'll take it from there. It's Will Vincent for the next few hours. The next 4 hours I'll be joined by Cameron Roger and also by David Haynes as the car leading this race. A number 70 car of Luke A. Bennett comes on towards pit road, and they're going to do what will be their 4th service of the day. Bennett gets out the car. That means you get, Max Verstappen back behind the wheel of that number 70 Team Redline Orange car. It'll be a full service for them. That means that they'll be doing 1 minute and about 8 seconds in terms of this pit stop, and then they'll be out and away for the next hour's worth of racing. Just to break it down, non-tyre stops are about 41 seconds long. Take tyres, you add almost 30 seconds to it. That is the way you've got to basically work it in terms of this, and the way the temperature is going up. It's going to be double stints all the way, maybe until the last 2-3 hours of this race. All the teams are going to be due on pit road this lap, the next lap, or the lap after that. Our Irish competition are on pit road, as are Logitech G Altus Esports. And here, Cameron, we expect to see a lot of driver changes.
Yeah, this is the that point in the race where we've had a sort of even hour. So we've had 2 hours and then 2 hours again. And a lot of the drivers, if they're double stinting, you know, you're going to be wanting to have your own set of tyres. Taking a set of tyres from your teammate is always a little bit risky to do so. So here we see Verstappen now coming out onto the road for his next double stint, you would imagine. And there was a couple of teams trying the triples, but it looks like doubles are the way to go. Breaks down the race pretty nicely as well. But you just need to be making sure you're keeping those tyres in check and keeping sure you're keeping your pace all the way towards the end of the stint. But most of these drivers are pretty experienced with this now and certainly know what they're doing.
It's mainly been Vedabel Sim Racing who have done the treble stints, and it didn't go badly, David, but the issue is that they were losing around that 1 second a lap, which means that the net gain was only a couple of seconds. But what we saw in one of the Vendeville cars is they ended up looping it around down at the chase, and it's those little things. You are going to treble stint the tyres. Yes, you're going to be slower, but yes, you also potentially give yourselves the option to have a larger incident, which of course in terms of time, cost, quality, it's just not worth it, especially now as we're 4 hours in.
really pushing the life of those tyres is sort of twofold, isn't it? Number one, the car's got to be drivable. It's got to be able to be kept out of the walls. And then number two is you've got to have the track position too, because you can keep someone behind you across the top of the mountain on some older tyres, but if you're battling someone long-term on the strategy and you're not wheel-to-wheel with them, or you can't hold them directly in your rearview mirror, that's where those older tyres will then, you know, hurt you. You'll be losing out on the strategy, just not being able to carry the pace on that third stint. So it's not only, you know, is the car drivable, can you keep it pointing straight, but also if you don't have that track position or that wheel-to-wheel fight, then the older tyres are not doing a whole lot for you.
As we just saw Phil Dennis in the Tiger. I keep on saying Tiger, it's a Zebra car. It's a year of the Tiger, but the Zebras are still going. BMW team BS competition, Rainer Talvar back behind the wheel of that car. Phil Dennis has gotten out, as we can see Rainer Talvar on our screen right now. And for BS competition, they're looking currently at a podium, as they have been running in third place for pretty much the last 2 and a bit hours. So we'll keep an eye on how it's going to be. Now we've got ourselves Rainer Talvar back behind the wheel of the car there. And it means that Williams Esports Razor are temporarily in the lead. I say temporarily, when you look at the laps led at the end, it's always the numbers. When you've got the sequence coming in that supports them. Williams Esports Razor, though, right now, David, I'm looking at seeing how long they can elongate each of their stints, because there's a good chance as we go through this that if they can save lap after lap after lap, they're not going to save a pit stop. You've not got the time to save a pit stop here, but you can make your final stop very short, and that in itself can create some interesting strategy opportunities when you get to the end of this race.
Yeah, what I love to refer to as the sort of 2.5 stint or something like that, if you've got a quote-unquote splash and dash at the end. We are going to see at the end of 29 laps here, Daniel Paz will come in. But, you know, we're talking about there's this sort of tension between double stinting the tyres, triple stinting the tyres when the track temps are cool, when the track is rubbered in. Well, if you get to the end and the track starts cooling off once more, and you find yourself with 2 full stints and then just a little bit of remainder left, that could be a fully viable strategy at the end of the race that jump you some track position, save you a little bit of pit stop time towards the end, and all this work, you know, 8 hours, 10 hours leading up towards the final kind of stint might just sow some rewards towards the end. Oh, huge moment!
Yeah, what's going on?
Well, it's
Logitech
for Logitech G Altus Esports. Yeah, on the outlap there, Carl Spenalosa's only just taken over. Real tank slapper up the top of the mountain where all the fans love to camp underneath their gazebos. I think he's mainly kept it out of the wall. I don't see a whole lot of damage, but positions lost. Limping a little bit there.
Oh, that's a massive tank slapper. Yeah, he slows the car down. I don't see any damage there either, so I'm not quite sure. It's just one of those things sometimes. You just have to take a deep breath in and then think, okay, am I able to go once again? And as you say, he's gone off, and that's a big one, Cameron. That's one of those brown shorts moment incidents, but Carlos, a great job keeping it together.
Yeah, that was a huge moment on that curb. It's quite weird because you see a lot of the drivers, you know, rubbing up against that wall, up against that curb, but he obviously just caught it at that wrong angle. But that is an important save, because you would have a massive crash up there, and we've seen already multiple people going into the wall that part of the track, and there's really no coming back from that. Also being in not too bad of a position. You don't want to be losing out too much, and yeah, getting your team in that position where you have to go in for some repairs. But yeah, good save, getting well, so only really losing those sort of 3 positions there, and really getting himself back in the rhythm.
Yeah, as we keep an eye, we're going to run for your top 10 in a few moments' time once things settles down, because it is showing Team Redline Yellow, Chris Madambeats, who is leading the way. But they have actually managed to do a 30-lap stint. And the reason why they've been able to do that one was, well, they're on pit road now, but they spent the entirety of the last stint behind the Iron Irish competition by Irish car, Ricardo Ferreira. So they were able to do a 30-lap stint. That's really useful for them as they come on towards pit road, of course. A driver change we are expecting for them. We'll keep you up to date with this one as we turn our attention over to Max Verstappen in the number 70 Team Redline Orange car, currently showing second place on track. That one will change in the next 15 seconds time as he crosses the start finish line. We'll go past his teammate, who is currently sat stationary on pit road, as Alexander Tiber comes back in behind the wheel of the Team Redline yellow car, and Max Verstappen is now back up to the lead of the race. Worth noting that the gap between the Team Redline orange and the Team Redline red car continues to go up, and now Max Benecke is 12 seconds behind Max Verstappen, and that was basically nothing just about an hour ago. So all of a sudden, Cameron, we've really got ourselves the Team Redline orange car really stretching their legs.
Yeah, the orange car's pulling away. That gap's getting quite big. It's not really at a point anymore where you would expect Benecke to really catch that down. That's going to take a little bit of time for the gap to come back down, if it can at all. Obviously, Verstappen winning last year knows exactly what to do at the front of the race here. But Benecke, experienced driver indeed, but they just need to find a way of working that down. And this strategy of pitting a lap or two earlier is potentially going to come back to bite them at some point later on as well. So they're really going to need to find out, as we get towards the middle part of the race, they're going to need to find out their strategy of how they're going to continue, because otherwise I think the orange cars have a pretty comfortable time over the next few hours.
Yeah, they are. Benecke's back in for his second stint. Verstappen's back in for his second stint. Renault Talbert's back in for his second stint. I did just notice that the Logitech GL to C Sports car, if I'm not mistaken here, David, they are running with 3 drivers here today, because this was a car that was excellently piloted by Luke McCowan at the start of the race. Luke McEwen at the start of this race. And he was able to basically, after not setting a qualifying time, we saw them gain to like 20 plus positions in the first hour alone.
Yeah, and obviously they're plus 40 now. Some of that was attrition. A lot of that was them gaining positions in that opening stint. This is obviously a pretty quick car, but it's a pretty edgy car, obviously, from the handful that Carlos Fenolosa had. This is one of the 3 driver lineups in this event. Now, I'm sure you guys have covered this across a lot of 2 driver lineups for this 12-hour, and only a few 3 drivers. So we have had Luke McEwen turn 116 laps. Carlos Fenolosa is now in there for his first of the race, and they're going to have to see Jordan Caruso later on as well. I am going to take a wild guess at Jordan Caruso, the Australian, probably being more sensible than me and being asleep right now. So maybe a few hours later into this race, he'll see the sunrise, he'll wake up and maybe have a coffee and jump in.
What time is it right now in your part of the world?
Stop asking me this on broadcasts, man. It's 2:52 here. It's 3:52 a.m. in Sydney.
Oh my word. Yeah, sorry, I was wondering, because of course we started off, and for those of you who didn't hear the
I'll tell
story,
you what time it is. It's race time, Will Vincent.
There we are, race time. We like that one anyway. This morning's always been entertaining. We had the situation where Hugo couldn't get into his office because it was that early and the cleaner was still there. Of course, then Hugo couldn't actually go to the restroom because the cleaner was still there. And you're in a situation where you're going to have to be nice and quiet for a while, whereas at the end of this race, it's going to be about 1 a.m. my time. So I'm going to have to close the window and make sure that I don't be as loud a little bit later on, because it is going to get cold and Dudley a little bit later on, as we're keeping on this battle with BMW Team Bank and the number 80 Koala Sim Sport car. Now, the number 80 car, for those of you who are just joining us, they were the team that actually led laps in this race. It had Josh Rogers at the start of this race. It's Josh Rogers in the car right now. Led the race, ended up at a 3-wide moment with 2 Team Redline cars. And to quote Max Verstappen from earlier on, basically said that he wasn't going to allow someone to go around the outside of him. So it was tough luck for Joshua Rogers. It was a very controversial incident. I'm not going to weigh in too much on the pros and cons, because I don't want to get all the hate from the Verstappen fans and the non-Verstappen fans, but it really was an incident that would have gone to a series review had there have been that circumstance in this race. And since then, Commander dropped down. They were involved in an incident with another Team Redline car who looped it coming down the mountain, and it's not been a good day, shall we say, Cameron, for the Commander Sim Sports guys.
No, it hasn't indeed, and also to be leading the race at one point to now drop all the way down. It's going to be a little bit frustrating, but there's still plenty of hours to come back. But yeah, a minute and a half of the lead is going to be a long way to come back for them. And that's just shows you sometimes the power of numbers that you were talking about earlier with Redline having obviously a number of cars towards the front that can always put you in a much better position. And they just got to find a way to come back, but it is going to be difficult. So let's see what they can do initially with this position in front of them, with the Team BMW bank car number 7 in front of them. But Porsche just getting a little bit of slipstream, but not quite enough this time round.
And you can see the front end of that number 80 car. Despite the camouflage kind of look that they put on these kind of cars, you can still see the damage is there. They had to put a new front clip on that car earlier on. The Team BMW bank car currently running 15th place. In the wheel of that car, you've got Bruno Spengler right now. And actually, let's go on board, shall we, from the rear of Bruno Spengler in a moment's time. Let's see how this car is handling, because this BMW has just been ultra consistent, but I think they would like to be a little bit further up in this field right now, Cameron. I see a little bit of damage, I think, to the rear of the BMW bank car. As this camera angle changes, we might be able to get another look at it. And I just see the slightest bits of damage. So we to actually turn our attention over to Vandervelsen Racing, who's got a Mahal Racing team right behind them.
Yeah, damage is not what you want to do, but it's been quite difficult indeed to get that through the race without too much contact, and I think you're going to be seeing a number of cars actually get to that, but obviously taking the damage repairs is not going to be what they want to do. Just see how close they get to the walls here, over the top of the mountain, and certainly quite difficult to do so, but it looks like the Marley car getting very close, and I think he's going to be having a look in the near future, maybe down on the back straight here.
It's the other Josh from Down Under. It's Josh Anderson in the Vendaval white BMW, and he's on some much older tyres here. They're at least a full hour older, maybe a bit more, to the Mahler Racing Team car. So that's the difference here, BMW versus BMW. Josh Anderson, though, is a race winner here at the mountain in Aussie racing cars. I was in attendance for that one at the start of 2020, but he is facing a lot more pressure, I would think, right now. He knows what's good for himself. He probably won't be fighting this one super duper hard.
It took 2 attempts, but the Mahal Racing Team car is now ahead, and that is Julian Kesselt, who is behind the wheel of that number 91 machine, and it means that Joshua Anderson are now going to be down into 12th place. This is going to be the interesting story with Vendaval for the rest of this race, David, because they did that treble stint early. They are always going to be on the alternate strategy to everyone else. As we look at the Radicals Online JRT car, locking it up, under braking, and doing a nice little J-turn, waiting for a bit and coming back onto track.
Well, often drivers will go on past turn 1 there and do some burnouts in that runoff area, but in celebration after the checkered flag is waved, not like that, which was unfortunate. Will, Joshua Anderson's an Australian, so what do they call him?
Josh?
Ando.
Ando. Okay. There we are. So I don't know.
Steve-O, Jacko, Ando, that kind of thing.
Okay. That's in my brain now. But the key point remains about Vendaval Sim Racing White and that split strategy. So they're always going to have to be ultra aggressive now, because on those times when they have got the strategy when they were on the fresher tyres, they're going to have to push. On the time that they're on the older tyres, they're going to have to be aggressive to try and save positions. It's a hard strategy to try and deal with, being on the alternate. It might come back at the very end, but it's going to be really tough for them, apart from the fact they'll have fresh tyres in the last hour of the race.
It's like being on a seesaw, you know, when the other teams go down, you go up, and when they go up, you go down. You just kind of counting backwards towards the end of the race and hoping that some of that you gain when the sun is shining, so to speak, you can hold when the shoe's on the other foot.
Meanwhile, we're looking at this battle for the Prague RHG Esports and Team Redline Yellow. Seems to be every time I look at Team Redline Yellow, they're behind a team, but not actually wanting to necessarily overtake a team. There is also the Williams Esports Fanatic car, who is apparently behind them, but my timing screen is just playing up a little bit. It is Team Redline Yellow behind the Prague RHG Esports car. Gap is about 0.2 of a second. And just to give you the update on the Team Redline Yellow car, they were able to get past both the Arnage Competition by Eau Rouge car and the Williams Esports Fanatic car. And the reason why they did that is they were able to be about 1.5 seconds quicker on that last pit stop. So right now, Cameron, it looks as though they're not trying to do the extra half a stint fuel save. They're saving the fuel to make their pit stop time shorter, jump 2 cars. Now it's going to be a case of, are they going to do the same strategy behind the Praga RHE esports car, or are they just suddenly going to go aggressive to get themselves into the top 5?
Yeah, I do like that that idea and that strategy. Obviously, using a little bit less fuel, you potentially might also save a bit of weight as well if you're not going to be filling up the tank full amount, but also just saving that time in the pit stop is so important. And overall, it's a bit more of a conservative strategy. So you, in theory, would say maybe they're going to be, staying out of trouble a little bit more, getting themselves in a better position towards the end of the race. That is obviously what they're going to be trying to do. So I don't think it's actually going to be the worst strategy in the world. And if they can continue doing that and just jump the odd position here and there, I think that's really going to be the best way to do. We do know this race is about the attrition or trying not to come accustomed to that as well. So yeah, I think this could work out in the long run, but it's something that you have to sort of commit to and then keep going for a number of hours to really see its benefits.
Talking of attrition, the attrition list is high. And because we had so much attrition early on in the race day, we talked about this earlier on, there was another race that started an hour ago. And a lot of these teams, I think, looked at the attrition, looked at the fact that they quite clearly weren't going to make it into, in their opinion, the top 20 or so, decided to cut it loose and go to the next event, the next kind of like server start time for this Bathurst 12 hours, because of the fact that there isn't just one time slot. It's just impossible to have one time slot for the race, everyone crowding together, doesn't appeal to the entire world, so on and so forth. But the attrition's been really high. I think this is the highest I've seen in the first 4 hours of a Bathurst 12 in my years commentating this.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough. I mean, obviously one of the differences previous years to this year is the class structure. In previous years, we've had other things like Porsche Cup cars. I always loved racing that in this. But now we're streamlined, as the real event kind of has ended up as well, into 50 GT3 cars. And I think despite the challenges that multi-class traffic presented, particularly across the top of the mountain in past runnings, I feel like having 50 cars very, very equal in driver rankings and performance, all within the one class, kind of makes some of that attrition a little more likely.
In some ways, you might also be implying with the Porsches being slower, you would argue that maybe people think about the race a little bit differently because of the fact that you know you're going to lose time. I call it Road Atlanta syndrome because it's the easiest way to talk about it. You know you're going to lose maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds up the mountain because it's not always anything you can do. Whereas because it's single class now, you've got, except for when you're lapping cars themselves, you're not going to have those breaks in the race where you might be able to gain or lose a little bit of time. So actually what happens is every second you lost, it's a lot harder to claw back compared to 2020 and years previous. Am I right?
Yeah, and the abysmal strength of field in the Cup class compared to the GT3s meant it was the last time I was able to crack into these top splits. So then the multi-class interaction would break up some of the GT3 trains. It would change how people approach it. And also, if you have, a lap 1, lap 2, lap 3 little GT3 pile-up, there's every chance that the Cup cars or whatever it was, GT4s, be on the opposite side of the track there and not get involved. Whereas when it was 50 cars all together at the start of the race, any incident, small incidents become big incidents very quickly at many places around this track.
Yeah, I'm doubting Hugo has a replay for yesterday, but on the Friday night preview that we're doing for these long endurance races, Cameron, it was, say disastrous would be an understatement. I think I saw 25 odd cars crash at the start of the preview yesterday. I saw Govan Keeney, don't know if he was the instigator or one of the victims, but thankfully we didn't have that today, because otherwise we'd be very, very bored for the next 4 hours. We're talking menus on different restaurants in the area and everything like that. But the attrition does seem to be, for the majority of the times, 1 or 2 cars at a time, not a big bunch of 10 cars at once, or the monstrosity that we saw in the Friday night preview yesterday.
Yeah, that was not a pretty sight yesterday, to say the least. And unfortunately, yeah, it didn't happen as well. There was Enzo Benito going off on that first lap as well, but fortunately not really getting in the way of any other cars. But we did have that earlier, of course, with the Coanda car getting caught up on the red lines as well. So it can happen around here, but fortunately there wasn't any of those big pile-ups, because when someone, especially towards the front of the field, goes for a bit of a spin and everyone is just coming in behind them, and you know, when you're sort of 20 cars deep and then you can't even see what's going on, yeah, a lot of things can happen, but fortunately none of that is going on. And as we got to this point in the race, it seems that everyone has obviously got their own bit of space on track, and when we have seen a few bit of battles, everyone is sort of calmed down now. But as you say, the number of the cars has obviously helped that a little bit, but it seems that there are a couple of cars going for a bit of a battle. But this red line yellow car, I think, is just doing this fuel saving strategy for now. I don't think there's going to be too much of a battle here for now.
Yeah, I would have loved to have talked to Team Ty, Arjuna Kankapati or Lewis McGlade about Enzo Benito in more detail. Actually, unfortunately, Arjuna Kankapati, after deciding not to commentate with me this weekend, decided that his race wasn't worth living and he decided to crash out of it. So, unfortunately,
he's commentating with me tomorrow. Jealous?
That's okay, yeah. I am jealous. But it would have been really interesting to talk about Enzo Benito, because he's had horrible luck in the BMW Sim GT Cup, and of course he had that moment at the very start of the race here today, classified down P number 49 and Oot right now. And Team Redline, they've not had it all their way, Cameron. Yes, we've got, you know, the top two cars are Team Redline, but Alexander Tiber in the Team Redline yellow car not really been able to crack into the top 5 as of late. They have 2 cars out of the race. They've got the Team Redline, actually 3 cars out of the race. The Team Redline black car, Daniel Juncadella, out. They were the team that had that massive incident with Coanda Simsport earlier. You also have the Team Redline blue car, the BMW kind of like team car, out down in P number 45, and the Team Redline ice blue car with Enzo Benito all the way down in P49.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw them at one point having, I believe it was a 1, 2, 3, 4, or at least close enough to it at the front of the field, and that has obviously gone away just a little bit. So that does show you how this track can bite, and you could have a number of cars, but it doesn't mean you're necessarily going to lock out the podium, which they're not doing so far. And obviously they've come here very prepared, and for one reason or another, having the split in the car manufacturers as well. So they're giving giving themselves the best opportunity to get the win today, but it's not going to be easy, and there's still 7.5 hours to go, and we have seen a couple of these drivers make mistakes in the past as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that order at the front is going to change, despite the top 2 at least having quite a comfortable lead.
Yeah, we stay on board with Alexander Tiber in the Team Redline yellow car. Don't forget, by the way, you can get in contact with us. Let us know how your iRacing Bathurst 12-hour special event is going. As we said, a record 1,400 teams were registered for this, the top split of the day. You can use the hashtag iRacing Bathurst 12 if you would like to get in contact with us on Twitter. Of course, you can also do so on YouTube as well. Not as many tweets as I'd like to see, so please use the hashtag iRacing Bathurst 12 to get in contact with us. We also want to say a big thank you though to the entire team who's been watching us on YouTube throughout the entire race. There's been some really interesting conversations, some really interesting viewpoints as well, and we would love to know how your day is going, if you're going to be checking out the entire broadcast or if you're just here for certain elements of it. Alexander Tiber, well, we're doing the challenge here today, David. We've had Arjuna Kankapati, who did the lap guide before the start of the race. We've had ourselves, who was it, Peter McKay, do a lap guide earlier on in this race. Now we're going to put the challenge on to you to talk us through our lap, and we're going to go on board with this Team Redline yellow car of Alexander Tiber. So look at the emotions, the traffic, etc., stuck behind another car as they are about to do a lap of this Mount Panorama racetrack.
Alrighty, onto the pit straight we go. Lots of fans on the right, always. Commentators on the left, garages on the left. Big runoff past turn 1 here, and I used one of the Marshall's Portaloos there during my own little track walk. Then you head up the hill. During the middle of the night, between races, a little bit of a checkpoint here, but I saw a pizza delivery guy get through up to the top of the mountain to deliver a pizza to the camping area underneath the bridge. Private property on the right, private property on the left. and turn 2. Lovely road crown to it there, like your normal drainage, and that's so important how you get around here. Super steep at the cutting, hurts my calves, hurts my legs, and then really tuck it in to the inside. On the right-hand side, top of the hill, that's where David Haynes watched the Bathurst 12-hour qualifying and shootout in 2020. Always lots of fans up at the top here. Metal Grate, a name that's not official but given by the fans to the point that it's become official. And there's always a huge number of fans at the top of the hill here, outside of the gravel trap. You'll always see something happen. You'll have a great view towards the city, and then Skyline, Brock's Skyline, famous sign on the left there. Everyone loves to take their photo with that. The Dipper, you cannot understand how steep that drop is. I sent a Matchbox car down there and it picked up some speed. Saw someone go down on a kid's Power Wheels, and Glenn Postlethwaite, I hope you're doing okay. Cutting, fell off the tyre barrier there, hurt my leg, but she's all good. And now down the long Conrod straight, calves burning all the way, walking down here on the track, walking for Alexander Teeb. He's got a beautiful McLaren power plant. It's pushing him along oh so well. And what you are going to see is a lot of lift and coast fuel saving at the end here as he uses the Lamborghini to punch a hole for him. I went looking for the Bathurst jump in the gravel trap there. I don't want to say it's not real, because it's real to me, damn it. But I wouldn't recommend launching your road car over that. Alexander Teeb, this is a really good lap, by the way, though, because he knows what he's doing, what his role is in this race. 7 hours, 30 minutes to go. The pace is right on touch with everyone else on the podium pace. We're looking 2.3s, flat 3.1s, but the whole time he's saving fuel, real economy of movement, as they say, with the steering wheel. That is, you know, maximum reward for minimum effort.
Thank you very much. I think you win so far, as all the hard work that Luke McEwen did earlier on in this race, undone in an instant. Number 43 car, they're going to have to tow that car back towards pit road. That was a massive crash there. I think they do get it going somehow, but Carlos Fenoluzza in the Logitech GL to C Sports. There are a lot of people right now in that Logitech GL to C Sports camp who, after having such a great run, Cameron, going so many positions, the biggest mover in this race by far, it all comes undone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that was a pretty hefty hit into the barrier. That wasn't a nice watch, to be honest, seeing that car do there, because as you say, they were getting themselves into a really good position, having a really good part of the race, but unfortunately that point of the track just losing the car, getting it into the barrier, and there's no really coming back from that. With such a heavy hit, especially on the rear of the car there, and unfortunately they're going to be going sitting for a few minutes to try and get back out into the race if they do want to continue, and that is just how quickly it can bite, and it could happen to anyone, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it's happened to Fenoluzza at least twice in this stint so far, so he's just not had that car set up the way he necessarily would have wanted to, David, and we've got to remember that there's minimal in-car setup options that you can actually do in this race. So basically, once the car, the majority of it is set up, that's it, you're not changing anything. And it seems to me Luke McEwen had a car set up a very specific way, and Fenoluzza's just not been able to adapt to that setup, or there's just been something that's happened and clicked ever since that first incident. Maybe it might have been tyres, maybe it's been something else, but Fenoluzza seemed to have struggled in that car since the second he got in there.
Yeah, from lap number 1, just not comfortable with the traction and the grip of the rear through the fast corners. I mean, you don't see a lot of steering input from a lot of these McLarens. You give it a tiny bit of impetus to turn into the corner, and the pendulum of the rear is very happy. In fact, you almost see them straighten out the wheel at the apex, and the car just keeps turning all the way to the track out point, and it was just so severe for that car. He was just never comfortable right from the get-go. And to give some benefit of the doubt here to Carlos Fenoluzza, I mean, there is things that can happen from McEwen's mega stints to him getting in the car, like, you know, subtle damage to the suspension at the rear, subtle damage to something aerodynamic that just tweaks that balance from, okay, this is on the nose, but quick, to this is a nightmare, danger mobile bordering on undrivable. And yep, with that kind of car character, once you're in the race, there's nothing you've got that is going to make the rear stick better, not brake bias, not traction control, because at that point you're not at full throttle and you're not riding the brakes. The rear just wants to let go at half throttle.
Yeah, and of course McEwen being in that car for 4 hours, David, any little damage he would have known. And basically, you're always supposed to report to the new driver coming in, but if something happened early and you've been driving with it for 2.5 hours, you might have even forgotten what it is and how it feels like. You adapt so much to these cars as they change that it becomes a part of your normal driving routine. Every single lap, what you do, you build it into your muscle memory. So the little bits of damage could well be a big thing.
It is amazing how normal an absolute dog of a car can feel once you've just been planted in that seat a long time. Had one of the 12-hour races a couple of years back that I did here on the iRacing sim, where our trusty little Porsche Cup car was doing maybe 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap off what it had been doing in practice, what it had been doing earlier in the race, but it just driven enough laps that it felt normal. And you hop in a clean car later on and you're like, oh, this thing's a jet, or this thing's really stable, this just picks up the throttle so well. So just the little incremental things all the way along. You're in the seat, you're right, you adjust to it as it happens. But when it all hits you at once, see a move here at Griffin's that's using the camber and crown of the road. When it all hits you at once, it can just be tough to adapt to, even across 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, that is Prague RHG Esports and Williams Esports Razor and Team Redline Orange, all now on the same piece of real estate. But Prague RHG Esports are in 4th place. They are currently just under 5 seconds back from BMW Team BS Competition, who have had it easy the last couple of stints. No one really to battle with, Cameron, but it seems to be that RHG Esports are on the move. They are looking to go forward. This is the biggest battle we've got going on the racetrack, but there is also 2 others. Beta Racing Team Euronics number 450 with Sven Haas versus German Sim Racing by ACV and Fabio under Druss, and then also you've got Koana Simsport versus BMW Team Bank at the moment as well. But this is the one we want to focus on because it is now a bigger battle, or it was a bigger battle. Prague RHG Esports seem to be like Roadrunner. Meep meep, and off they go.
Yeah, this was a few battles up and down the field, starting to get a little bit closer. We might be 4.5 hours into the race, but that's not going to stop these guys battling, as yeah, they've done so in the opening parts of the race. And it's actually quite good to see that this battle for the podium is starting to get a little bit closer indeed. Obviously, that's a number 89 car just having a little bit of a free air at the moment, but these guys behind them so close, all slipstreaming each other and trying to work their way up towards that podium. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see these battles sort of opening or getting a bit closer even as we get towards the next sort of pit stop sequence. I think that's only going to improve the excitement of this battle. But yeah, RHG cars looking pretty good at the moment. But I wouldn't be surprised if this car we've seen with TB getting a little bit closer and trying to make the move, because he was a bit higher up in the early parts of the race.
When we talked to Will Chadwick earlier on camera, it's really interesting to hear how they are basically sacrificing the strategy availabilities, a number of drivers eligible per team, to instead, as we look at the BMW Team Bank versus Koana Simsport car, to instead basically try to maximise the number of cars that get into the top split. And that's a slightly newer phenomenon, since more and more teams have more sponsors, and of course, you want to get as much airtime as possible. The fact that these teams could have had a 3 or 4 driver kind of lineup, but no, they're going with the hard option. They're going with 2 because of the fact they just want to maximize the number of people that can get in.
Yeah, and it's not just the number of people as well, it's the level of those drivers, with the average I rating obviously being the important factor there. And the fact that they can get, 5-6 cars all battling at the front. It's quite incredible that they've been able to sign in and keep these really top-level drivers, and obviously get the real-life stars of Junkerdea, Verstappen, etc. in their team as well. Yeah, it's been great what that team and also others have done for the world of sim racing. But yeah, I think also in a 12-hour race, because it is sort of possible to do with two drivers, I think that's also another reason. I think some teams, especially if you've got some sort of more confident drivers, that they're going to be easily capable of doing 12 hours in a 24. So doing 12 hours in 12 hours is probably possible for them as well. So yeah, it's just the depth of field that some of these teams have is pretty remarkable.
And it's worth noting as well, David, that within this, there are teams that could probably do the entire 12 hours themselves. They're just not allowed We have got fair share driving rules in this thing, and of course you have to have a minimum of 2 drivers as well. For me, what's worth noting amongst all of that is that these are doing, from what we've seen, it's a 2-1-2 off, 2-1-2 off. We haven't really seen anyone say, okay, I'm going to do 10 hours of the race and then someone else is going to do 2. That might change as we go down the race, but it seems to be that they're sharing the load, and because of that, they're thinking, okay, we've got the best 2 drivers we can have in this team. So because of that, compared to a 24-hour race where you might have someone who is, on average, a tenth, maybe 2 tenths of a second slower, right here the pairings have been to get them as equal as possible to make it so they don't have a weakness in terms of their overall car performance.
Yeah, and talking about that fair share rule, for any car that has 2 drivers in it, the minimum drive time at the moment looks like it'd be 43 laps in a 2-driver combination, which of course is going to necessitate 2 stints at a minimum of 2 hours. So that is the most aggressive you could go in a 2-driver lineup, is 2 hours for one driver and 10 for the other. But when you think about your available driver pool, think about how you're going to plan, weeks ahead of this event. If you say you got 10 drivers, one of your drivers is going to be the one with the highest I rating, and any other driver you add to that is maybe infinitesimally going to lower the average. So that is where you see a lot of them trying 2 driver lineups instead of 3 or maybe even 4, because every driver you add is at least some amount going to lower that average, lower your chances of making it into this split, as well as reducing your chances of maybe even being able to field 2 cars. The super aggressive example of that was Urano Esports at the iRacing Daytona 24 that announced 4 driver lineups for their cars, and then maybe the day before cut those drivers and those teams down to 2 drivers per car, because that was the only way they were going to squeak up their average I rating to make it into the top split that they so desired. So there's a lot of things at play that sort of the teams have to consider with their driver pairings, not just do they mesh together with a good setup.
And sometimes as well, you upset some drivers to make other drivers happy, or you claim, as they always say, it's best for business, and you do it in such a way that you basically think about what is going to be the best way, in one hand, to win the race, but also secondly, to maximize the opportunity for your team to get the most TV time. It sounds silly, but TV time is important. If you've got these big teams and the sponsors that come in, you've got 4 cars in regards to 2, that could be a big decision maker. He's got 2 battles on track. Red line yellow versus the 5th place Williams Esports cars, top of your screen. BMW Team Bank versus Carolina Simsport on the bottom of your screen. And they seem to both be in the same kind of hold fast position right now, Cameron, but I think that out of the 2, Carolina's the one that's going to want to try and get past the Bank car, but they're going to struggle the most because their cars are most difficult to work with in the draft.
Yeah, I'd definitely say that the red line yellow car is looking to stay there for a bit, as they have done for most of the last couple of hours behind various different cars. But yeah, the Commander car is definitely looking to get past, staying so close over the top of the mountain here. But is he going to be close enough once we get down through the elbow and onto the back straight? It's really going to be where the overtakes is going to be happening. This part of the track is so difficult, but you can see actually staying pretty close indeed. So there's definitely a pace advantage here. And we've already mentioned how that BMW car has potentially a bit of damage on it as well. But let's see, as they come out onto the Comrade Straight, how close is the Commander car going to be able to get? Is it going to be able to get past this time?
I'd say the answer is going to be no, because at the start of this race we saw Commander really struggling, in fact losing time even in the draft. Didn't get that bad, and I think we're seeing right now exactly the same thing again. I'd say they've probably lost half a car length rather than gaining anything at all, David.
Yeah, while you were talking about that, I was watching the live speed trace for the both of them, and basically the whole way down there, Roger's obviously right in the tow with the Porsche, but he was missing 2 kilometers an hour. Now his speed right at the end of the straight was kind of comparable, only because he sent it so far into the braking zone. He held the throttle open for longer. That's a car that's been doing pretty well on the brakes, but you would not say that down Conrod Straight, even before any damage, was the strength for the Porsche 911 GT3R. So, yeah, the live telemetry saying that even tucked up this close in the slipstream, missing out on 2 kilometers an hour, and that is not a huge speed, but for a delta, it's very significant. You think about standing near a parked car in a supermarket and walking towards it at 2 kilometers an hour. Well, that's how close these two close up to each other. That's a walking pace.
But from a racer's perspective, it's also got to be so annoying because if you're stuck there lap after lap, I mean, for me, for example, if I'm racing with someone, I'd like to find a weak spot. But if you do the entire lap, lap after lap after lap, and we've seen this with Team Redline Yellow, we're seeing this with the Commander Simsport number 80 car, and you can't find a way past, just how frustrating does it get over time? And do you start adding in little aggressive moves into your driving that might actually hurt the tyres a bit more?
Don't think we're that foolish. I think there's some long-term thinking, definitely, and some cool heads for that car as a whole, but also for Josh Rogers. But you can see across the top of the mountain, car's still super quick, but it's here, 5th gear, 6th gear, where he's right with the BMW, and nothing. Speed's equal, and then they sort of come over the crest, the drag increases with the square of the speed, and the Porsche just has to do something crazy, has to send it on the brakes here or even across its skyline, give it the Jordan Cox treatment. It's going to need to be a mistake off one of the corners for the BMW, and then a huge send on the brakes from Mr. Rogers.
And sometimes that's all you can do. You have to try and force a driver ahead into his mistake, and it's that whole, you can't pass them on the racetrack, try to force them to make a mistake on the racetrack to find a way past. And I've done that so many times over the years. I've seen so many people, that's me over the years, I'm not going to lie to you, Cameron. And it's one of those things, there's more to racing than just the noisy pedal and the brake pedal. The psychology of these drivers, and having known Josh Rogers for a while, I see him in terms of the way he races a car. He's very calm, but I know there's a lot going on behind those eyes in his brain to try and figure out how to maximize his opportunities.
Yeah, this is where the best drivers are sort of won and lost. In situations like this, it's not just about being faster, which we can see. You just see how close he's staying through these corners. You just got to find a way past. And obviously on a circuit like this, especially over the top here, where the braking zones are obviously few and far between, and then obviously a bit twisty when you do get to them. You got to do something a little bit different, and keeping yourself calm, especially if you're going to sit here for 20-30 minutes or more. You've got to not let that boil over, and not make sure you're doing any silly mistakes, just braking too late. Because you've got to imagine how close he is here. He can't really see the apexes properly. He can't really see his braking references. He's got to be quite careful in some situations to not make a silly mistake and go into the wall, as we've seen so many drivers do so far.
Yeah, it's just keeping an eye out. We are again about 6-7 minutes away from this first of these drivers starting to do their pit stops once again. And we've got to remember that within that, it is going to be the number 8 RRT Esports car that will come on towards pit road before anyone else. And this is the kind of marker right now. They are at least 2 laps shorter on fuel than someone inside the top 3. That is the number 71 BMW Team Redline Red Machine. But here's where it really starts to kick. They are 4 laps shorter on fuel here, Cameron, to the BMW Team BS competition car. So this strategy they did very early on, or coming on towards pit road a little bit earlier, that's all well and good, but they're always going to be losing pit lane battle if it goes to the end of the race like this.
It's obviously good potentially now. However, at the beginning part of the race, they were tucked up behind that number 70 Redline orange car with Verstappen in there, saving a bit of fuel. Now they're on their own. They're obviously struggling just a little bit more as we're actually getting here in the foreground. Rogers almost pushing that BMW down the straight, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough this time either. But yeah, back to the Redline car. Yeah, I think also, if they're pitting this early, they might have to do a splash at the end, which could be quite crucial because that is obviously going to lose them quite a bit of time. So they need to work that out fairly soon because the gap behind isn't big enough where they can really start throwing away effectively a drive-through penalty.
Right. And in terms of the different strategies as well, we talked earlier on about Vandervaart Sim Racing and the fact that they are on this alternate strategy whilst everyone else around them will not be taking tyres this time around. Well, Vandervaart Sim Racing definitely will be taking tyres. Let's be honest about that one, because they're not going to do a treble stint. As the temperatures in this race are getting higher, it's been almost an hour now. So they're at the bottom of the hour in terms of actual time. Let's have a look at the weather conditions, because they are starting to go up and up and up here at Mount Panorama. And we're getting into that phase of the day when it is starting to get warmer. Look at that, 27 degrees now in terms of the track temperature. Humidity's actually come down from 43 to 40%. And the wind speeds are about the same, but it might look a degree here, a degree there. But David, as soon as you get above 30 degrees Celsius, you will start to notice it more and more in terms of how those tyres give way.
Yeah, the tyres run warmer through the stint. They grease up a little bit. Oh, hello, that's Air Rogers trying to take off from the curb at the chase. And you know, already relatively cool temperatures. You know, you're at race speed. The tire temperature, the carcass temperature, the pressures start running just a little higher than you'd want. You add just a little more track temperature, and you get a lot further from your ideal temperature, your ideal pressure. The tires start to grease up. They start to slide around a little bit more, and it becomes tougher to keep them within the window. You got to get some newer ones on quicker.
7 hours and 10 minutes remaining in this race right about now, and we've been having a look at these battles going on. BMW Team Bank and Co-Anderson Sport. There is unfortunately no battles going on lower than P15 right now. We've got ourselves 27 cars really running in the race, and you've got Davina Esports, who are many laps down behind that, but they are still circulating. They're down in 31st place right now. They will be able to get up into the top 30 in about 11 laps time. Your cars who are laps down, they are all now multiple laps down, so that's changed from the last hour or so. Actually, no, I take that back. I've been looking at the wrong part of my timing screen. We've now got 2, 4, 6 cars 1 lap down, 2 cars 2 laps down. So the field is getting more and more spread out, and actually Bathurst and Racing Blue are likely to go down a lap in the next 5 or 6 laps or so, potentially, Cameron.
Yeah, and that's obviously a difficult situation to be in once you've gotten that lap down. It's so difficult to get it back, especially you know, with no sort of full course yellows or anything like that to help them out. They just got to do it purely on pace and strategy, and it's a bit difficult to gain sort of 5 seconds on someone, let alone the two and a bit minutes it takes to do a lap here of Bathurst. And actually looking, that red line yellow car has got past the Williams Esports Razor car to get that position, so roles reversed, and maybe now this red line yellow car starting to push a little bit and not save fuel like they have for the last couple of hours.
A couple laps ago I saw this one happen. We caught just sort of the end of it. Again, I think it was a bit of a repeat of what had happened 10, almost 15 laps ago when Praga R8G went past. This Williams Esports Razor car is trying to save some fuel, let one car through, and then was trying to stick with R8G. Didn't happen, and then rolled out of the throttle mega early up Mountain Straight and said, Alexander Teeb, your turn, good sir, to pick up the bill on this one, because I've been towing you around long enough.
Yeah, eventually. And that's the whole thing. For the Team Red Line Yellow, this is the second stint in a row they've actually done that, David. Just sat behind a car for the entire stint. That's why they got up to 30 laps in the stint last time out. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do 29 or 30 laps once again here.
Yeah, I mean, for Williams Esports Razor, a lot of the early running on this particular tank of fuel has not been with much of a slipstream, but right now it is, and we are seeing a few of the Audis able to go long, not least of them, well, this car.
Yeah.
There was one or two others that are also keeping up with the McLarens, if that a reality TV show.
Yeah, I like that one. Keeping up with the McLarens will be very interesting, but then you've got Lando Norris in there, and you'd have too much of a female audience, that's what I'm going to say. There's 2 Audi R8 LMSs who are inside your top 10 right now, Williams Esports Razor, and also the Williams Esports Fnatic car, being piloted by Sam Trogan. In terms of all the cars that started this race, it's McLaren leading. You've got the highest BMW second, your highest Lamborghini in 4th, the highest Audi now up to 6th, and your highest Porsche is all the way down in 15th because of the incidents that Coando have had today. And it's really interesting to know that the Commander cars are the only Porsches in the field, and that's kind of, Cameron, contractual, what I'm guessing, with the deals and the works that they've got with Porsche going on right now.
Yeah, I guess that is obviously the sort of the good and bad points of getting your team partnered with, you know, various different companies or manufacturers in this case. Obviously, there are some teams who are you know, obliged to use a certain chassis, and if the BOP doesn't fall your way, then obviously you're just putting yourself in a little bit worse of a situation. But I think looking at especially the first part of the race, the Porsche didn't look too bad overall, but obviously now we're seeing when you're sort of getting into the battling, that is when it's a little bit more difficult, let's say. But I think, yeah, overall it's obviously a good thing to get these companies sponsored and etc. with your team, partner with your team. And I think Redline obviously having the split of the two chassis probably has a tiny bit of an advantage in that regard, because obviously you want to try and choose the best car possible, but that's not always your choice.
I have to apologise as well. I called it the Commander Sim Sports House. It's actually now the Commander Esports Lounge. So I'll slap myself around the wrist for that one later on tonight. And of course, it might also be the other thing that you've got drivers competing on things like the Porsche Tag Quiet Esports. Got any data is good data, despite the balance they've got going on today. It is worth it noting that the team Williams Esports Razor car right still on the rear of Alexander Tiber, but it looks as though that the Williams Esports Razor car is just trying to keep it in the draft. I'm having a look for them as they come up mountain. David, if that's not fuel saving, I don't know what is.
Yeah. I mean, you can use the clutch if you need to. Roll out of the throttle early. You've got the draft, the slipstream, not only what is, at any other track, a pretty damn long straight, it's also uphill too. Significantly uphill. So, slipstream helps you even more, maintaining that speed uphill to carry your momentum, to then not need as much throttle on that section towards the braking zone and then towards the apex of the corner. Skyline's a good place to save some fuel too if you're so inclined. There's some flashing of the headlights going on because they're starting to approach a bit of traffic.
And normally you're going to have to stay behind them all the way down through the section. It is one wide pretty much all the way down until you get to this corner here. But even then, David, the issue is you can't get too wide normally because you're having to be single file on the way down to the corner. So it's only after you get out of the dipper through Forest Elbow that you can really start trying to make the overtaking move.
Yeah, there's two very critical controls that will help you get around a lapped car from the elbow down towards the chase. One of them's the throttle, the other one's the headlight flashing button that makes your intention very, very clear. But for Team Redline Yellow, they started to pick up a slipstream here, but not enough to have gotten by exactly where they would have liked. And that's another one of those things here, is all in one class, as pure Sims it is going to say, all right, you've gotten close enough, you flashed the headlights enough time, go on through. But by having 50 initially, GT3s all in the one class, once they do hit that traffic, there's some consternation that can happen.
Because the gaps of the race are very different to what they would have been in the dual class races. We talked about at the start of this race as we've got the car number 8 on pit road just coming up on my timing screen. That is, as expected, the Praga R8G Esports car, who's getting a little bit closer back to the hour. So they're kind of getting back onto target. They're doing it a little bit by little, but they are slowly getting back into the range of what they need to be. But because of the fact we had 19 cars separated by 1 second in qualifying, David, that kind of shows you the intensity and also the closeness of this race. When you've got 7-8 seconds a lap difference between the classes, you can find a way of getting past. But when you're looking at 2-3 seconds, you are limited, and also, unless their engines are completely balked, they're all going to have the same top speed down the easiest overtaking parts of the track, making it even more harder.
Yeah, the key difference car to car is, you know, the driver, and the driver makes a difference across the top of the mountain. It doesn't make a difference when you can hold the throttle open wide at 100%. So where the difference is made isn't where the passing often happens. I punched some numbers into the calculator for Praga R8G. just then, and I think they had 207 calculated laps to go. Divided that by the amount of time left, yada yada yada, carried the 1, and I think they're headed for an average stint length from here to the end of 29.5 laps. So they can do some 29-lap stints, but they are going to have to pull out a handful of 30-lap stints as well to not need a splash and dash at the end and get back on the correct side of that hour in 7 hours, 2 minutes time.
But the potential there is, as the track gets hotter, the amount of laps that they do and the amount of fuel they burn might well change, Cameron. And it's also worth noting that everyone else around them, we've got to keep an eye out on how consistently they are able to 28, 29, 30 lap stints at Harnage. Competition by Eau Rouge are on pit road.
Yeah, you got to keep on top of those fuel numbers because they can easily get out of hand because a lap here, lap there, 3-4 stints later, and all of a sudden you're 4 laps short, and then it just becomes even more difficult, as we're seeing here. The Euronics car losing their position there to move down into P12. The GSR car, they're moving up to P11, the number 19, and they're only sort of 5 seconds off the car, the Venval car ahead of them as well. So either of these 2 cars on screen might be able to get themselves up towards that top 10, and they're probably just going to, as we get the pit stop sequence there for the Arnage car indeed. But yeah, the fuel saving is going to be quite critical, and some drivers are also better at it than others. So depending on who you have in your car as well, might be quite important factor for where these cars end up, because some drivers just really, I guess they find it quite difficult to sort of restrain themselves from pushing at 100%.
Yeah, and there's some drivers that can still do lap times in the top 5% of the laps done all race and still somehow be saving fuel. I have no idea how they do it, but they just somehow manage to do it lap after lap, stint after stint. Ricardo Ferreira has come on towards pit road and came out, as we saw. Max Benecke is on pit road in the number 71 car, coming towards his pit stall now. And just for the whole situation of cars on top of each other, it's just one of those things, unfortunately, that because this track has less pit stalls in real life compared to what we've got on track, it means people just have to share pit stalls. It's not pretty, we know, we can't do anything about it. It's not a deliberate thing by us. And hey, guess what? 5 hours of the race is now done. So we're now into hour 6 of this race, so the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour special event here on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget you can follow us by using the hashtag iRacing Bathurst 12 on Facebook. Find us facebook.com/RaceSpotTV, on Twitter @RaceSpotTV. And if you're on the YouTubes, you can of course do that whole thing of hitting the notification button, clicking subscribe, yada, yada, yada. We'll be here until the end of the race. My name's Will Vincent. I am joined for the next 3 hours by David Haynes and Cameron Rudger. Live timing and scoring is available. Visit RaceSpot.tv/timing. That is RaceSpot.tv/timing. You know what? I think we should turn our attention over to Max Verstappen. And reading my entire brain, there we are. Hugo Louise is going to do just that, because I've got a feeling that Verstappen might be coming on towards pit road. Indeed he is. Why have we not shown much of Max Verstappen over the last hour? Well, it's kind of simple, Cameron. If you got that big of a lead and all you're doing is turning laps, you're not exciting for us. If you're not exciting, you don't get the airtime. Yes,
I mean, it's great to see Max come into this race once again, but he is having a pretty comfortable time of it at the front of the field, and his teammate Bennett as well, also doing a good job when he was in the car not too long ago as well. So that's Orange car doing a really good job, and as you say, you don't get too much screen time when you're doing that, and some days that's actually a good thing to have. Just a nice calm race so far. Still just under 7 hours to go though, so they can't get too carried away with it, and obviously the heat of the day coming their way as well. But yeah, doing a great job, and just parked there in front of one of their sister cars, who is still there repairing some damage.
They have been there a very, very long time. In fact, I'm going to try and scroll down to see how long that car has been on pit road, and I can't actually find out. We'll keep you up to date with that one, as he's out and away for 1.3.
Is that the blue car?
Yeah, it is the blue car.
4 hours 43 minutes.
I mean, if nothing else, it's a really good marker to tell the other team Redline cars where to come on towards pit, David, right?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's half the reason, though. If you're garage 1, 2, or 3, it's not like you need a whole lot of reminder. So, but still.
As we turn our attention back, shall we, to the Williams Esports Razor and Lewis Nasher as working through the top of the mountain, or heading up towards the top of the mountain, shall I say that. Through the cutting, now coming through Griffin's Mount, left-handers, and then moving it through into possibly the hardest sequence of corners I've ever driven. I really do not like the section through Frogs Hollow, Solomon Park, John Hicksman Vista, and then finally, of course, through McPhillamy Park, the final of the left-handers before you turn it down into Skyline and work yourself back down through the S's. And this is one of those tracks where, Kevin, I'm not going to lie to you, I put it into the same kind of category as the Nordschleife. You either know how to drive it or you don't.
Yeah, the only good thing for the drivers here is obviously the Nordschleife is quite a bit longer, but this mountain section is unbelievable. And I'm sure most of the people even watching this have driven it as well, because it's such an iconic track to come and drive, even if you're a bit more of a casual driver. And it is quite scary, especially in these GT3 cars. I mean, they're not obviously Formula 1 cars or anything like that, but they're still unbelievably fast around that sort of corner. And the fact that the corners are so close to flat out, maybe just the tiniest lift or tiniest dab of the brakes, it's really quite a scary one, but very satisfying if you get it right. And then obviously coming down to the second half here where it gets all tight and twisty as well, really got to have some driver skill. And I think it's those tracks where the driver makes that difference of that extra last extra last hundredth of a second. I think that's really where the drivers enjoy it, and that's probably why this is one of the more popular events of the year.
We've got BMW Team BS competition. They've been able to go an extra lap again in this race, as well as the Williams Esports Fanatec car. That's one that's interesting to keep an eye out on. It more than anything else, in my opinion right now, Cameron, that's going to help Team BS competition maybe keep hold of third place, because of the fact they can go longer stint on stint, but it might be that they got just a little bit of extra I say in the tank, but in terms of a metaphorical racing tank, in terms of how much additionally they can be aggressive if they need to.
Yeah, you want to go as long as you can in these stints, because you never know what's going to happen later on in the race. So you just got to set yourself up, and going further, getting yourself as far past the hour as you can is really your goal. And they're doing such good job of that so far, and that will pay dividends, especially if it stays close when we get towards that final pit stop. Also, just in general, getting themselves sort of out of sequence of other people, maybe having that tiny bit of there for a few laps. That's all going to add up and just make sure that they have a much better race.
3 corners on this track, of course. Start off at Hell Corner, finish up at Murray's Corner. The only thing that's really changed over the years is the addition of pace, particularly because of the fact that they wanted to slow the cars down a little bit. We've got the Team Redline orange car after the pit stops. Well, they've actually not come on towards pit road, the Team Redline yellow car. So they are due on pit road this time around. They are going longer than almost anyone else in some regards. But I don't think they will be coming on towards pit road this time by either. They should be staying out to do another lap. Indeed, they are. They're working on 28 laps. From the Williams Esports Razor car, doing a minimum of 29 laps to a stint right now. Mahal Racing Team and Beta Racing Team Euronics are doing exactly the same. And they're all in different cars, so we can't say that one car could do one more lap than another all of a sudden, Cameron. It is all the cars doing different strategies.
Yeah, I do love it when you see loads of different manufacturers, because of course, after this race, loads of people are going to be saying that McLaren is OP and all this sort of stuff, which is, maybe true in some regards, but also it's just the fact that a lot of people ended up choosing it. If there were a couple of other cars, then they would have for sure been in there as well, and then there would have been obviously a different story in that regard. So it is always good seeing the different manufacturers, but the BOP changes fairly regularly, and the teams need to stay on top of that when it gets to these bigger events especially, and it seems that some of the drivers just found out that they have a certain preference to one way or another. But overall it's been good so far, seeing a few different cars up there.
We made it 5 hours and 7 minutes into the broadcast before someone said OP. It's all downhill from here. I know we've all been thinking it, but we've now got ourselves the the Harder Racing team and Beta Racing team Euronics on pit road, both Julian Casselant and also Sven Olehouse remain in their cars. So they'll come out and away in a few moments' time. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, after the race, we will also make the full race replay of this event available to you if you visit RaceSpot.tv/replay. That is RaceSpot.tv/replay. So if you are a content producer, we will make sure that you have the tools to produce some cool highlights of this race. If you visit RaceSpot.tv/replay, and that does include the paint pack as well. Yeah, you're right, David, in lap time.
I was watching them at Reed Park, and that neither of them have. It is for Williams Esports Razor, but it's not for Team Redline Yellow. They're actually going to get a bit of toe off their teammates in Team Redline Orange at both of them. I hadn't seen them attack Reed Park that hard and get so close to the concrete Fujitsu wall there. It's one of those places on the track that, you know, you give it just a little bit of space anytime, except, you know, maybe an in-lap or a qualifying lap. So a pit stop separates these two. My Alexander Teeb almost looked like he was going to try to, in theory, get a lap back on his teammate.
Yeah, no, this isn't a lap. This is battle for position.
Quote, unquote, but there's a pit stop that separates them.
Precisely, yeah. And it's interesting to note the fact that Team Redline Yellow, they really have Team Redline got at least 3 different strategies going, David. The orange car is just running it as it would come out the box. The red car tried something, it hasn't worked out. They're trying to do something different now. The yellow car is if things change. And then you've got, you know, other teams doing different things. Prague, if played just yet, but might do a little bit later on in this race if things change. And then you've got, you know, other teams doing different things. Prague with their silly let's come in 5 minutes early strategy, which is slowly coming back into play. But Team Redline Yellow are now the ones going the longest in twisted in, and they've got, by the time they come out, it'll be 12 minutes to the advantage of the hour.
I think you've got more scope for different strategies between cars in an event like this, where you are doing just 2 driver pairing as compared to 3 or 4, because it's a lot easier for, you know, 2 guys to decide, actually, how do you feel about the fuel saving? You know, I feel pretty comfortable with it. All right, well, let's go down that path. Or how do you feel about, you know, double, triple stinting these rear tires? You know, I'm good with it. All right, let's go down that path. Whereas, you know, you've got to be a lot more consensus-based and a lot more rigid with your strategy if you're, you know, dealing, the larger the number of drivers you're dealing with, you know, the tougher it is to come to consensus.
So now we finally see that car on towards pit road, Cameron. Coming in, and this is what we talked about earlier, the abuse of track limits. The only place you can really do it is on pit road.
Yeah, that pit entry is something else at this track. You know, normally it's just a nice little, you know, left-handed curve into the pit lane, but they really added a multiple sequence of chicanes there to slow you down, but the drivers still go absolutely flat out. And it's quite interesting there. None of the drivers have actually sort of gone for any spins or any crashes at that point. It's, yeah, quite an interesting part of this track. But let's see a replay here with one of the RSR cars by Butt Kicker going for a spin there, losing the rear end. Are they going to just, yeah, scrape on the rear of the car onto the wall there, and a tiny bit of damage, but hopefully they can come back. But that is a difficult part of the track to go for a spin. Fortunately, there aren't too many cars coming past.
Yeah, they'll have to wait a little bit. It's not quite Austin Powers, but this is where spotters come into play. They would have had either a spotter or their relative, which is the F3 button, and yeah, it's taken them at least 4 attempts to get around. But a spotter here, this is where they're absolutely vital, Cameron, because it can say go, turn, stop, wait.
Our spotters, yeah, they are everything. You know, spotters are sort of really common and needed in the overall side of things, but even in endurance racing, just have someone there just to give you that little check over your shoulder and a little bit more confidence. Because as a driver, you know, obviously you've got mirrors and that sort of thing, but you can't really see what's coming, especially with the elevation change at that point in track of the track. You're really sort of going by sort of the relative screen and just hoping that someone isn't going to come around slightly offline as well, because if they make a mistake, they're just going to go exactly where your car's placed.
Yeah. And just having a look, we've just passed, actually no, we're working on lap number 150 now. Our computer is still saying potentially 351 laps, and we've talked about this a lot here, David. The lap record for this race is 348. We might I say might get up to 350. It all depends on the way that these drivers attack all the pit stops and everything. I think realistically, we're going to be maybe 347 to 348, maybe 349. I don't think we're going to hit 350.
Yeah, I mean, it all hangs in the balance depending on the track state, depending on exactly how hard our leaders press on. My computer is saying 348 at the moment, and that's the predicted lap count I was working off when I figured out, you know, how much R8G are going to have to save the fuel, which is going past those 29 lap stints that are common and into a big handful of fuel saving in 30 lap stints. If the race goes any longer than that, it's going to be even harder for R8G Praga. So if the pace continues to be elevated or even more relentless.
And it's also worth noting here, Cameron, that the key thing about this race is the laps will get slow. We're actually looking at the lap. I was looking at the lap time to go for Max Verstappen, 2:03.6. Yes, that's after a stint of tyres, but his fastest was a 2:01.6. So currently they're circulating 2 seconds a lap slower than their fastest. As I don't know whether Fanatics actually paid us a lot of money here today, but we have got Team Redline Yellow once again on our screens, and we've got Williams Esports Razer. So I mean, I do have 2 Razer keyboards. Another one would be great, and if they can make one from a Mac, it'd be even better. But for the time being, it's Fanatec, and it's actually there's no Fanatec logo on these cars anymore, is it, on the McLaren? So it's Razer and Chill Blast that's getting all the sponsor ads for the second.
Yeah, there's a Williams Fanatec car, which is there. Yeah, I don't believe it's on the Redline car at this present moment. But yeah, that's Redline Yellow car's definitely been on the screen a lot in the last couple of hours. But this Williams Esports Racer car doing a good job either way, just losing that position sort of 20 minutes ago or so, and hasn't been able to get back past even with the pit stops. But they're sitting in a good place at the moment in this 5th place, so looking pretty good indeed. And they're only now about 2 and a bit seconds off the podium with Talvar there in the 89 car. So they're looking good to potentially have a bit of a battle here, because that was around 5-6 seconds not too long ago, and it is so slowly coming down. I think that's probably the car just up in the distance as well. So we could be seeing a battle for the podium in the next few minutes.
I think what I just did was saw something that wasn't there, because I know that it's actually Huxenfeld who's now the hardware provider for Team Redline. I'm just so used. I've been doing this for, I say, 10 years and a week now, this commentary malarkey, and for almost my entire existence, it was Fanatic Team Redline. And you just get into a habit, David. We've done it so many times over the years. When we say team names, they change sponsors, we actually have to look at the car and go, oh, actually, yeah.
The sort of merger collaboration of SRC and Movano is still tripping me up, because for a long time there was a hardware manufacturer whose sponsored name preceded Movano. That's no longer the case, and hasn't been the case for a couple of years now. But I still want to. My tongue still wants to say that name. They make some interesting looking flight gear that I kind of want some of. But one of the things I noticed here is, we got to the end of the stint for these 2 cars, Redline Yellow and Williams Esports Racer, and they both sort of switched from a fuel saving mode into a pretty aggressive push on mode, and that's jumped them ahead of Praga R8G Esports, who are now back down the road behind them. That sort of overcut, light on the fuel at the end, worked out really well for Team Redline Yellow and Williams Esports Racer.
Gave them almost a 4-second advantage between Team Redline Yellow and the Praga R8G Esports car. Yes, this isn't for a podium, but it isn't for a podium yet. The reason why they're going faster, Cameron, just 2.5 seconds up the road, is BMW BS Plus competition, Rainer Talvar, who's lost 2.5 seconds in the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, this gap is really coming down, and it was about 1/10 of a second a lap slower last time as well for the BS competition car. So the gap is coming the way of Team Redline Yellow, and I think it's really starting to heat up there, because once the cars get that little bit closer, when they get in touching distance, as the car ahead, you also you start seeing them in the mirrors, you start thinking about it, and you can often lose an extra couple of tenths here and there. So yeah, this might be coming the way of them. But it's quite incredible now that even just third place is now 55 seconds off the lead as well. But that's all good for us, because this battle behind them is really heating up, and you can't really count out R8G either. They lost a couple of seconds there, but I think they're going to be well within this fight at some point in the future as well.
Yeah, to go down into the kind of details of this a little bit further, Team Red, Line, Yellow on lane to aim was a 102.8 with 7 pit stops. So what they did there is, rather than deliberately filling the fuel to the tank to the maximum, I think they took a tiny bit less compared to stints previous to get ahead of the Razor Esports yellow car. Did a 104.0. Sorry, excuse me, in terms of entry to exit, 104.0, and then the Praga R8G car did a 103.8 second entry to exit with a 41.3 second pit stop. So very similar, but that 1 second kind of less of fuel, Cameron, for the Team Red, Line, Yellow car is what really kept them in front and able to like minimize the blow of any other potential overcuts, undercuts going on.
Yeah, the fuel game is so important, and those few litres that you maybe save or maybe, don't fill up, that sort of thing, that is really where the teams sort of earn their money as such, because if you're stuck behind someone as well, or if you're stuck near someone and then you're able to gain that, even just 1 or 2 seconds, get them out of reach at a pit stop, then that is going to benefit you so much. And obviously being able to keep control of that and know when you're going a lap shorter, lap longer, and that sort of thing, that is really where you're going to start seeing the benefits later on in the race, because these changes, they always snowball. And if it's a couple of seconds, after 10 stints it's 20 seconds, and then all of a sudden you're looking at a really big gain from just a very small percentage difference.
And the gaps, about 8 tenths of a second right now between Team Red, Line, Yellow and Williams Esports Razor. Looking last lap times, 203.635 for Team Red, Line, Yellow, 203.864 for Williams Esports Razor, 203.618 for Praga R8G Esports. So they are still there or thereabout. And yes, this is now the closest battle we have got on track by some margin, because in the former Team BMW Bank versus Kawana SimSports battle, despite the fact that Kawana had a better entry towards pit road, they took more fuel, and now they're 2.3 seconds back from Team BMW Bank. In addition, well, your leader, Max Verstappen's 17 seconds almost up the road from anyone else. Actually, our timing scoring says it's 16.5 right now between himself and Max Benecke. In fact, the only time that Verstappen seems to see another car right now is when he's coming up to the lap limit.
Or when one of his teammates runs 4 or 5 laps longer and he sees them because he's a whole pit stop ahead of them.
True. So that'll be once every 30 laps.
They've been parked there for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I really, if this was a sanctioned event, someone would have said to them by now, please could you at least move the car out of the way?
Yeah, there'd be an announcement over the tannoy. Can the owner of a blue BMW parked in pit garage 4 please move it?
Yeah, as just to let you know where that blue car is technically in the race, they're down in 45th position and they are 145 laps back. I have the feeling at some point Chris Lewham's going to say, you know what, I've had my dinner, I've gone out, seen some of my friends, I come back, our car's still there, I'll jump back in the car. We never know, Cameron.
Yeah, you never know, but that is certainly a long way back, but they could be having some fun indeed. But I was just looking at the result page from last year, and that Team Red Line Orange car last year as well with Verstappen and Benito. Verstappen himself led 174 laps of that race last year, with Benito 158. So yeah, they certainly led pretty much all of the laps last year. I think just 12 laps that they didn't lead last year as well. So certainly that car very dominant, just doing it once again this year. But sometimes you just want a nice easy race out the front, I guess. But for sure, I think it would be nice to have a couple of battles here or there, because we saw how Verstappen got past was it Rogers earlier into the cutting as well, so he knows how to have a good battle. But yeah, certainly a nice easy one for them at the moment.
I am still interested as to why it is not Verstappen and Benito in that car, remembering, of course, the fact, David, that they are teammates, or they have been teammates, in the BMW Sim GT Cup, where right now Verstappen has got a total of noir because of the fact that he was being the second driver in the car, so on and so forth. And I'm actually interested to see whether or not Team Redline are utilising this event to figure out driver pairings for the rest of the BMW Sim GT Cup, remembering the fact that this year you don't qualify a car for BMW Sim Live based upon you've won a race, off you go. Based on a championship where drivers earn points individually rather than it being, you know, in a team. Yes, if you're a two-car team, you get the same number of points, but it does mean that you can change cars within an organisation, or even if you really wanted to, change teams over the course of the season. So maybe Team Redline, with the disappointing performances of one or two of their drivers at the start of the BMW Sim GT Cup, might be using this race to test out some new pairings as well.
That's plausible. We could maybe just be massively overthinking it, and it could have been anything to, you know, they all cut a bunch of laps. Some drivers in the team said, I like this rear ARB, and other drivers said, I prefer it a little stiffer, and then they just paired up drivers who had similar thoughts on the car setup, or they rolled a dice, or, I mean, we're speculating at this point, but that
we are speculating from the point of speculating, but there's something that is worth considering.
The way you raise it is a way that an event like this would not only be an opportunity to put on a good showing, claim some glory and stake themselves as one of the best iRacing endurance teams, but also to gather some data and some information going forward into some other events. Sure.
So we are getting close to 5.5 hours of this race being scored complete. We're not a million miles away from that one right now. And as we get ourselves through this hour, we'll do a full run through of the top 20 once again. Why the top 20? Well, there's only a total of 26 cars really running in the field right now. 2 of which are Team Fordzilla cars, not running in Fords, but running in other cars instead. In fact, they're running in BMW M4 GT3s. You've got yourself Lucas Podska in the number 66 car, running in 23rd place, and Team Fordzilla Purple talked to Chadwick earlier on. His teammates, Hablo, I don't know if he still has a GoPro, Lopez, running in the 24th position. And then one of the 2 remaining Mercedes AMD team cars, Williams Esports, and Anthony Koppinen is in P25. Race Clutch, they're 3 laps behind, 6 laps behind anyone else, but they are in P number 26. So the rear of your field right now, Cameron, is very spread out from each other. No disrespect to the drivers, but we can't really spend a lot of time talking about the battles going on around them when the gaps are, on average, about 20 seconds.
Yeah, the gaps have spread out for those cars, but though they've obviously had issues here and there, which is why there's quite a lot of differences in their race times for now. But yeah, hopefully they can sort of work themselves up the grid towards the places, because we're currently looking at about 13 cars on the lead lap, then another 8 on the second lap as well. So yeah, still sort of 20 odd cars really in contention to have something to say in this race. But yeah, a bit lower down. If they can do some good laps, they will be able to work it up, because 10 seconds is possible to get over the next sort of 6.5 hours. But you really are going to have to sort of work for that and hopefully work your way back into the race ahead.
Yeah, and of course we've got plenty more to talk about in this race. You can get in contact with us on social media at RaceSpotTV. You can join our Discord by going to racespot.wtf/Discord, and of course leaving your comment on the YouTube feed as well. Come and join us over this battle. Interestingly enough, David, we've almost got halfway through the race and only had fleeting references to food. Of course, for a large part of the world, well, USA anyway, the food choice for this weekend is very simple. It's chili, nachos, wings, and that's it, because there's a game of American football with Eminem, Dr. Dre, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar, and someone else who I've forgotten about all taking place tomorrow. We're not allowed to call it anything apart from the big game or America's game, because we can't use the actual word, otherwise we'll get demonetized, and the free
large
letter
sports
shield
match of the footballs.
Yes, they will get in contact with us and we will end up ruining everything. So there's that in terms of food. So I am trying to find my way of getting through 2 very small oven-baked pizzas, but you know what? It's super fun talking to you guys to shut up for the time being. As I always see a look at the manufacturers once again. It is currently McLaren from BMW, from McLaren, from Audi, from Lamborghini to Audi, and 2 more McLarens in 8th and 9th, and a BMW rounding out your top 10. Your highest Porsche all the way down in P number 14. But that's not for lack of trying. That's more because of incidents, even though there's only really 3 Porsches in the field here today. So, a McLaren's leading, and it's got Verstappen on it. That's going to blow some people's minds all of a sudden, Cameron.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at this manufacturers thing now, because if guys do not deceive me, is there more BMWs there in that top 16 now than McLarens, which is yeah, quite an interesting stat to see. But yeah, Verstappen leading the way, obviously not too big of a surprise to anyone sort of tuning in now, who's missed the first almost half of the race, getting in the lead fairly early on with a nice move up the inside of Josh Rogers, and then pretty much just walking away there. The only time he's been out of the lead is due to pit stops, really, apart from that. So yeah, nice race for them so far. But it's not all over, because I do think that the car obviously behind them, the 71, their teammates can potentially come back at them, but a very comfortable situation overall for that car.
Cameron, we need to talk.
What have I said? Or not?
This is a web broadcast. How can you tune in to a web broadcast?
On the internet.
Poor Cameron is missing like 10 years of backstory to this crusade that you've been on, you know.
We'll move on.
Well, actually, that is a good point. Obviously, this being my first broadcast on RaceSpot, so your sort of little stories and memes from the previous years, I'm going to have to pick up on, but I'm sure I'll do so over time.
That's okay. We've got plenty of time. We've got 2.5 hours at least together, unless someone decides to put out my internet cable or something in between then and now. But you are right in terms of the McLarens, the difference between the McLarens and the BMWs, etc. At the start of this race, it did look as though it was going to be McLaren City, but actually that's not fully been the case. And sometimes we see this, Cameron, because sometimes we'll see a lot of people using a certain car, not because it's the fastest, but because it's the easiest. And then sometimes we'll also see people think that the balance of performance will go one way, when actually it doesn't necessarily do that. It might go slightly in the direction of another. Yes, you got Max Verstappen out in front, but actually Alexander Tiber, in terms of his battles with an Audi, very similar. And the battle that he's going to be having soon with a BMW, very similar again.
Yeah, the car choice about being fast is an interesting one, because sometimes a car is fast if you make it fast by doing certain things on the setup or certain driving styles. And if you as a driver can't drive that, then obviously you will actually end up being slower. So therefore you might actually want to choose a different car. And when I was driving a few years ago, I had this quite a lot, where to make the car fast, you got to make it maybe a bit more pointy and that sort of stuff, but then the rear end's a lot loose. And if you're not as comfortable, especially in the more higher speed corners here, then you're just going to end up spinning or crashing, or just not having the confidence to push the car to its limit. So yeah, as you say, you really got to get your drive pairings correct with people who are comfortable in that car to be able to push it to its limit. Because even if you're pushing at 98%, that 2% will make a lot of difference over multiple hours of the race.
I've just realised something absolutely horrible, Cameron, and you can relate to me as a British person. This morning I had Cocoa Pops for breakfast, because why not? And I've just realised that in my rush to get ready for this race, I don't have any milk for my half-time cup of tea.
Oh, yeah, that is a lot of Europeans don't have milk in their tea, but as a British person, you got to put milk in the tea.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And the worst thing about it is, it's that I for example, when I used to, the first company I worked for after I graduated, they used Coffee Mate in tea, which is just, you know, an absolute... Oh, car turned around. That is... Keep it where it is. Don't reverse into traffic. Come on, Fabio. That's a GSR by ACV car. And, well, he's made a pit. I mean, Connery Maddock is awake by now, but David, that was just a horrible trying to get back and then actually damaging the car even more. I do not get that whole kind of reverse rejoin at all there, unfortunately, for Fabio, but we will get the replay up in just a moment.
And every time we do grab any of these replays of the old Austin Powers moments, it's never a slow-mo replay because that would take damn forever. That kind of thing. So how did it start? My goodness, how do you end up on the grass out there, 90 degrees perpendicular to the direction of travel, and then just the dog food a little bit of a boop because they made a dog's breakfast of that one. I wonder if the rear was already unstable through Reed Park and that's walked them out towards the grass there, and then they've turned in for the next corner. And you know, one of those incidents that kind of started 2 or 3 corners before it made its destination. No, just out on the grass there on turn-in, and that's a mistake that you can make once or twice, but you shouldn't be making if you've done your practice.
Yeah, and they're going to have to come on towards pit road in that McLaren. I was going to say 2 things. Number 1, fatigue might be kicking in a little bit. Yes, it's only 2-hour stints, but a track like this, 2 hours can feel like a lifetime. And also, I think that's probably the best thing that you could do to that brand of dog food, because you know what? I looked it up at one point. They only have about 3% meat in their food. Yeah, that's bad. It's bad. And they're going to come and sue me now. It might be different geographically, but it's not great at all. They're possibly one of the worst brands of dog food possible. And also, don't forget, they're owned by the same company that makes us M&Ms. So, M&Ms or pedigree chum. I know you definitely can't give one to your dog. You probably shouldn't give the other one to your dog either. There's your PSA for the day. As we turn our attention back to the Williams Esports Razor number 33 car, they themselves are now 1 minute behind your race leaders. And that's always a bit of a sobering moment when you fall back about a minute behind the overall leader or a class leader, David.
In a way, yes, but you're definitely still looking at who's directly around you, who you're racing for position towards the end, and that's your focus. Particularly, you know, it's kind of weird, and you can see it on the timing tower on the left. You can see it at RaceSpot.tv/timing. You know, you've got first and second kind of head and shoulders of the rest, but then there's a real clump of competitive cars, 3rd through to 8th, 9th even there. And there's not a whole lot in that section of the field. There's just a lot between, especially 2nd and 3rd. So you're looking at definitely need to stay ahead of, you know, Prague R8G, their sister car, the Fanatic Machine, Arnage Eau Rouge, etc. Trying to stay in touch with Team Redline Yellow.
Yeah, as we are just after halfway through this hour's worth of racing. Wonderful shots. Again, want to give a shout out to our new camera pack producer, Doggy Beard, who came on board with us for 2022. Really great to see some of these wonderful kind of drone shots and camera angles, giving a really new balance, shall we say, to the tracks that we see, and especially in these special events. The work has been absolutely top notch. So thank you to him. You know what? I was just having a look through the iRating, and of course the 11K from Max Benecke catches your eye immediately. But I'm just looking through that your iRating for your top 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers, all above 8,300, David. That's just stupid.
Yeah, you've got Rowan Gill for the number 92 of Radicals Online JRT dragging it down with a measly 6,731, which is only 2,800 more than I've ever had. So, I mean, that is just... whoa.
Not good. We say that, but it is crazy how these drivers, you know, when I was still racing, it was a while ago, Cameron, they'd say that the magic market we've seen as, you know, a good driver would be about 3,000. Then it became 4,000. Then it became 5,000. But now, if you want to get into these big events, you've got to do the kind of like 7,000-8,000 iRatings just to get in. At one point, every single person in this field would be cars number 1 and 2 in a world championship race in terms of iRacing.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but it is one of those things where everyone is sort of pushing each other up and up and up. I mean, I haven't done loads of iRacing past. I think I'm only on like 1.2. 1.2k. So yeah, but certainly these guys put in a lot of time and effort to get up to this, and finishing well at all these big events is obviously really helpful for them. But it just shows you obviously the way that has progressed over the years, and it's pretty good to see just how sort of competitive these races can get, and just how close these teams are really pushing each other to try and get into the top splits. But yeah, I mean, you can't really complain with that, because it's only just making the competition better.
And it's worth noting that there is a lot of inflation. You are right, and we could talk about the kind of controversies of doing this, David. But at the same time, it's a weird one, because you know, we've talked about leagues over the years, things like the Neo Endurance Series, which is now part of the 24H Esports, and other leagues where you don't necessarily have to have a huge iRating to get in. But more and more, these drivers, to get into these iRacing special events, are having to race more regularly in official races on iRacing compared to what they might have had to have done even 3-4 years ago.
I mean, again, two factors at play. You wind back a couple of years, and the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour in its most popular split, most popular time, might have had 15 splits, and then now, you know, similar deal with Daytona and other of the big special events, where we've gone from having, you know, 8, 10, 12 splits to having 50. Of course, the average iRating in that highest split is going to be bumped up the more drivers we've got participating, the thinner sliver of the cream we're taking into this broadcast. But there's also been generally, across the last 4 or 5 years, I think across the entire history of the iRacing service, just a little bit of iRating inflation at the very top, and it's because every new member who joins adds $13.50 to the total pool. Now, some of them, you know, gain from there and take iRating away from other drivers. Some of them will go down from there naturally with their rating, and that $13.50 ends up in other places. But then think about, you know, drivers who are still active versus drivers who are maybe on iRacing and, you know, moved off, or, you know, no longer interested in it, whatever reason. That your drivers who've reached 4,000, 5,000 and higher are more likely to be active than those who might have lost a little bit of iRating. So at the top of the pool, it started to skew a little bit. And, you know, a 5,000 a couple of years ago, maybe a little bit more impressive than a 5,000 now, but I don't think there's been quite... I think real-world inflation has gone a little bit faster than iRating inflation has. If I'd invested all of my money into iRating, it'd be a bit safer.
Hey, there we are. I thought you were going to mention Bitcoin or something, but thank you very much for not doing so. Oh, I just said Bitcoin as well. Hey. But yeah, there is Max Verstappen. He's got about 19 minutes left in the car, and then after that, he's going to be handing himself that car back to the other driver for this Team Red Line Orange team, Bennett, as we have got the gap up to 17.
Super quickly on that, someone's pointed out in the YouTube chat, and I love keeping up with that the inflation of the iRating has only been possible because of, you know, the influx of new users we've got, how many new people have been joining iRating and adding to the total pool that these best and top drivers can start hoarding.
Yes, I'm very, very confused, because not only have I just received my first cup of tea of the day, I've also been given cake, and it's my sister-in-law that's on the door rather than actually being my wife. So I'm getting confused in multiple ways, all in one go. But the good news is, without me even realizing, Cameron, I actually did have milk in the house.
Oh, that is, I'm glad to hear, because that would have been a travesty. Otherwise, an inquiry would have had to be made. But yeah, it's always good when you get milk in your tea, and it's always good for Verstappen when he's leading the way fairly comfortably. But 16 seconds now is the lead. He's got up by another sort of 4 or 5 seconds over the course of his time being in the car. But a gap that's sort of stabilised a little bit over the last few laps is the battle for that third place, with BS Competition just keeping their way ahead of the red line yellow car, sort of 1.6 seconds-ish, obviously fluctuating at different parts of the track, but that has sort of stayed that way for a few laps now, and red line yellow was actually a couple of tenths slower on the last lap, so that's what stabilised just a bit. But yeah, the number 4 car there sitting pretty comfortably as they've just pulled away a little bit from the Williams Esport race car just behind them.
Team Woods in the purple, Pablo Lopez, they're on pit road right now. And we talked to Will Chadwick earlier on. They said they want to try and do a bit of fuel saving so they don't end up having to do this extra stop at the end. As it is, they are the last car on track. They are 2 laps down, but even though the attrition has gotten much better over the last, hour, 2 hours or so, we know that there will still be some attrition moving on through the race. We have got 23 cars in our lead group of the 50 that started to, yes, very high attrition the first half of this race. But Pablo Lopez is on pit road right now. Well, he was on pit road. He's actually come out of pit road. And it is William Chadwick who is back behind the wheel of that car. That's what happened. A full driver change and a fuel tyre stop for them. And there is Will Chadwick, Cameron. So timing screen doing its hourly. I need to hit the refresh button.
Yeah, obviously a lot of information, a lot of laps and everything going through the system. Yeah, but there he is. It was obviously it was commentating on that preview race last night as well, with the big pile up that we were seeing at that first corner, notably from that race. Now getting in the car, it's good to see him obviously being good from both sides of it, on the driving and commentating side of it. Unfortunately, obviously, it's not where I am now. Maybe one day, but yeah, certainly good to be good on both sides of the business.
Those that can't do teach, those that can't race commentate. Just come and join the dark side. That's what we always say, except for David. David's a very good racer. I'm just no good. I packed up my wheel and my pedal set many moons ago, and it's probably not coming back out in this house either. But it is great to see all these battles, and you are right. I love the diversity, and you have to say as well, in the era before everyone having a Twitch stream, we have got to remember that Pablo Lopez, I would argue, was the first real full-time iRacing streamer.
Yeah, 2014, 2015 kind of thing.
That's what I'm thinking. He was doing stuff before then as well. I think it seemed back in 2013 he might have been doing something. We'll have to have a look and find out to that one. As we're looking at the battle, David, P3, P4, P5, he's gotten closer for third.
Sure has. They all put in 2-minute 3.7s on the last lap, so that doesn't suggest a whole great deal of change, but you can see them in that short linking segment between Griffin's Bend, then up the hill towards the chase. And all of this, a battle for the podium. Have Team Red Lion Yellow maybe walked away from a little bit of their fuel-saving ways right here to try to push up, to try to pressure for that podium?
Yeah, but the interesting thing is they do a little bit less fuel saving this time round. The next stint, they're probably going to be behind the BMW Team BS competition car. So they can do some more next stint. You sometimes have to gain a little bit, and I think that they were getting bored, shall we say, of being stuck behind Lewis Nassler and that Williams Esports racer car. But as soon, in fact, you give them 5 laps, they might even be in the draft, Cameron, to be able to do a bit more fuel save.
Yeah, that is probably an important point. They needed to bridge that gap. And as we've seen with just how close the pace is between these cars, you're going to need a whole stint to gain those sort of 3-4 seconds that the gap was. And now being almost at a second, it's really starting to get close between these 2 cars. But yeah, maybe they've just had to sacrifice that one stint, because if they save fuel and sat behind the Williams Esport racer car for this stint, then they would still just be in the same position. They wouldn't have been making any progress. So yeah, as you say, sometimes you just got to bite the bullet. To sacrifice that one stint, but when we get to the pit stop sequence, we'll see just how much shorter it is, whether it's going to be 1 lap, 2 laps, etc. Just how much were they saving earlier on in the race.
I have to give you another snack time update, by the way, because not only was there a cup of coffee, there was 2 slices of cake, and I thought, this looks nice, some coffee-based cake. Oh, no. It's warm coffee-based cake. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that after doing 6 hours of commentary here in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours special event on iRacing. We are on board again with Alexander Tiber in the Team Redline yellow car. Why are we showing so much of him and not Max Verstappen? Well, Verstappen's got an 18-second, 19-second lead almost, whereas Tiber is hunting down the BMW BS competition car. Last time by 3/10 of a second, David. Faster than BMW BS competition.
Yeah, and then critically, you're looking to see that gap get underneath 1 second in the next couple of laps. We know the McLarens are very strong in a straight line. If they can get to the slipstream of the BMW, either you're going to see Alexander Tiber resume Fuel Savius Maximus eco driving mode. Is that a switch on the steering wheel? I don't think eco mode's on that steering wheel, but he is going to try his very best, or he's going to maybe move up into a podium position. Either way, something is going to happen, and we are seeing these spots begin to close up again. We went from a lot of 2-car, 3-car battles, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, so it's starting to spread out a little bit. Possibility in this mid phase of the race for some of these little battle packs that are only separated by a couple of seconds to then, close back up within that slipstream range. Magical force that seems to keep cars together as a pack around this mountain. We might see that happen here.
1.4, 1.3 seconds is the gap now between Tiber and BS competition. It's worth noting, though, that Tiber can't be spending too much time fuel saving because Williams Esports Razor and Praga RXG Esports Cameron are still within 5 seconds. So if they start going to fuel saving mode, remembering the fact that BS competition is doing comparable lap times to Williams Esports Razor and Praga, by the time we get to the end of the next stint, they are pretty much going to end up being nose to tail.
Yeah, it's going to get close once again between these sort of 4 cars. They spread out just a little bit over the last hour or so, but it is definitely going to be coming back all towards this podium fight once again. So yeah, they can't, this red line yellow car of Tiber, he can't sit around too long, but I do think that this is their strategy at the moment. I think once he gets on the back of this BMW, it looks like he's going to be pretty much in time with the pit stops as well, and maybe he can try and do a little bit of a jump there one way or another and not have to fight on track. But I do think they're really pushing to get on this podium, and just as a reminder to the viewers, that would be a red line 1, 2, 3 if they can get that car in that position. So yeah, certainly something that red line would want.
So we've got a couple of people talking about different things on the YouTube right now. And by the way, Dom Duhan, we know you're on YouTube. You can always come and say hello to us whenever you want to. Love to talk about the strategies that you've got going on with your multiple team of Redline cars in the mix right now. As just having a look, Drivina Esports are on pit road for 96 minutes now, but I think they just changed the driver, so they might actually be coming out of pit road soon. They're a team that's had a couple of incidents here today, but Rafael Bervanga is now behind the wheel of that car. Just worth seeing them. They are still on pit road. We turn our attention over to a zebra. And this is Sue, the number 89 car. A BMW team BS competition. The Bruno Sud DAZN sponsored cars. You know what, Cameron? We weren't that close to getting DAZN in the UK. They were going to do a merger and a buyout of BT Sport. Didn't happen.
Yeah, it's a good service though in other countries. So I'm surprised at some point it comes the way of other countries indeed. But certainly putting a good sticker on the BS Plus competition entry at the moment, with Talvar there leading that way in this battle for the 3rd place. And it looks like it's just another couple of tenths are going the way of the Team Redline yellow car. Team there just another sort of 10th faster on that last lap, and really starting to close down. So Talvar needs to keep his head and make sure he's keeping it in line at the moment, because any small mistake and McLaren behind him is going to be right on the back of him. But you can really see that this gap is closing down, and even the Williams car in the background is not too far away.
0.3 of a second, then it'll probably be inside the draft range, David. So right now, yes, we're getting towards the end of the stint. Yes, we are in a situation where very soon people will be on pit road. Praga will be on pit road in 2 laps' time. But for Team Redline Yellow, they are going to have some clean air they could do a leapfrog here if they're lucky. And a big part of that is getting into the draft in the next 2 laps.
And what we saw across the last pit stop for Team Red Line Yellow is they're going, deeper into the race on their stints, having saved up, earlier on. They match the pace here as Raina Telvar gives just a little kiss to the wall there. Not the first, not going to be the last. And then when they do this overcut, they've got this magic 3 or 4 laps right at their end of their stint where they, gobble up all of the time that they were just holding station or just slightly chipping away here. You'll see BMW Team BS competition pit, and then it'll be like a whole different Team Red Line Yellow just for the very end of their stint. Is certainly how it's shaping up to be, that they're making up a lot of their ground.
And it's worth noting as well, this will be driver swap time as well. For the majority of their teams, they do 2 stints, they do a tyre change, and it's easier to do a driver change when you do a tyre change. I think I said that in the right order there, Cameron. The key thing is we expect to see most of the drivers in these cars get out, with the exception of NWL Sim Racing, and then see everyone else get into cars. So we're going to see people that started this race doing another 2 hours.
Yeah, and obviously, but when you sort of do that 2 hours, by the time it gets into the stint, the person finishing the race will then often be the opposite to whoever started the race if you're in a 2-driver car pairing as well. So obviously, I think for the teams to do in their planning to see who's going to finish the race, because that can also be quite important indeed. But yeah, we're getting to the end of an even hour. So yeah, once again, we're going to be seeing some driver swaps, and obviously, in this split, I think is less of an issue, but certainly in some places in endurance racing, making sure that your second driver is as fast as your first driver is certainly quite an important factor as well. And maybe with the driver pairings that we were talking about earlier, that could have been a factor of who you're going to partner up with, because you don't want to put someone in the car who's half a second to second lap slower, because then all the time you gain in one stint is then just going to reverse and then be lost in the other stint as well. So it is quite a crucial time for these teams to make sure that their second drivers are up to speed. But as we say, these top teams certainly know what they're doing and have got good driver pairings.
Can we get a weather check, please, Mr. Producer? We've been waiting for about an hour since the last one, so it'd be worthwhile seeing what the track conditions are. I do not think we're going to be at a point where we're going to go to single stinting. We're going to see track temperature up to 30 degrees, humidity down to 38%. That's an interesting balance, actually, because the more humid it is, the slower the lap times will be. But as the track temperature is going up, humidity is going down. So we're not going to be losing as much in terms of our overall lap times. Wind speed's the same at 17 kilometers an hour. 30 degrees, it's still two stint territory quite easily there, David.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when we get up to 40, 45 Celsius on track, you still see basically everyone double stinting their tyres. They just have a tougher time of it than in weather like this. You can imagine, you might have a dewy sort of frosty morning that then leads into a day that is, dry and pleasant. That might be what we get here, with just a little bit of warmth coming along and then the humidity dropping.
Interestingly enough, my computer's gone up from 351 to 352 laps, so the fact that the humidity's come down a tiny bit, the fact that the track conditions are stable right now around 30 degrees, I expect it maybe to go up another 3 or 4 degrees, but not much higher than that, as we're on board of Alexander Tiba now in the Team Red Line Yellow car, who is on the coattails of the BMW BS Competition Zebra, with Raina Talvar behind the wheel as they exit. They're going through the S's still. Hold on to it for a couple more corners, and then you get ahead yourself down in towards turn number 17, 18 the dipper, Forest Elbow 19 right about now, and onto the Conrad straight. This is the thing, the McLaren is very good at sucking up to the rear of another car, but its top speed, is it going to be able to get alongside and make a pass, or are they just going to wait in line for a couple of moments, Cameron? I think that is the state that we're currently in. It's a case of get up behind, save a little bit of more fuel, because we know every lap, and don't forget they were a little bit shorter on this last pit stop as well.
Yeah, just had a bit of a left in coast there coming into the braking zone as well. So, yeah, just being a little bit smart. They've caught up. They put themselves in a good position. They're in the slipstream now. And here is where Tiba needs to find his way through, which is always easier said than done. But we are coming up to that pit stop sequence once again. And I wouldn't be surprised if we sort of see a bit more of a patient sort of personality here, because sometimes this is the sort of most difficult point of the stint, where you're going to be trying to make the overtake, and just waiting those extra laps, maybe trying to do something with an undercut to the car ahead is probably the safer way of making the overtake, because when you go for it on track, there's always the risk of a crash or a misunderstanding, and then yeah, the first 6 hours of the race is wasted in an accident.
We're going to make the counterpoint, because we didn't do it a lot earlier on, but there is something we didn't talk about in terms of iRacing earlier on, David, and it is fair to talk about it, because a lot of the drivers that we have, and I'm going to have to go back to my timing screen to really get an angle on this, but a lot of the drivers who take part in big events like this either are thinking about, of the standard of, or have a World Championship license. We've got currently 3 on track. We've got more in the field here today. The thing is, when you get up to really high iRacing, you got your World Championship license. If things go wrong and you need to re-qualify, you need the iRating to make it into the races. In order to do that, you actually try to limit the amount of races you take part in a year to try and maximize the iRating you have, rather than having to participate race after race after race after race after race, potentially blowing 1,000, 2,000 iRating out the way. I remember Max Benecke retired from a Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup race, and his iRating loss was in treble figures because of how high it is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking up and down your timing sheet right now. Verstappen had a black stripe at 1 point. Johnny Lopez might have had one at 1 point. Pretty sure Josh Rogers had him. So there's a lot of drivers out on track right now who at least used to have that pro license. And yeah, I mean, there's no perfect system. These drivers do have to be so aware of, you know, their iRating, trying to keep it high. And now we're going to see a move. I feel like we're not going to, from Team Red Line Yellow here, and we're not. They've closed up and they're right back into their old fuel-saving ways. And yeah, regrettably, you get, you know, quote-unquote farming, where, you know, the drivers find a particular track or a particular series for a particular week that they, you know, can really max out their iRating gain from, and then, you know, cut back their participation in anything else. And then the old multiple accounts thing then becomes more and more important, because it's cutthroat here for these special events.
It really is, and I mean, you know what? I've been a victim of farming myself once in a while. If you see a track that you're really good at, you're naturally going to partake in more races, Cameron. It's as simple as that. For me, it was the old IndyCar at Michigan Raceway and Homestead. I could literally drive those trucks blindfolded at 1K, so why wouldn't I take part in 20, 30 races when I wouldn't race at a track like New Hampshire because I suck at them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, the enjoyment factor is quite a big thing as well. There's obviously some tracks that, or some maybe car and track combinations that a driver just doesn't really get along with, and they're not going to want to participate in too many races that week. And as you say, then it comes onto another track, and you might start putting in loads and loads of effort to try and obviously improve your iRating, but also just for a bit of fun as well during the week with your driving. So yeah, for sure, that is quite a big factor for some of these drivers, and they're going to want to be. Because at the end of the day, sim racing, it's fun to do all these, you know, bigger events and obviously take it more seriously. But at the end of the day, the reason why you put so much effort and the reason why it's become so much of a big thing is because the enjoyment factor, as we see Holtzman getting in the red line BMW.
Yeah, so Holtzman's in for his second stint of the day. Max Benecke has gotten out of the car. He'll have a couple of hours break, do whatever it is he needs to do to get ready and prepared back in his car. Did I finally see that Team Red Line Blue car actually getting off the pits? I want to get a look back, if we possibly can, to Max Benecke on pit road, because I have the feeling that it's not important. but it is important. I think we just saw the Team Redline Blue car finally get off pit road after 4 and a bit hours, David.
I don't see it.
You think there's a limit of which you could be on pit road and they just expected that?
I don't know. What I did see though was Rainer Talva here is playing games with Team Redline Yellow. He knows exactly what they're up to. And up Mountain Straight, he gave it a big lift very early, you know, saying, "Come on, mate." And Alexander Tiber was having absolutely none of it because he knows right back at you, buddy. Rainer Talva's got to pit in 1 or 2 laps because it is that time.
Yep. Wait a minute, we have still got the blue car on pit road. So unfortunately, my hopes and dreams are dashed, but the Team Redline Orange car are P1, and Bennett is getting back behind the wheel of the car, and Max Verstappen will have a 2-hour break as well. You make a number of good points there, and I saw coming out of turn 1, I thought, wait a minute, are they doing a mini fake code 60 or something? Because they were so slow on the exit of Hell Corner. That it's one of these things, if you get too aggressive with doing it, it can end up in disaster. But at the same time, I think that it's funny that when you know a team is doing something, but you haven't got any defense for it at all, you just sometimes have to play the mind games back, Cameron.
Yeah, you do. And this slowing down business has, I would say, it's become a bit more common over the last couple of years for some reason. Obviously, because the level is just so high now. But I mean, we saw it even in real life racing in 2021 as well. It can happen, and I think it's especially on a track like this where we've seen, despite the long straights, it is a little bit difficult to finalise the overtake. So if you can sort of hold someone up a little bit, maybe save a bit of fuel yourself, that is certainly going to be a tactic that you want to be using. But you can just see now how Tiba's all over the back of Talva here, coming up over the top of the mountain. But this is the difficult part of the track to overtake. You're not really going to be able to get too much of a run here, but you're just going to be keeping it clean and keeping it close as you then now come back down the hill and try and get a bit of a run on the Conrad Straight once again.
As we'll run through the different... I've noticed that we've gone 4 minutes already into the next hour, so there's no opportunity for us to do a top of the hour kind of recap shebang. We're sorry we missed it. We'll do it next hour instead. But of course it's really complicated in a race like this, Cameron, to actually do a top of the hour thing because of the fact that everyone pits at the top of the hour. So you do something and say, and everyone's on pit road, we'll be back in a minute. Yeah, we'll do that. And it makes it more complicated. I think we have to be a bit like Radio 1 in the UK, do stuff at the bottom of the hour instead.
Yeah, that is the one sort of weird point when you come GT racing. That obviously they do pretty much an hour give or take for the stint. When you got the prototypes involved, they're sort of more near 35-40 minutes for the stints, as the BMW Team BS Plus competition are coming in. And this is probably the opportunity now for Tiba to start putting the hammer down, try and get some free laps, even if it's just 1 lap of the fastest pace that he can do, to try and do a bit of an overcut here to get ahead, because he was just so close as they came into the pit lane. And for BS Plus competition, they need to be making sure they get up to speed as quick as they can on the outlap, because I think this is going to be a close fight.
I would love to know what the Team Redline version of hammer time is, because that's basically the command that would have been given to Alexander Tiber right now from the entire team over in the yellow camp for Team Redline. And they've got 2, maybe 3 laps that they can work with right now. No more. It's just a way that you can't have 31 laps of fuel in the car. BMW Team BS Plus competition have now got Phil Dennis back behind the wheel of that one, and Dennis did seem to be a really, I'd say arguably, David, the faster of the 2 drivers last time out. So I think Dennis is really going to put all the mind games to one side and just go, you know what, let's go racing.
Yeah, I mean, that's their only defense at this point, is get out there, go quick. As for Team Redline Yellow, yeah, they're going to be full attack right here. I have to imagine the only feasible thing to call that is, get on the radio and say redline it. But you should be doing that all the time if that's your team. So I don't know, we'll workshop that one. We'll come to a sensible conclusion. But this is a time right now for Team Redline Yellow to try to prosper and really, with that low fuel, push on right now for a couple quick laps, attempt an overcut, see where the cards fall, what we've got for the next hour. Don't forget a couple of other cars still in this battle as well. RHE Praga, how they sort out in this. Williams Esports, their two cars are obviously still in contention for this one as well if they have a bit of luck, find a bit of speed as conditions continue to change.
Not good enough that last lap. It was a 2:03.6. They needed to basically be about half a second faster, in my opinion, Cameron. So for Alexander Tiber, yeah, the laps are fast, but they're not fast enough, in my opinion. And it will look as though they're going to be about where they were. It'll be lucky. For me, it will basically come down to how much of the track are you going to cut on the way in towards pit road.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting factor for this battle indeed. But I know there's still, just under 6 hours left, but the fact that they're going these few laps longer is going to be crucial when we get to the end of the race and the final pit stop as well. So it's not all bad, but might have to try something on the next pit stop to try and get past, as it's going to be, as we see, a little bit difficult on the track itself. But that is just why strategy is so important as we jump back to this battle for P14. Got that number 80 Commander Simsport. That is the car that was leading quite a while ago before various little issues that have come about, and Pure Sims getting quite close behind them as we come up the hill.
As we are now past the halfway part of this race, as we're looking at this battle still, P14, remember that the Commander Simsport 80 car is very, very damaged. They've been there for a while. I've always wondered, is Arjuna waiting for me to interview him? Is he just here to listen in to us? You can come back, we'll talk to you, Arjuna, I promise. But VOS Commander Simsport, they are damaged in that number 80. Pure Sims Esports are in P number 15, and they're putting the pressure on that number 80 right now. But we are over halfway through the 2022 iRacing first 12 hours special event on iRacing. Coverage for you here on RaceSpotTV. And I will say we've gone the first 6 hours of this race without a single commercial break. Unfortunately, we are actually going to have to stop talking for about 2 minutes in just under 2 hours time, as Hugo Louise, after I've done 8 hours worth of production work, we'll finally step aside and we'll have our friend Tyler Maxson come in for the last 4 hours of the race. But apart from that, we will be commercial free, we'll be interruption free throughout the entire race, so you won't miss a moment here with us. You can find live timing and scoring at RaceSpot.tv/timing. That is RaceSpot.tv/timing. And also social media at RaceSpot.tv on Facebook. Oh no, it's at RaceSpot.tv on Twitter, /RaceSpot.tv on Facebook. And if you are watching on YouTube, do the whole thing, like, subscribe, yada yada yada. Bish bash bosh. Thoughts of the first half of this race? I'm going to come to you first, David.
Well, it's all a fuel strategy battle at the moment, really, for everyone in your top 10 who isn't Team Redline Yellow or Orange. They just seem to have pace on the rest, but between BMW Team Redline Red, Williams Esports Razor, BMW Team BS Competition, Praga, etc., all of them are just looking at a fuel number and trying to say, what can we do with that, while still trying to make our pace in the 2-minute 03s. Conditions continue to change. I think there is still a lot of room for change inside of your top 10. The mountain's not done biting. Drivers aren't done yet potentially making mistakes as the track gets greasier. We get further into this race, and a lot of these lineups are just 2-driver lineups too.
What about you, Cameron?
Well, the first sort of hour was quite hectic, with quite a lot of crashes here and there as people got to grips with the race and with the conditions. Since then, yeah, it's been a very strategic race so far, and that is, I think, going to continue the way as we're seeing quite a few different strategy options. So let's see how they all come together when we get towards the last part of the race, but still a while for the teams to sort of make their mind up of how they're going to come towards the finish of this race, and hopefully for the likes of this Commander car that we're seeing on screen, maybe they can try and I don't know, maybe repair the car or something to help them get a little bit further up the grid, because it would be good to see them battling back at the front.
I'll tell you what, now we're halfway past the race. I mean, to be fair, we're halfway past the broadcast as well. And that makes no sense unless you remember the fact that we do a long kind of like pre-race and we do stuff beforehand. So we are further into the percentage of the broadcast than we are into the percentage of the race as we see a car on towards pit road. Pure Sims Esports, they are going to do a driver change as well. There's a lot of dirt on that car more than anything else. The dust, the grime, the rubber that is now completely offline, and it means that the racing groove is far, far narrower, Cameron, as that car's literally had to park inside a BMW Team Redline car. That's the issue with shared pit stalls. That's the issue when someone forgets to hit the escape button.
Yeah, the marbles and the race line getting even thinner is certainly not the nicest thing around here, because some of the corners are already so, or the natural racing line is already so narrow as it is already, that when you start getting those marbles, even more difficult to keep it on the right line than for sure over the top of the mountain. It's very difficult indeed, but that's what the drivers sort of need to do. They need to come to the challenge of that, and keeping sure that even though some fatigue is going to come for some of these drivers, they need to be keeping it on the track and keeping the car going in the forward direction. And this car that we're looking at now, the Team Redline yellow car, still out of on the circuit at the moment, and it looks like this is the lap that they are coming in. And how close are they going to be to the BS Plus competition car on the pit exit? That is really what we're about to find out.
Well, last time by, they were a quarter of a second faster than BS competition, which it might be enough. I really was seeing if they could do a 2:03.0 or a 2:02.9, it would be safe. But as it is, with a driver change, it is going to be mighty, mighty close. I'm having a look at the BS competition car. They were 1:30.9 in terms of their pit entry to pit exit mark. That was half a second slower than Patrick Holtzman and, well, what was Beneke in the Team Redline red tab. There's two options here for Team Redline yellow. They can either do the thing to the absolute brim and play fuel save game again if they want to, knowing that realistically third place is all they can hit for. Or they could do what they did last time round, and they can take an extra second less of fuel to guarantee the fact they will get third place. We won't know the answer to that one for about another 50 seconds time, but you can see the BMW Team BS competition car is heading itself down into the chase right now in the number 89 machine. Meanwhile, the tyres are up. They're being fitted for the Team Redline yellow car. That means that they are into the second part of the pit stop. You do the driver change first and the fueling, then you put the tyres on, yada yada. The Team Redline yellow, we're going to see them drop off the jacks any second now, and then they should come out of pit road, and jacks are down, coming down in towards turn number one. I think they did the latter option. The answer is yes. 109.0 in terms of the pit stop. That is the longest of anyone inside the top five. So they chose the option there of taking it easy, bringing it to the brim, and basically knowing they've got the pace to probably get back into position. So for Team Redline, they are interestingly going to have to do the hard work, but not in other ways, David, because they've actually got a lot of things potentially there to help them out as well.
Well, you compare to the last round of pit stops between BS and Team Redline Yellow, where Team Redline Yellow managed to make up a decent bit of ground. The only thing in that stop was fuel. So Team Redline Yellow running longer then meant they were running some laps in the overcut where they were lighter on fuel than a recently fully loaded BMW. Fully loaded BMW can run quite expensive. Yeah, so then the only difference was in the fuel load in the overcut versus undercut, whereas this is a pit stop now. We've come to the tyre phase. There's a couple laps there where, sure, the BS BMW was running heavier on the fuel, but they've just gotten themselves a new set of tyres, and that negates some of the overcut. Gives us another good old-fashioned just square battle here over the podium spots, and there's not a whole lot in it down all of these straights. Christopher Dambeat, team driver in Team Redline Yellow, can see Phil Dinez. He can see the target. If they've got the pace, he can try to hunt that down. They have, over the last hour though, both of them put a fair bit of time into Williams Esports Razor and Praga R8G Esports, who just aren't quite as close to the third place battles they previously had been.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on at Praga right now. We'll have to figure this one out as it all settles down. But the lane-to-lane times, there was only 1/10 of a second separating them. So, I mean, it is a bit of a hard one because of the way that you basically cut the final chicane. You basically wait until the very last second to brake. You are entering the kind of pit road speed limit above speed, Cameron. It's one of those things, you try and get it down as quickly as possible, hit the average, etc. But only 1/10 of a second difference on the lane time, despite the fact they were almost half a second longer on fuel.
Yeah, that just shows you how important the sort of driving aspect is of the pit entry and pit exit. That is part of the race. It's not a position for you to go slowly before you're under that to the pit limiter line. You've got to go as fast as you can, even though it's sort of a technical sequence of corners. Every last 10th of a second counts. But I think overall that yellow card, they have played the long game. So fortunately, you know, those couple of tenths weren't really at stake there. But yeah, I think what they're probably going to do is try and save a bit of fuel and maybe make that overcut even longer this time. Whereas, as you're just mentioning, where the tyre difference will be, or there won't be a tyre difference at the next pit stop, and they can use the fuel advantage of the overcut to their advantage. But either way, the amount of laps longer that they go, it's going to put them in a good position later in the race. So there was no reason for them to go too crazy this lap or this stint, especially when they're just on the driver's spot.
Yeah, they're currently 3 laps better than BMW Team Redline. So yeah, I'll start that one again. They're currently 4 laps better than BMW Team BS Competition. They're 7 laps better than Team Redline Red, and they are 6 laps better than your leader, Luke Bennett. Now, the only thing that's worth fighting for right now for all of these drivers is P3. Because unless there's going to be an accident, it is currently 23 seconds between P1 and P2, and 20 odd seconds between P2 and P3. Unless Team Redline Yellow start going gung-ho, would argue at this stage of the race, David, that is third they're battling for, unless something happens to Team Redline Orange or Team Redline Red. And I can also think at the same time, over in the worldwide centre of racing, which I'm presuming is somewhere Netherlands/UK base, we're starting to think about this could be a 1-2-3 sweep for Redline. If you can imagine that, David, for this team, what they've done at this track over the years, that is an exclamation point and a half.
Yeah, that's got to be the goal. Absolutely. For Team Redline Yellow is Orange and Red have bolted. Team Redline Yellow probably not going to wish ill on their teammates. But what they can do is they can fight for third here, and they can fight for a Team Redline whitewash of the podium. And I'm sure it's very, very much on their mind. Even if it was anyone else in first and second, they'd still want to fight for a podium here.
But as we say, this is a long, long, long race to go. We've only done half of it. To quote our good friend Murray Walker, rest his soul, unfortunately, there's still half the race to go. Anything can happen here, Cameron. And we've seen so many close calls for your leaders already with not even damaged cars, just simple, honest mistakes.
Yeah, we saw a really good shot a few laps ago of, I think it was this, the BMW team, BS Plus competition, coming over Skyline, just getting so close to the inside apex, which is literally just a concrete wall. And if you just slightly turn in too much, especially at this point in the stint where you're on the brand new tyres, you might have that little bit more front grip. Just turn in ever so slightly too early, smash the wall, and then all of a sudden your race is over. So those little things are so important for these drivers, especially when you just jump straight back in the car and you need to get up to that maximum speed as quickly as possible, pretty much just in your outlap. Yeah, certainly a difficult task for these drivers to do so. Obviously, a lot of these drivers are experienced now, but it's not the easiest thing to do when you've just been sitting cold for a couple of hours. And obviously, you've got to get yourself back in the game mentally as well, prepare for a battle which is so close. It has gone out by sort of a second or so there isn't really too much of a direct battle so far, but I think that yellow car is going to be coming back the way of BS competition, and before you know it, there'll be a bit more of a battle, because the last lap it was 2/10 in the favour of the red line yellow car.
I'm going to do something dangerous here, David. I'm going to open up the debate in terms of live stewards, because there are people that are saying why they're not live stewards in this race, and we've got to remember that 97% of iRacing races do not have live stewards outside of the World Championship Series and, of course, certain hosted events that take place. And then you have the weird one, which we have the BMW Sim GT Cup, where there are stewards, but there's not stewards, and there's post-race penalties that are applied, but we might tell the drivers about it during the race at the same time. But, you know, almost every iRacing official event doesn't have live stewards, and the reason for that is the iRacing no-fault kind of iRacing system. And there are still going to be people complaining and debating what happened in the first 5 laps of this race between Max Verstappen and Joshua Rogers. And as I said, I do a lot of race stewarding these days. I run the department for RaceSpot when we do live events. It would have gone under review. I would tell you that one. It would have been reviewed by the stewards. I will not make a determination as to fault. I don't think it's fair to discuss that in terms of the race, but I would have investigated it if there were live stewards. But there are no live stewards, and the iRacing standard safety rating applies. It does make drivers race a little bit differently, and I can tell you that from BMW Sim Live last year, when we forced them to race differently to how they would run in an iRacing race. It confuses some people, but it's a separate rule book for a separate event. Whereas here, everyone is playing under the same bit of rule, and of course, incidents can be protested if necessary.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward from my perspective. You know, you can't run the top split of this mass participation event differently from split 2, from split 10, from split 33, and there is just no feasible, sensible, rational way to live steward 50, 60 simultaneous, potentially 24-hour races. It's just not ever gonna happen. So you can have your world championships and your 24-hour series esports car opens and etc. with their live stewards, but you can't treat this top split differently from any of the others without taking away what makes these iRacing special events great, and that is that everyone can become an iRacing member, and every iRacing member can form a team, and every team can register for this event.
If they have the minimum, of course, safety rating, etc. But yes, and I did the maths. You did the calculator maths earlier. I did the calculator maths just now. Using a very conservative base price, if you were to have 3 stewards for the entire race, for all 28 splits, you're looking at $60,000 minimum. That is a minimum stewarding costs. And of course, as much as we would all love Eduardo Freitas to be in our ears the entire race, it ain't gonna happen, unfortunately. But also, I think that's possibly the best argument I've heard in a very long time about this, Cameron. This is a race where we're going to end up with 28 different winners who have each completed an event running exactly the same way. And I'm very sorry, I'll say it every single race, there are 28 different winners in this running alone, as every race is, to the drivers within it, as important as each other.
Exactly, and there's also the different run times as well. So yeah, there's more than just these 28 at this time stint as well. So yeah, loads of racing going on. And I should say it's just part of the. No, it's another race of parts of iRacing. It's not the standard races where there's more control of it in that regard. And I should say it's not feasible to do so. And for the most part, obviously, the ratings or the safety system obviously works pretty well. And it's difficult to have it perfect, of course. But for sure, it's looks to be good. And drivers know that coming into it. So when you get into that sort of position, like Verstappen and Rogers were, one or the other needs to make a decision about how this is going to come out, because they know the potential consequences and whether or not that would affect the other car in some way as well. So that's just part of the driving mindset that you have to come into these races. As you said, it's a different rule book, so you play to the different rules that are given for that event.
Yeah, and for BMW Sim Live last year, for example, there were explicit rules as to, what defines the outside of the racetrack, what defines a rejoin, all these sorts of things. And let's be honest, not everything can be policed, even at the best times. I would say, though, on the flip side of that, apart from that incident in the first 5 laps, I wouldn't say there's been more than 4 incidents maximum, which really would have been something that someone would actually have to sit down and spend a lot of time to go through to come out with a result. It's almost been unforced, accidental driver error, and frankly, in a 12-hour race, you're going to see accidental driver error. And yes, there have been moments when contenders in this race have been collected in it. You know what? That's racing. It happens. It happens in all forms of motorsports. People get collected up in other people's messes. You can't do anything about it. And I've seen at least one conspiracy theory already, which I'm not even going to mention. It's that stupid.
Yeah, this style of racing also doesn't really tailor to that sort of driving, because we often need those sorts of rules in this sort of sprint style racing where you've only got a 20-minute race or a 1-hour race to get your moves done. So you have to take that little bit more risk, and the reward for you doing that is obviously quite a lot more. And then in the multi-class racing, when you are the faster cars as well, you need to take a little bit of risk doing the overtakes, but sometimes you misjudge it, you get it wrong, you take out one of the GT cars. Whereas here, everyone's in the same car, it's just one race, and also obviously an endurance race, so you don't need to take the same amount of risks as well. And obviously part of the race we saw a couple of incidents, but I would say apart from that, the racing has been pretty good, and the issues that we have seen, as you said, are just driver mistakes, and you can't really penalise that. So overall it has obviously worked out for the intended use that it has.
Someone just give us an interesting counterpoint. Okay, if we don't have different rules, why don't we stream all 28 races? I would love to, but that would mean we'd need somewhere in the region of 560 commentators and about 65, 70 producers, and we may be the self-proclaimed, best broadcaster in all of sim racing esports, but even we don't have that much talent. I'm not going to lie to you. And someone made the good point. Time equals cost equals money. As I say, it would work out conservatively to be $60,000 in order to get stewarding for each of these races. I'd actually put that number closer to $100,000, to be frank. And in terms of broadcasting, you'd be looking at $250,000. Sorry, go ahead, David.
Well, I mean, it's just... Have you ever heard this potentially urban legend that, McDonald's decided they wanted to make the pickle a little bit thicker, and then realized it's not possible because that would exceed American pickle production, such as, the supply and the demand? Yeah. You are not going to be able to get 180 competent race stewards for whatever price you want to pull out, because how deep in the barrel are you gonna have to go to find 100 and something, 200 and something people who all have availability?
It's a bit like college football.
That absolutely defies reasonable comprehension to even have then any consistency split from 200 stewards that you had to pull together.
It's a bit like college football. In terms of the broadcasting, yes, everyone gets bored of seeing Alabama on CBS, and they'd love to have every SEC game broadcasted, but there's only so many broadcast crews with the talent around the world. There's only so many different refereeing crews that can actually do stuff at the same time. It's an interesting debate, but it is one that, unfortunately, it is really hard to get it to work up and down the field, and I do like the fairness aspect. I think the fairness aspect is the best part of this. There has been, over the years, I remember, talks about you could have this race separate to all the others and have things like the iRacing Indy 500 as a separate showcase event, this, that, and the other. But I'm also very sorry that we don't get to show as much coverage or splits 2 through 28 in this field, Cameron. And it's a shame that we don't get as much updates. I'd love to be talking about other people's races. We just seem to have a bit of a Twitter lull here today. But actually, to be frank about it, I think this race should be as equally special to everyone, and it's the reason why iRacing special events exist. And it's not just a super session of you're the top 50 drivers, congratulations, you're on a broadcast, everyone else sit there and watch it.
And what we were saying earlier about how high the iRating is to get into this top split now, that means the people, even in the second and third split, they're still really good drivers as well. So yeah, obviously that is just the part and parcel of how it goes. But it would be obviously good to see how their racing is going as well, because I'm sure it's just as competitive in those splits as well. So yeah, it would be good to see how they are going on. But there's just so much racing going on, which is obviously the good thing of iRacing as well. It's hard to keep up with absolutely everything when you have literally thousands of drivers driving at the same time.
One more.
Go on.
Truth in advertising, right, is a rare thing these days. But what you see in this top split is what your 2023 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour could look like if you go and join iRacing. You know, we're not, you know, putting the shiniest cupcake out as a broadcast product, and you know, everyone else's is undercooked and not as nicely decorated. This is the reality of thousands of people's iRacing Bathurst 12-hour this weekend.
And we talk about the dirty parts of that as well, like the fact we've got 25 drivers running in the race. Half the field have retired. Now, you know what? In other splits, half the field would have retired as well. We are looking, by the way, at the battle. Prague RHE Esports versus Williams Esports Fanatec. 4 attempts were second, separating them as they work into the chase right now. Half the field retiring from this race. You know what? Yes, it's different to what you'd likely to have seen in the Bathurst 12 hours in May, but it is one of the harsh realities of sim racing, of any type of racing, Cameron. Sometimes you have really high attrition rates, sometimes you don't. Look at things like Formula 1 over the last few years, attrition rates have been low because of reliability, but in GT racing you do see a lot of mangled cars out there, and it's just a little bit different in sim racing compared to what you'd see at the Bathurst 12 hours in terms of how repairs can actually be done, for example.
And it's also just the nature of the track as well. There's been a lot of guys, you know, just clipping the wall and or just losing the rear end in certain places as well. And I mean, I'm not overly surprised by, I don't think too many people are, by the amount of cars that have gone out at this part of the race, because to complete a full 12 hours, I mean, last year, there's a good stat, I believe it was only 2 cars in the Bathurst 12 hour last year that completed the entire 12 hours out of all the, you know, over 1,000 that were entered without an incident point. It is very difficult to do so, and that's what 0.01% of all of the cars that there were. So that is very good indeed. And one of them was the Max Verstappen Enzo Benito car that went on to win in Split 1 as well. So yeah, very high level to get to that sort of consistency, and yeah, it's not the easiest thing to complete a stint, let alone 12.
Yeah, especially, I agree with that one. And talking about the incident limits, by the way, there are incident limits involved in this race. So if you have 50 incidents, then you will get yourself a drive-through penalty. Get 20 more incidents, you get another. You know what the difficulty there is, Cameron? I dare you to try and get 50 incident points in this race. I dare you.
Well, without DNFing, you mean?
Yeah.
Because the most of the points you're going to get from that are going to be from contacts with the wall, etc., and all the 4Xs that will add up. But yeah, by that point your race is pretty much going to be over. So yeah, fair enough. Because that's one good thing about an old school circuit like this, is where can you cut the track? Where can you really sort of gain an advantage in that way? Obviously, there's a couple of corners where you might be able to go a little bit wide, but for the most part, it's just, you know, walls and grass, etc., that you're not going to be using. So yeah, it's always good when you come to an old school track like that.
Yeah, just to let you know, we are going to be talking a lot more about some of the key issues in sim racing, not just iRacing, but sim racing as a whole in our new podcast, RaceSpot Talk, which is going to be launching soon. I keep on saying the word soon. We just don't actually have the time to do the pilot episode, but we are going to be talking about some of the big issues in sim racing in a fair kind of constructive manner, like we just talked about for this race and special events in detail. But you can find out more information on our social media as we get ready to launch Race Talk, coming to you very soon. I'm going to take a bit of a sit down. Last 2 hours. It's 5 hours, 23 minutes of this race to go. We're still looking at Praga RHG Esports versus Williams Esports Fanatec. And Praga, of course, are this team who have done this weird kind of like, we're going to come in early, you're going to take a fuel and do a different strategy, and they're keeping us on our toes, and they are running in P number 6 right now, but they have lost touch with Williams Esports Razor, who have in turn lost touch with Team Red Line Yellow. So the pure pace aspect of this, I think what they were trying to do, David, was keep themselves in the mix, but when they're running by themselves, the pure pace aspect, they don't seem to be as fast as Team Red Line Yellow or Williams Esports Razor. Not by much we're talking about, but it's a 10th and a 2 tenths here, and that builds up so much.
You always want to see someone do something different, someone, you know, venture a path others won't travel. So I applaud them for, you know, throwing out the conventional strategy book and doing something different, but it is not really holding that well for them. And they look like they've opened a couple too many windows. A little too early from the advent calendar of their sweeties.
Yeah, you're right. So battling it out, and the Williams Esports Fanatec car, who's just behind Alex Arana, is behind the wheel of that one right now. Alex Arana, his fire rating is 9,308. Former, well, actually no, I'll take that. Yeah, he is a former World Championship level driver in that Williams Esports Fanatec car. And having a look at the lap times, well, of course they are pretty much identical because they are running pretty much nose to tail. And you notice at the back of that, you made the good point a couple of moments ago here, David. That's Will Chadwick at the back of this little scrap.
Yeah, it's Fordzilla, and they are 23rd overall, and is it just the 1 lap down to these cars immediately in front. It actually been catching this battle between Praga RHG Esports and Williams Esports Fanatec, but has not really looked like he's going to unlap himself. Probably pretty happy to roll around with 6th and 7th place pace at the moment. Though again, it just adds a little more concern to 6th and 7th, because that is a car that has the same pace as them in the slipstream of them. And they're thinking, what is he going to do? Particularly if you're the one sandwiched here with Williams Esports Fanatec and Alex Arana, because it just makes you have to think about, you know, how early can I lift off out of the throttle to save fuel? Am I in a position to be able to attack if the opportunity arises?
And yes, Nicholas Maz, who's watching us on YouTube right now, yes, they are in a BMW. We talked to them earlier on about that one, and they basically, to put it politely, Cameron, said that the Ford GT is a bit of a junk car.
Yeah, it's fallen out of favour a little bit. I remember a few years ago it was used quite a lot, but yeah, you just got to use the car that is going to get you towards the top. And if you have the opportunity where you're not, 100% contracted to use a certain car, then why would you choose one that is worse? And the BMW is certainly a very competitive car in this environment, and it would be quite good actually to see him Chadwick there unlap himself from the couple of cars ahead and try and work your way back up the field. But yeah, for sure, that BMW, I think, as it stands, a bit better choice than the Ford.
As just having a look through in terms of drivers, the most recent retiree, by the way, was GermanSimRacing.de by ACV. That was Nick Schultz-Weisermann behind the wheel of the number 19 car. So they were the last team to retire from this race, which means that we are now at 50% attrition in this race. technically we're a little bit higher because Davina Esports are still on pit road. They've had a 147-minute repair going on. They are going to try and come back onto track for what will be the second time here today, David, because they did that earlier on, then unfortunately had another incident.
I love me some long repairs and zombie cars at the end of an endurance race. Was it one of the years I was present? We're going to have a battle here though for 6th and 7th. That is going to be Praga, I think, Praga RHG lifting out pretty early, potentially seeing a good run for Williams Esports Fanatec and just letting that one happen. A much more amateur level of motorsports. 24 hours of VIR. Team changed an engine overnight, and it took them about 16 hours of the 24-hour race. But they got the engine swap done in the paddock in time to get out for the last hour or so of the race.
And the thing is, that's always the sort of thing when the announcer mentions it at the racetrack that normally gets the largest cheer from the entire crowd all day, Cameron. It's those little things like that we love about endurance racing. The little teams that go through these crazy lengths to try and get their car back on track. Half the time it is basically done by black tape, etc. But, you know, sometimes it's the fun. I say it's heartbreaking for the engineers, but it's then also fun to try and fix it.
Yeah, well, the main bit for the real life side of it is the amount of money and effort that has gone into it to get yourself to that event, get yourself racing, you know, all the sponsors and everything. You can't just, you know, even if you do go an hour behind the leaders, you know, just got to keep going. And as you say, keeping yourself in the race, just seeing what is going to happen and just driving for the fun of it as well. Just being part of these races is what it's really all about in a lot of circumstances. And as you say, especially for the smaller teams, where, you know, they really don't have a realistic chance of getting in a good position. Just getting to the finish is what's going to be the biggest achievement for them, and it's the same here in esports as well. It's not easy to do a 12-hour race, and for some of these teams, well, a lot of these teams, you know, they've got sponsors and people they want to show off on their liveries as well, so you've got to be out on the track to get your car featured on the stream.
Yeah. As the artwork on this, I will have to say, after the great fun we had at Daytona, the artwork for this race, for the cars, is, I'm going to be polite here, David, standard. I really wanted to see some great looking cars here today, but quite honestly, there's nothing crazy. I mean, you know what my favourite car is of all time, in a GT3 car or something similar, but I mean, this is, you know, we've had our fun at Daytona. These are our liveries from the season. Love them or hate them, off we go, we're racing ta-ra.
Are you maybe pointing directly at a car that's currently on screen that in previous years had run a kangaroo themed livery at this race and now don't even seem to have submitted one at all?
Yes, I am talking directly about that.
Yeah, man. I mean, there is a great grand history of taking kangaroos off this racetrack.
I won't comment on the forced removal of kangaroos. I mean, we've seen all sorts of different types of wildlife at different races over the years. Safety cars, sometimes no safety cars. I remember recently there was a dog at a baseball match that basically got to just run around chasing a ball for 5 minutes. It was that bad. Actually, no, the car I was talking about was at Daytona. And it was, I think, pink and green and other colours. But this battle, Team BMW Bank, Beta Racing Team 1X450 versus the 7. 4 attempts separating them. Of course, they've had a change of position along the way over the time. But this is for P12 on track. And behind them, just having a look to see who else is there in the mix. It's 11 seconds after this battle until they get down to P number 14, which is Kawaida Sim Sports and Mitchell de Jong. So, Cameron, it's a little battle like this that keeps these drivers sometimes occupied when they're running through the middle stages of these races.
Yeah, you got to have something to look forward to. And I personally, when I'm racing, I love having a car in front of me, even if it's 5-10 seconds up the road. It's still something that you can aim for realistically, and something that you can really put your mind to and concentrate on. It always helps the flow of the race. Once you're in a position where there's sort of no one really around you, it is a bit difficult to keep that concentration and keep going at that high level. Yeah, these battles are always what you want to look out for as well, and it's these ones that may always end up with a bit of an accident, and causing potentially some issues for the leaders here and there as well. So they are quite important for the overall race, and as it stands, we're getting a really nice battle here for this 12th place.
I didn't realise how much of a hot take our hot take was going to be earlier on, by the way. It's kind of exploded YouTube quite a lot. I feel like we just had a Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith moment on ESPN back in 2005. That's how much YouTube's have kicked off over this whole stewarding thing. I'd make one additional point here. You want to have a pro racer special event sequence, then have a qualifying series and have it in such a way that these teams are guaranteed entry all year. Then you can have different stuff, etc. One of the other things in here that's very important to note, David, is that there are certain teams that until the point they actually join the server and they blink, they don't actually know which split they're in. They could be in split 1, they could be in split 2, they could be in split 3. That would mean they're having to think about different rule packages and different potentially ways to attack the racetrack, not knowing what split they're in.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to be someone who is, back in my day, get off my lawn, stuck in my ways, nothing should ever change. But, you look at Max Verstappen's iRacing history, and it's Petit Le Mans, and it's Daytona 24, and it's iRacing Bathurst 12 hour. I mean, you don't need $1 million prize pool to have the Formula One world champion join us and race in this event. You need the community. You need it to be a race that 1,500 other people are doing. You need it to not be the grandest, richest, best produced sim race. You need it to be the biggest.
Yeah, and actually, I would honestly wonder whether or not there are certain drivers who would be allowed to take in events where they're winning prize money. I don't know contracts with racing drivers. I've heard in the past 1 or 2 racing drivers says they're allowed to take part in these races because they are essentially fun. They would not be allowed to take part in other events where they have to sign a load of agreements, this, that, and the other, because that's more of a direct conflict of interest with the teams they are currently racing for. So that could just be another thing here. We are talking a little bit of hyperbole, but you know what? I like this type of racing. There's a reason why I'm trying to...
hyperbole? Is that one notch above a 3?
Yes, it is. It'll be played by Elon Musk's team and Jeff Bezos' team on Mars in 2046, live on RaceSpotTV.
I'm looking forward to the Moon Rams versus the Mars Bengals.
Yeah, something like that. Who knows what will happen by then. But the key thing for me is, and to be serious again for a moment, Cameron, that's the reason why I'm commentating 12 hours of this race. It's because it's fun. It's because, yes, there are competitions, there's storylines, there's things to talk about, and it's a very different type of racing to what I've done over the years. I've commentated World Championship Series for so many years now, and you know what? You have to do a different side of commentary to what we're doing here today. But you've got to be far different in the way that we sell a product and advertise and do stuff compared to what we're doing now. I would say this frankly, I have more fun commentating these iRacing special events than I have had doing certain other top-level esports events over the last 4 or 5 years. Not because racing is boring or because of anything else, because there is a randomness and a beauty to these types of special events.
And at the end of the day, this is what sim racing is. It's great when you have all these big one-off events, but they are quite obviously exclusive to who can get in, and sometimes it's even paid entry for those things. And this, you just show up, you get you and your couple of mates to enter a team, and then you just go and have at it at the mountain and try and get to the end of 12 hours. And that is what the iRacing service and platform is for your average person. And of course we should try and show the best drivers to show what is capable. But a lot of drivers that are just coming out here for fun on their weekend with a couple of mates, trying to enjoy a more serious race that there is. And it's a bit of a change, obviously, from the standard weekly racing. So yeah, it's great to have this style. And as you say, getting in the bigger drivers and the real world drivers is a huge bonus of that, because once again they can just come and sign up themselves.
Just to let you know, our next couple of iRacing special events here on RaceSpotTV, we got one in a week's time, which unfortunately I can't commentate. It's my wife's birthday weekend and we're going down to London and Milton Keynes of all places. But the iRacing Daytona 500 is in 1 week's time, and it is the first of 4 full-length events for the NASCAR iRacing Series schedule, which mirrors the real-world NASCAR Cup Series campaign, which of course has 36 events over the year. And if endurance racing is your thing, then we have ourselves in just over a month's time the Hoyksonville Sebring 12 Hours iRacing special events, which will be competed with LMP2 and GT3 IMSA cars, and that is on March 26th, and it'll be here live in its entirety on RaceSpotTV, and I do believe our friends at RSL will be doing some coverage of that race as well. One thing as well about this iRacing special events calendar, I will go down to the iRacing Indy 500, May 20 through 22nd, and everyone knows it's my favourite race of the year. But actually, David, it's also one of the toughest qualifyings of any series, of any single race anywhere in all of sim racing, because of just how tight the qualifying is for that. And it's a case of, you've got 4 laps, you've got to keep your heart rate under control, you've got to nail every single corner, you've got to wipe that little bit of perspiration from your eye, and you've got to find a way of getting 4 laps average down to within a 100th of a second compared to rivals.
Granddad, I heard you tell this story in the Daytona broadcast as well.
I did as well, yeah.
But you absolutely
Recycling
make the right
content.
point that, here, some drivers, already had some very strong iRating, and that gave them a leg up to qualify into this special event. It's a completely blank slate for everyone when the top split is set by the qualifying. Anyone with the right preparation, with the right nerve and metal, has as much a chance as anyone else. So the drivers who were, competing or winning a year ago or 2 years ago or 3 years ago are right back at square one compared to anyone else. Everyone has an equal shot at it, and everyone has to put in the same effort.
Unless you're Brandon Traynor, when he's going to try and become the first driver to win 4 iRacing Indy 500s. That guy is absolutely unstoppable. Team i5G seem to be unstoppable there. And the cool thing is, actually, next week, Cameron, our first 3 iRacing special events have all been road races. 2 of them long endurance race and a shorter, 4 we had at Daytona, a 2.5-hour race, basically. But next week, we're going to have a very different style of racing. It is pack racing, it's NASCAR, it's Daytona. There are some people watching this broadcast now who thinks, it's NASCAR, it's going to be easy. You know what? When you go 3 wide at Daytona, you know you're going 3 wide at Daytona, and it is millimeter racing.
Yeah, you've really got to be on top of your game for that style of racing. It is completely different, and there are some people who are, so-called, oval specialists and those sorts of phrases, because it is a completely different mindset that you've got to have, and just the way that you read the packs, the way that you read the cars, and the slipstream, and changing lanes and things like that. All of that is a completely different way of physics, really, that you've got to have. So yeah, it's going to be great to see some style of racing that's obviously a bit different to the road course style, and maybe seeing some different drivers up the top fighting for those positions, because it's going to be just something completely new for some drivers.
It's going to be really entertaining to watch. I actually commentated my 4th ever sim race at Daytona 500, and I remember it was a really different learning curve. We're on board with the Bila Euronics team. The number 450, it's a Lamborghini Huracan. Yusya Kastrop in the Kastrop even in the 13th place, and they have got Team BMW Bank just ahead as we go on board with Yusya as they work towards turn number 3 on turn number 2 even on track right now. And this is where you have your last real overtaking opportunity. This is where, don't forget, we saw an overtake for Verstappen over Rogers down at the cutting early on in the race. I haven't even asked you about that one yet, David. What did you think of that power move earlier on at the start of the race?
An interesting way to open it up. We're not going to see many other passes there. Certainly one that requires a little bit of telegraphing potentially, or a little bit of communication, otherwise it could end in big
More than
crash.
tears.
Yeah.
More than tears, yeah. I also, by the way, I thought you were going to say something, a reference to WCW commentator Tony Schiavone earlier on, Cameron, when he said that this is what sim racing, and I was expecting the word is all about. But it's funny to note that we've seen so many entertaining moments in this race. That one at the start between Verstappen and Rogers, you don't see moves between two, pro sim racers, two drivers at the top of their game down at the cutting, normally in any race, but to see two drivers like that go like that, my word, that was insane.
And also to do that and then not crash and to continue afterwards and battle for the lead afterwards. It was a great move, opportunistic, and really bit of respect from both drivers as well, because Rogers obviously helped facilitate the move and made sure there's space on the inside. So yeah, great bit of racing. Difficult point of the track as well. So yeah, glad to see that the drivers could get through that, and that's one of Verstappen sort of tailored moves, if you want to call it that. Those dives down the inside in difficult places is really where he's made a name for himself in a good way. So yeah, fair play for that one, and I think he'll be trying it again if he ever gets the opportunity.
Well, we've missed the half-hour mark again, but Mr. Producer, can we please have the weather on the right-hand side of our screen? Because last time out, it was 30 degrees. Now it's 31 degrees is the track temperature. Humidity continues to go down. At the start of this race, your track conditions were as follows. It was 21 degrees Celsius, 46% humidity. Now it's 25 degrees Celsius in the air, 36% humidity. Wind speeds are almost identical, but the track temperature's gone up to 31 degrees Celsius. So some notes I scribbled in my book at the very start of this broadcast still continue to go on. And the thing is here, David, the track conditions will get warmer probably for the next 2 hours, then will static out and slowly start to get cooler.
Yeah, with this partly cloudy condition though, we have had a little bit of come and go. Like it's quite cloudy now. There's a patch a little while ago where the track temperature had risen to 31, 32, and then clouds knocked it back down to 28. It's come back up to 31. They're racing back into the sunshine here now, so I feel like we've had a little bit more unpredictability with the partly cloudy. But yeah, 1 p.m. In session is what we're approaching, and it is probably worth saying that February is within daylight savings summertime, but May isn't in this part of the world as well. So it's a real 1 p.m.
Yes, and that means, as we talked to Paul earlier on, who is now not only RaceSpot dad, but also RaceSpot weatherman for the rest of his sim racing career. This race, it's going to get dark before we get to the end of this race, if I'm correct, David. So it's not actually going to be, half an hour in terms of kind of like getting into the morning time, then bright sunglasses the entire way. With a 12-hour race like this, we are going to get back in towards dusk before we get to the end of the race.
Yeah, and that's going to be, unique about this year. Every year something different. 2022 is going to give us an interesting iRacing Bathurst 12 hour with regards to what the conditions look like at the finish, and of course that is going to be replicated come May. So that's a little bit of a journey into the unknown, both for us and for the drivers.
Yeah. And I asked you earlier on, everyone, to use hashtag iRacing Bathurst 12. I want to give a shout out to @RichCam427 for this beautiful Lamborghini that we see. It is the RR_Rebel racing car, and it is absolutely beautiful to look at. It looks so basically, it's a Lamborghini that's just driven itself through a fire, but the @RR_Rebel racing car, I would have to say, has got to be one of the best looking cars, Cameron, I have seen all weekend. I'll give you a moment to, of course, let you pick it up and have a look at it on Twitter. But if you do use the hashtag iRacing Bathurst 12, we would love to hear from you.
Yeah, there's so obviously some good liveries going out there, but I should say, I mean, some nicer, brighter colours would be good in some cases as well. But yeah, for sure, get involved on the old Twitter and general chats as well to obviously give us your thoughts and see where you're at, especially if you, as we spoke about earlier, if you're in one of the lower divisions as well. We didn't get an opportunity to look at your card, then do obviously let us know how that was looking, because obviously can't see it otherwise. So good indeed, as we're seeing now is that Gordon Much there coming out of the pit lane.
Sorry, yes. If I cough one more time, I think I have to take an LMP test. But BMW Team Red Line Red, Patrick Holtzman's out of pit road. Sorry, he's on pit road right now. I was trying to think, you can't have a 29-second pit stop, but Patrick Holtzman is on pit road right now. This will be tyres only, as is the case for almost everyone. And is it me, or is everyone doing slightly longer in terms of their stint lengths right now, David? I think it's gone up a little bit, because we know most people are going to be safe, but because of this track getting a little bit slower here and there, not by much, it looks to me that more and more teams are getting more comfortably over the hour mark now in terms of when they come on towards pit road. And, you know, one or two of these teams, Team Red Line Yellow, they're still going to be on track for another 10 minutes plus.
I got to wind back to the fact that you said tyres only instead of
yeah, okay, fuel only, tyres only. I've been doing this for a long time, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think it's just the perception, though, of everyone is hitting a little bit longer than an hour. The more that goes on, the more the, remainder accumulates. Luke Bennett with a very, very stylish and aggressive pit entry there. So yeah, it's still 29 lap stints from everyone who's doing 29 lap stints, still 30 lap stints from everyone who's doing 30 lap stints. It's just that, every little bit keeps adding up. You save 30 seconds from each paycheck, and by the end of the race, it starts to add up a little bit further. They've been doing this big time, by the way, with this number 70 Team Red Line Orange car, where they have the car angled in the box, ready for an exit. It's been every pit stop. It's been both drivers, Bennett and Verstappen. They're both doing it. Attack from the far left side, angle it for the exit.
Is it me, or they're not going to need to use a limiter on pit exit, are they, David, because of how close they are to the end of the pit road? So that might be one of the reasons as well, so that they angle the car, they get straight to the cone, don't have to drive around the iRacing safety car, etc. They're back onto track, and then they get a better apex into the inside of turn one.
Yeah, well, you can see where that green cone is, and we're going to now ride on board. Pit lane speed limit ends there. It is a corner, this exit of the pit lane, so they want to be all the way to the right-hand side of the pit lane, in the fast lane, so that then when they take off the limiter, or if they weren't using the limiter, accelerate past the pit lane speed. They can make sure they get a great run out of pit lane, and then up Conrod straight, exactly like you would do if you were navigating turn one Hell Corner from the racing line.
And again, we missed the hour mark. 7 hours of this race is complete. 7 hours and 4 minutes of this race complete in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours special event for 2022. I would set an alarm, but knowing me, it'd be a really long and loud alarm, and I would leave my phone somewhere and it'd ruin the broadcast. We get demonetized or something silly like that. Team Red Line Orange are still leading the way. They are just back out on track. Luke Bennett doing the second part of his second stint right now, as he is working himself down through the X's once again, and it's been Verstappen Bennett. Team BMW BS competition are going to come on pit road probably at the end of the next lap. Team Red Line Yellow, Chris with Dan Beats, are going to come on pit road in about 4 laps from now. Williams Esports Razor will be on pit road at the end of the... Actually, no, they've got about 2 laps to go, if not 3. Team Red Line Red are a lap into their stint. Byra are on pit road right now. They had to come in for a second stop or something weird. Yeah, Byra's had to come in for a second stop or something, haven't they?
Not that I see. Looks like the end of 29 for them here. They might be pretty close to one of the pit boxes that's near the timing loop.
No, this can't be right, because Byra were at one point up in P number 6. They are now about as we pass by Commander Simsport. I'm wondering if I've got it on my graphics where I can see how many pit stops they have, and I haven't, unfortunately. I honestly think they've come on towards pit road twice, because they are now down in 12th place, whereas earlier on, unless I'm getting myself confused.
They're still waiting on. We're still waiting on Williams Esports, Fanatec, Marla Racing Team, BMW Bank, and Dealer Racing Team Euronics 450 to pit, and they will end up in 5th or 6th or so.
We are.
They're a little early, but they haven't made an extra stop. They're just still waiting for the whole cycle to complete.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me now.
Machine on.
Yeah, go on. Tell me your story about your alarms, then.
So I had an embarrassing mishap with my phone alarm quite recently. I had set an alarm for something that was in the oven, and then I started playing a bit of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I'm at cruise altitude, and this alarm is going off, and I'm like, what is going wrong in this Airbus A320 Neo? I'm looking everywhere through the cockpit. I can't make the alarm go away until I realized it wasn't in the Airbus A320. It was in my phone on my desk.
And your food, was it burnt?
No, it was just right. But 2 or 3 minutes longer trying to work out. I'm not stalling at cruise altitude here. That 4-5 degrees angle of attack is a little extreme, but shouldn't be too dire.
The Zebra's on pit road. The number 7 car, Nathan Lewis, Team BMW Bank on pit road. I think we've all done it over times, and of course the iPhone default alarm does just sound like any other alarm sometimes. So I had that one. My wife almost killed me when I kept on using it to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work, but it's just the way it is sometimes. Got a merch on board with them in a Parga R8G Esports. Okay, I got my Fire and my Parga confused. That's what my issue was. Praga R8G Esports are 3 laps into a stint, so they're still 2 laps behind everyone else. But if I get this correctly, I think they've made it to the hour mark now. And I think that means, Cameron, all their worries and their issues about saving fuel should have been gone.
Yeah, now it's going to be helping them tremendously when we get towards the latter parts of the race. But it seems to be that strategy is quite sort of open in that regard. Some teams are using their effectively their extra lap here or there at different points in the race, and this car obviously just had to use do their saving for the last couple of stints, and now they can try and push a little bit more and try and get themselves a little bit up, because they did lose out a couple of positions in the last couple of hours. I'm sure they're going to want to get back. But the strategy obviously swings and flows at different ways at different times of the race, and maybe this is their chance to start pushing.
If you're looking at live timing and scoring, and by the way, if you aren't, then you can do it by going to RaceSpotTV/timing. You would have seen that Mahar Racing Team have just come on towards pit road from the 6th place at the time, and the number 91 car, and it's Felix Quamback behind the wheel of that one, as they're going to come in and make a fuel. I got it right this time, David. A fuel-only stop.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh, it's been a long race. We still got 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. I think at this point, Hugo Louise is just looking and looking and looking at that clock, because he knows when it gets down, that 50 down to 0, he can finally celebrate.
And I tell you what I saw.
What?
Tyler Maxson connected to the server. Saw that pop up as well.
Yep, he'll be guiding us through the last 4 hours of this race. I get a commentary team switch as well in 15 minutes. It's going to be sad. I've enjoyed working with you guys for the last 3 hours and 10.
Where's the time gone, Will?
I don't know. These are always a time warp.
I think we lost an hour or so to the pros and cons and merits and financial costs of treating the top split differently and how it would cost to not do the split differently, and then etc. etc. That was a big time sink right there.
It was, yeah. It is great. We haven't even done half the conversations we normally have on our RaceSpotTV. Things are getting a bit boring checklist, as normally we have the food conversation. We normally have the paint conversation. We barely touched upon that one today. We have the random questions conversations. I mean, I still would love to get the menus for the greatest restaurants around Bathurst now and have a look as to what I'd like to have if I was actually going to... Is it KFC, the best restaurant around Bathurst?
Where was I? Yeah, the Sunday after the most recent running of the Bathurst 12-hour went to KFC, and that was a who's who of everyone lined up for some KFC and the one KFC in Bathurst.
Is it a drive-through? Is it a drive-through or walk-in?
Well, both.
Okay, so I can imagine the drive-through queue is basically about half an hour long, right?
Yeah, these were different times, Will Vincent. I had to dine in, and yeah, there was just everyone sitting down in the KFC was someone worth talking to. There was actually, I think there's maybe one or two people who are racing in this who I saw at that KFC at that time. Definitely 20, 30 Australian sim racers were there and thereabouts.
Well, I do know that at Circuit de la Sarthe there is a KFC just on the inside of the Mull sign. I've not actually been to Circuit de la Sarthe, and it's a bit sad that I'm not going to be able to commentate another race at the Circuit de la Sarthe, because I have actually read that agreement between the ACO and Motorsports Games, and it's not nice, it's not fair. But, you know, it's business, it's the way it is. But ironically, talking of the Ks and the Fs and the Cs, they have saved me tomorrow, because it is blah blah Sunday, and you know, it's that time when everyone eats chicken wings. I went to the grocery store the other day, and all the chicken wings were going to go out of date before Sunday, and I hadn't had the chance to go today. I'm not going to have the time to go tomorrow. But it's 20 wings for $5.99 at our local KFC. Sorted. Don't even need to do any cooking, Cameron.
Yeah, I do love a bit of KFC. I'm not going to lie, but I was going to say, David, isn't it quite big out there? Isn't that like one of the major fast food chains in Australia?
I would say so. They've got some interesting and innovative products in the Australian market that are popular.
Hungry Jacks.
I need to go there one day.
So, I mean, I hope you enjoy your sports ball watching experience, Will. One of the weird things for me is that in Australia, that particular game of throwing around the pigskin occurs at like 10 a.m. on Monday morning. And so, like, there are like sold out venues that have, you know, sold all of their seats and packages or whatever for people to come down to the pub at 10 a.m. on Monday morning to watch game sport American event. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work in as many euphemisms as I possibly can here, and different phrasings for it. But yeah, and then like consume all of their beers and their wings and whatever, and watch. And then like go to work on Monday afternoon afterwards. Like what?
That makes no sense and a lot of sense all at the same time. I'm not going to lie to you. I would much prefer that. I don't teach on a Monday morning. I teach on a Monday afternoon. This is the first year I don't have to be in the office at 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, it's the first time in donkey's years I'm not actually being either in the office or teaching by 9 o'clock in the morning, which of course means that normally I'm actually in work by 8 o'clock in the morning, which means I'm, you know, on the road by 7. But this year is one of those times when I can actually just stroll up at lunchtime have a bit of a lie-in, teach in the afternoon, work into the evening. It's all going to be fine. Absolutely crazy. And of course, the good thing about doing a 12-hour commentary beforehand, my body clock's going to be messed up for the next 48 hours anyway. I'm not getting to bed until at least 3 o'clock in the morning. You see, it's all a good plan. It's worked out, Cameron, as we've got, finally, 15 minutes into the hour, Team Redline Yellow on pit road from third.
And with another 4 hours 45 to go, they might be able to get another sort of 5-10 minutes inside as well. So their final pit stop's going to be really short indeed. And let's see now at this pit stop where it's only fuel being taken. Is there going to be some sort of difference in the fuel loads or anything like that? Although it actually does seem that BS has gone past them, unfortunately, this time round. But they're going to have to try something to get past because they have been losing some time in this stint. Obviously after the driver stop as well, so that really hasn't worked out, and they're actually way further behind than like
There's a reason.
sort of 9 seconds behind.
There's a reason. 35.2 second pit stop for BES, David.
Yeah, I mean, just as you were talking about, maybe, you know, Team Redline Yellow could go a slightly shorter fill here. It's been absolutely preempted by BMW Team BS competition. They've gone and done that, and I think the reasoning for it is they think right now, over the next hour, might be the hottest conditions out on track. So they do a little short fuel here, then they get on their next set of tyres earlier, get some of that new tyre undercut, and then carry that through to the end of the race. Take the short fill that's inevitable at the hottest point of the day, shuffle around your tyre strategy in that way to hopefully have the freshest tyres when they're most important against the hottest backdrop of the day.
I think that makes a lot of logical sense, and compare that to what the Prague R8G esports car at the start of this race. It's on one hand a good idea to get yourself the track position. On the other hand, the point about, you know, gaining the time in the bank, and, you know, time in the bank is always worthwhile in an event like this in case anything goes wrong. But it means that your setup and your strategy options are so much wider, Cameron, that you can then choose. For example, right now, if I'm Team Redline Yellow, I'm thinking basically we do the last stint and keep that fuel basically as short as possible. We're going to be basically with best tyres at the end. That's the box they're in. Meanwhile, the Tigers for BMW BS competition in the number 89 car, I did it again. Zebras. The Zebras, basically, they have the opportunity to kind of get this advantage working in the next hour. This stint basically as well, it's a case of let's just push and open up the gap. Let's get some distance and let's try and get Team Redline Yellow to react to what we're doing, as we just sort of massively sliding behind. And that's the RSR by Butt Kicker car, I think, that we just saw slide as they work themselves through Skyline.
Yeah, it's they've all got that playing card of the shorter stop. So I guess it really depends where you want to use it, because obviously using this point of the day when it's hottest might be a good opportunity, but you've then used it and you can't defend with it effectively later on in the race. Whereas that Redline Yellow car is always going to have that up their sleeve later on in the race. So it really just depends, I guess, at what point in the race, how you're feeling and where you think it's going to be the best for you. But I'm never a fan of doing like the shorter stints earlier on. I always think it's so much more of a risky strategy indeed, just sort of putting you off kilter a bit too much compared to some other people. But we'll see how it works out, and either way, that Redline car is still going to have a massively shorter stop at the end of the race. They've still got a few seconds in hand that they can play with.
Yeah. As the battle between Pure Sims Esports and RSR by Butt Kicker is less than a second. It's about 0.8 of a second on track right now between 18th place and 19th place. I'll tell you what, David, I'm going through this whole massive stand-up, sit-down phase because in my old place, I couldn't stand up at all when commentating. Basically, the gap between my chair and my desk is I was going to say Ryanair. You don't have Ryanair in Australia, so old school Virgin Australia before they went bankrupt. it was tighter than one of their economy seats, whereas now I have the option to basically almost walk around the entire office as long as I'm still attached to my lead. And in a long race like this, the window's open, there's some fresh air. All I'm missing is the bodies to the left and right hand side of me. But apart from that, you know, it's really fun actually commentating these long races right now. And even though we're looking at battle for P18, P19, this is a great little battle between Pure Sims and RSR.
I always thought you were a stand-up guy, Will, and I've flown Spirit. My knees and ankles have known Spirit Airlines. Think about this in the context of the race, this battle we've got going on. Okay, 18th and 19th. It's in a 50-car class. This is not even like, you know, top half of the field. This is solidly in the top half of the field. And for Pure Sims, they started 50th. Did they start absolutely last in the 116? I'm seeing them as plus 32 positions. I'm seeing RSR as plus 11. And, I mean, this is obviously two teams that at the drop of the green flag is if you'd offered them 18th or 19th, they would have been like, oh well, that's forward from where we started in this race.
And the thing is, at the end of the day, the results will show a statistic, and the statistics of 32 places up, that is biggest mover in the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour special event. And for me, that is something that will advertise nicely, get you some likes, get you some more sponsors down the line. And that's the whole reason why, just because you are the slowest car at the start of a Bathurst 12 hours event, you don't give up immediately. And, you know, what does victory, what does success mean is completely different from everyone else, Cameron.
Yeah, and just, I mean, you can't just give up when you have the first little bit of difficulty in a race as well. I know the racing is so close, and, you know, if you lose 30 seconds from a bit of damage or a spin, it is difficult to come back from that. But even then, yeah, you can't just give up. You've got to keep going and just seeing where you're going to be able to do to finish the race. And as I say, when, you know, sponsors and that are involved, that is an important factor as well. A lot of these teams representing some, you know, pretty, you know, big and major brands in the world of sim racing. You don't want to let them down either as part of that. And also just a bit of a waste of your time and planning if you come and only do a couple of hours of a race that you plan to do all day.
Yeah, you're completely right. By the way, I was trying to hold in a sneeze there, and this time the sneeze didn't come out, so I'll apologise in advance. As we've got 25 cars who are circulatingly actively on track. We are still waiting for one or two. Actually, no, Davina, they had 177 minutes of repairs, and they decided that they're not going to come back out, unfortunately, for their second time of coming out. The 007 car is listed as getting repairs done on pit road right now, but they're not going anywhere forward at the moment. So we are in this weird situation now where, sadly, David, our closest battle is 2 seconds apart.
Sorry, I was just looking up Boris as they're going around, but they've only got one of their three drivers in the session at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it'll swings and roundabouts. It'll come and go with regards to on-track wheel-to-wheel battles. I mean, we just talked about how we've had a split in strategy between BMW Team BS Competition and Team Redline Yellow, two cars who were together on track. You know, if their race pace stays very similar to each other, when the strategy unwinds again, they will be together. Now, this is some, well, maybe hands out the window if it wasn't just headlight flashing available.
Yeah, we saw the two cars flashing their lights at the same time. I'm still trying to make sense of, oh my word, 55 car into the wall.
Nope.
Oh.
Inches from it.
Inches from it, yeah. So those flashing lights, and yeah, it was mighty close. But yeah, hands out the wall, 4-letter words over the radio. That's kind of what we'd be saying.
And there's your Aurus. It's. I mean, I think RSR probably should have given maybe a tiny bit more room there. They were around the outside, but they've made contact with a car that is 163 laps apart from them.
Yeah. And there's a way, and we talked about this earlier on, Cameron. I have no issue with a team taking 3 hours to repair their car and come back out onto track. I have no issue with a car racing on track and actually holding their line. But you might just want to give a little bit more room. You don't want to spend another 3 hours on pit road for starters. And your car also isn't going to be perfect.
Yeah, you need to use a bit of common sense in some ways because, yeah, battling with a car that is so far out of reach, they're basically not even in the race really from your perspective. So, yeah, there's no reason to make any extended risks with that sort of situation. But you know, you're a racing driver, you're going to see a car, you're going to want to stay in front of them, especially if they're laps down. You might think that they're sort of going to be holding you up, or they might be a bit slower, etc. So I understand why, but yeah, sometimes a bit of common sense can help, especially when there's still 4.5 hours left in the race. You don't want to ruin it just yet.
Indeed. Oh my word. I'll check that one out. We're just talking about planes, and I just saw an article about a Ryanair couple being flown to the wrong country, which I don't ever understand. Do you not listen to the pilot when you got onto the plane if you somehow manage to make it that far? I'm getting a message in my ear as well. Radicals JRT, David, in the wall. Here's the replay of Maxime Villeneuve, and it's the same place we've seen many drivers. I can see the back end sliding. And let's see what happens down from here. Elbow. Okay, first elbow. There we are. And back, you can see the back end sliding out. Tries to correct it. Goes from snap oversteer in one direction, just to turning right hard into the Falcon wall. David.
I can't believe iRacing accepted that name change request from Maxime Tilly, but you know, if you're a fan, you're a fan. But that was a rear end of a McLaren, again, like we've seen for a few other teams, that was just not at all compliant. Shades of Altus Esports several hours ago. Just you remember we saw Altus lose the rear and then crash some laps later. The whole way down the mountain, it was like bobsledding. It just was. He did not look in control of it from Skyline till the elbow.
Yeah, and as I say, this is why I was thinking, okay, there's a slide here, there's a slide there. That could have been, and again, we talked about hardware issues. There are hardware issues that take place, and earlier on, Paul was talking about the dreaded USB noise, for example. We've all had it. The other one I've had in the past is you're going along, everything's fine, the force feedback just dies. And it sometimes happens, Cameron, and you do that, and the car just goes from feeling really firm, and so you can turn the wheel, it still works, but you can't feel the car on track.
Yeah, when in the sim you've just got no real reference points with the G-force and everything, so everything you've got is either through your eyes and the visual reference points or the feeling in the wheel. So if you lose the wheel, it is quite an important factor, and this is why one of the best things you can do really is, if you're sort of newer to sim racing, is upgrade your wheel, because it's not necessarily going to make you directly faster, but you are going to have a lot more feel of the car and what it's going to be doing, and you can be a lot more consistent. So if you then suddenly lose that, it can really put you off, and sort of make your brain get a bit confused when you're turning into a corner and there's no resistance. So it's not a nice thing to happen at all for anyone who's had that experience. So hopefully or fortunately it doesn't happen to too many people, but hardware failures and things like that can happen, and it's just like if you've got a mechanical failure in real life.
I have to do the dad joke here, resistance. And absolutely no response there, so you can tell just how bad that joke that was. But it's also, you're right, it's hardware failures do happen. Of course, I think the most famous of them that we've seen over the last 4 years or so was what we saw with the whole brake failure situation from Max Verstappen back in the iRacing Spa 24 Hours a few years ago, David. That one got memed to death and got spread around social media like wildfire, but it happens to everyone. And the thing is, having run a number of live events over the last few years, you can test, you can perfect everything, but it can just be sometimes you go onto the pedal slightly different from the way that you've done previously, and just something that's been held in together by unicorn farts all of a sudden just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, man, and with my massive calves and quads and bodybuilding physique, I'm snapping bolts and stuff every time I go for the brake pedal as well. That can happen. It's happened to many a person that just something in the brakes gives way, and then the mechanical failure is possible. I think of, Lando Norris, it's broken. That's, just again, just heartbreak. Something simple gives way at an incredibly inopportune time.
I've had it in the past. The worst I ever had.
Oh, I swapped wheelbases in the middle of a Daytona 24 once. Did some stints. Wheel broke. Went to Dad's place. Stole his G27. Fixed that up. Did my next stints later.
That sounds great. That's actually incredible. I like that. When I used to live in my old flat, my most annoying thing was the switches for my electricity box were outside of the house. So I had all my fuse boxes inside. That's fine. But there's one little thing on the lever where one little thing inside the outside box, you basically flick and turn off all my electricity. And Cameron, you know this, every single electricity box in the UK has exactly the same key. And then we got some teenagers who lived upstairs who, for some reason, just thought it'd be a cool idea to go around, turn everyone's electricity off, and then immediately back on, just before I was about to take part in a massive IndyCar race.
Yeah, it's that's a bit bad to promise, but it's never nice when things like that happen. But the way I see it is just like it's just part of the game. It's just part of something that happens. It's not necessarily unfair or anything like that. And someone recently, back in June, in a 24-hour race that I know, he ended up his I can't remember. I think it was his internet went out, so he couldn't drive. So he got the train to his teammate's house, which was like a couple of hours away, and then raced on his teammate's sim over there as well, which is quite an incredible feat. So it can be done, but it's certainly just part of the game, and is one reason why it makes sim racing quite unique in that regard.
I thought David was going to come in.
It's utterly insane to think about the time scale of some of these endurance races, though. Like, Kenny Habul owns a property here around the track at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. He got crashed out, hour 2 or 3 pretty early on in the outside Daytona 24 this year. He could have got on a plane and been back at home on the opposite side of the planet in time to switch on his smart TV and watch the checkered flag of the race.
That is crazy. That is crazy. And again, we talk about failures. At this point, Hugo, who's our director, is probably saying, guys, can you please stop talking about failures? Because he's been picture perfect for the past 8 hours already now, as our good director, Hugo Louise, as I say, in half an hour, he finally gets to go and get himself a cold beverage and who knows, maybe even another hamburger after listening to me for 8 hours plus by now. Tyler Maxson will be coming over to do the last 4 hours of directing, and yes, what that does mean, in 27 minutes, we are going to ask you politely, please all move over to the second part of our broadcast feed. We'll post the links of that up in our YouTube channel in order for you to make that transition as smoothly as possible. I think I still win in terms of the broadcast one, David, a couple of years ago, for the Sebring 12-hour race, when I was going to do the entire 12 hours of directing, and literally 5 minutes before the start of the race, my motherboard catches fires.
Your hopes and dreams went up in a puff of smoke.
It went up in a puff of smoke and always a lot of flames, I'll tell you that one. There is blue stuff coming out of it.
That very, very unique smell that electronics make as they fail, that you kind of forget about until you smell it, and then it brings unpleasant memories. I was at a birthday party earlier today. That smell that candles make when you blow out a candle,
yeah,
that's also a really unique one, but with much more positive associations in my mind, because it normally precedes me eating some cake.
Well, yeah, true. I've had my cake for today, and I don't think my diabetes will let me have any more. I'll check the blood sugars later, Cameron. As I said, that coffee cake was great. By the way, we are still looking at cars on track. We've not got a lot to talk about right now. I'm not going to lie to you. This is Patrick Holtzman. This is Team Redline Red. I could spend the next 25 minutes talking about Team Redline Red strategy and how Patrick Holtzman and that car went from being 1 lap longer in terms of their pit stop to 1 lap shorter in terms of their strategy. But you know what? They're in P2, they're now half an behind the leader, and after Team Redline seemed to want to be running in tandem earlier on, well, they're not anymore, and the red car's now half a second behind the orange car. There's your update, Cameron. Add something to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the red car here is in a bit of a difficult situation, really, because the gap to the 70, the Team Redline orange car ahead, has just slowly been creeping there. When we first got in the competition booth 3.5 hours ago, I think it was about 11-12 seconds from memory, so it's just slowly gone up to now 31 seconds over the course of those 3 hours. So it's not a drastic rate of decline, but yeah, it's just enough that they can't quite hold on at the front. So they're probably pretty settled for this P2 position, which is not always the nicest position to be in, but it's still P2 at the Bathurst 12 hours, so it's not a bad place to be in at all. And I think the real battle is going to be for that third place on the podium when the strategies all align with the three cars there, the 89, the 4 and the 33, when we get to that final pit stop.
The only difference in terms of strategies on track right now is the two Vendevel cars, who basically are on the alternate tyre strategy here, David. And what that means is Josh Anderson's last lap time was 0.6 of a second faster than the 80 car ahead, and they are closing. It's 1.3 between the two of them.
Yeah, this is our old seesaw. The Vendevel Sim Racing White number 36 went to an opposing tyre strategy to basically everyone else in the field. I'd say to every single car that running in within 5 laps of the lead. And what that means is they are catching the 80 through this stint, then it'll come towards the next stint, and it flips back the other way. Every car out there on track is going to be on their new tyres, while Vendevel Sim Racing Blue hold on to their older tyres. Track temperature is really stabilised around 30 Celsius at the moment, though. That feels like it hasn't changed. So super hot temperatures haven't eventuated. Yeah. Tell you what, if we do get to 25 Celsius air temperature in mid-May up here in the mountains at Bathurst, I'll rejoice.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's going to be not quite t-shirts, maybe a pullover, correct?
Well, where I'm at, Brisbane, on the coast, somewhat tropical, very mild winters. Like seriously, go through the whole winter wearing shorts and t-shirts, if you please. I looked up for Bathurst here. Hello, Urano, keep it on the road. I looked up for Bathurst here what mid-May average weather is, and it is kind of 4-5 degrees overnight into 12, 13, maybe 15 peak during the day, which for me is bordering on Arctic.
Yeah, I was
That's British weather.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you actually have the clothing for that? Like when you actually have to stop off at the airport and pick something up?
I have one hoodie.
Oh my word. I was going to say, first of all, isn't it Brisbane's? Or that's what my friend always told me.
Yeah.
And secondly, to be fair, Surface Paradise is on my bucket list. And it sounds really horrible that I'm commentating a race at Bathurst. I would love to do it in such a way I could do Bathurst 1000 and then Surface Paradise. However, even though we get a far more holiday than people in North America, I don't think I'll be allowed 3 weeks off of work in the middle of a teaching semester. So we'll have to pick between one or the other. And I think Surface Paradise might just beat it out for me, and I know I'm going to get shamed by everyone watching the stream right now, who, by the way, they're still talking about what we were talking about an hour and a half ago, which is absolutely great. I will just say, I actually read a book. I teach about a book called How to Lie Statistics, and that whole thing about 3 billion people watching Formula One, that would basically mean you could be in a room with 10 people and at least 4 of them would have watched the Formula One race, and I don't think it's that many people, Cameron. And of course, then you got to consider the developed world, the undeveloped world, who has TVs, who doesn't have TVs. There was one about a random sim race that took place about a month ago as well, when I looked at their press release afterwards, and I say, okay, you've basically fiddled the maths about as much as you can legally to then basically turn a 10-second view by someone who you can't identify into a different person.
Well, I mean, that's the game of statistics, isn't it? I'm sure loads of different companies try things with that. But yeah, I mean, for sure, the numbers game is always a difficult one to get exact amounts for certain things. And I think something more related to this race, that something you need to get right is the fuel calculations when we get towards the next few rounds of pit stops, because you can't fudge them in any sort of way. You're either going to be in or you're going to be out at the end of the race. But yeah, for sure, the statistics of the views and all that, you can make it look better or worse in some ways, but at the end of the day, getting the responses in the YouTube comments and the replies on Twitter is really a good way of judging things like that.
Yeah, we just have 4 hours 20 to go. 4:20 to go as Commander Sim Sport versus Vendaval Sim Racing White. Vendaval, of course, are on fresher tyres. Number 8 Commander car. Well, it's on older tyres and it's a damaged car right now. And it is currently Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel of the 80 car. Previously from California. Here's an interesting one, actually, David, in terms of weather. Mitchell de Jong, of course, used to live in sunny California. Now, of course, lives in Gronau in the Coanda Esports Hub. And that is a massive difference, because I've been at Gronau at night. It gets cold, even in the summer. In the winter, that place is cold.
Yeah, I mean, there's culture shock, and then there's like potentially thermal shock. If there's any point of evidence that suggests maybe I was adopted, it's my brother, who is from Brisbane as well, obviously, but him and his wife briefly lived in north of Norway, and they both say how much they want to go back. Not even like, oh, we loved the town or whatever. It's like, oh, we missed that weather. Okay.
Vendaval's passed, just to let you know. They got past Coanda. Nice, easy run into the chase. And Coanda won't have anything to defend with. Again, the front end of that car has been mangled up this race. Vendaval on fresher tyres will be able to accelerate and pull away. Now, I don't mind the cold. I'm actually more of a cold person than a warm person. But no, you're not going to get me living in the back end of Norway. Just not going to happen. It gets to that point, and I really want to move to Toronto, but the thing is, I'd have to have a car that I could pre-program to be basically boiling hot by the time I get into it. And then Toronto, they have this path system where basically you don't actually have to be at street level most of the time. You can just basically walk in between buildings and around. It's all nice and heated. That's the only way I'd live in a cold weather climate.
My favourite fun fact for Brisbane is that at no point ever in recorded weather measuring has it ever been below freezing point. Just never, ever has it ever been below 0 Celsius.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, I was going to say, Cameron, meanwhile, all of our news are going to be like, it's going to be minus 10 degrees next week. Valentine's Day is going to be a lock-in.
I just scraped the ice off my car yesterday morning going to work.
I did the same thing. Actually, no, I didn't do it then. I couldn't sleep the night before, and I ended up going to Mackey's at 4 o'clock in the morning. And apparently, I must have got the last chicken Big Mac in the entirety of the UK, because an hour later, they seemed to be sold out everywhere. But I had to do the same thing.
How many of them did you eat to cause that shortage?
I'm not commenting. Apparently it's a sensation. It's not. The chicken Big Mac is the biggest disappointment I've had from McDonald's in a very long time. I'm very
Vertigo
sorry.
is a sensation.
Yes, it is. It is. So yeah, scraping the ice off the cars, I mean, this time of year, it's a common thing. In fact, we had that until about April sometimes, Cameron.
Yes, it can be not a fun experience when you wake up, you open the curtains and there's an ice. Because that's the thing with the weather in the UK. It's not even like cold as such. Like 0 degrees or like -1, -2 is not like cold. Like it's fine, but it's just annoying that you have to scrape your car, and then by 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, it's about 10 degrees. Which is just the way. Yeah, exactly. Then you have to take your coat off, which is just unfortunately how it goes. But yeah, definitely Australia is somewhere that I want to go to experience the climate out there, because it looks amazing. But it's quite a long way to go from here, and I haven't had the opportunity yet.
Yeah, you can get a direct flight. It's very expensive. You can go via Qatar, so you go from one you're going to one hot climate, but yet an even hotter climate. As we can see that Vanderbilt Sim Racing have actually pulled away a little bit from Koanda Simsport. We've got 15 minutes until we do our changeover, so we will post the link to part 2 in our YouTube page very, very soon. And also, don't forget that you will have the ability to just find that as well on our website as well. So you'll have, not our website, our YouTube page even. So we'll get that posted for you. We are going to have basically our first stoppage in 8 hours of commentary, Cameron. But in the meanwhile, to run through your top 3 drivers, your top 3 teams even, it is Team Redline Orange now 31 seconds ahead of Team Redline Red, who in turn are 37 seconds ahead of BMW Team VS Competition.
Yeah, and you've still got another 4 hours to go after this. So fair play for you for doing the whole of the 12 hours. But yeah, certainly it's going to be great. Obviously, still tune into that second part. The final 4 hours is obviously where all the points and prizes get paid out. And I am very interested to see how that battle for that P3 is going to come out. Obviously, it just spread out a little bit with how they did on the last pit stops. But we are going to be getting the driver swaps once again at the turn of the hour this time around, and then also the fatigue is going to start kicking in even more as we get towards the end of the race.
I think that by the time, because don't forget, it's not 4 hours, it's 4 hours and post-race. That's the bit I always forget. By the time we get to driver interviews, it's going to be, did you have a good race? Yes, okay, thanks, bye. But David, it's been fun the last 4 hours or so now, actually, we've been on air. What we've seen is that the teams who were consistent at the start of this race, they've just been consistent. We've had a lot less attrition. People settled into their groups, and it is now really a case of you've just got to hit your deltas.
They should do what, you know, GT3 Silver, GT3 Pro-Am do and mandate more drivers, because one of the things that gave us great intrigue across the Daytona 24 is when that third or fourth driver gets in the car and you really see some shake-up happen across the field here. So many two-driver lineups, and they're perfectly equally matched two-driver lineups. You don't have it on the graphic. If I don't read it off the timing screen, you don't know who's in the car. They're driving similar. The pace is so similar, driver A to driver B, across basically all of these combinations. Mandate 3 drivers, and things will get interesting in the middle of the race. But yeah, no, it's been good, and the winners keep winning, and the drivers and the teams in this sort of 3rd to 10th that we're watching have still got to make sure they bring this one home strong.
Yeah, and we're going to have a chat with Lorenzo Bonza in a moment's time, as well as Ian O'Leary, who's going to be joining me for the last 4 hours of this race. As, yeah, we've had a lot of attrition. We've got a lot of random stuff going on. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White have pulled out now 1.1 seconds over Commander Simsport. So that's some new tyres for you over the older tyres, as I've just had another bleep on me and I can't see half the stuff, and oh, that's exactly what I'm looking for. But Team Redline Orange, Luke Bennett leading away, so say we're 32.2 seconds. Let's turn our attention over to him, shall we? For a moment, Cameron. This duo, Team Redline Orange, they have been about as picture perfect as you could have been, except for that one controversial moment in the first 5 laps of the race. They've been absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they've been pretty incredible, to be honest. And this car as well, or well, if you include Max Verstappen in that, led pretty much all of last year's race as well. And it looks like they're going to be continuing that. Still just over 4 hours to go. Plenty can happen, but they look really solid, really consistent. And every time I look at the live timing, their pace is the fastest on track as well. They've just been not just consistent, but consistently fast, which is the difficult point to do as well. And Bennett's doing a really good job effectively replacing Benito as Verstappen's teammate this year, and obviously very competent driver himself, and getting them or keeping them in this very good position. And that gap to the red car behind them of just over 30 seconds now is giving them a really comfortable advantage.
I think it's also worth noting, when we talk about faster, we're not talking a second a lap faster. We're not talking even half a second a lap faster. We're talking a tenth and a half, 2 tenths of a second here and there. And that's the sort of margins we're dealing with in this Bathurst 12 hours special event on iRacing here, David, because that's what makes these top teams the top teams. They can not only do fast laps, they can consistently be that small margin quicker, because that's what makes up a 30-second gap. People that watch Formula One, for example, it's like, oh, you've been racing for 8 hours. Why is the gap only 32 seconds? Because you know what? The quality of racing here on a track like this, one of the hardest on iRacing, it is that tight.
Right, even though everyone, all 50 cars that started, slightly fewer that are running now, are in GT3 specification, all of them should be, you know, balanced to be equal in performance. There's going to be some variation, of course there's going to be, but you think about a race that's going to end up as somewhere around 346, 348, 350 laps. If there's anyone on the lead lap, then they were within point something of a percent of the pace that your leader did. It's the fact that there's ever anyone on the lead lap with the leader is like, okay, well, we're pretty damn equally matched here.
We see it sometimes, and Daytona used to be the big one, where you then got, by the time we'd get into the morning, it's a lap difference between P1 and 2, and about 4 laps difference between, you know, P1 and P4, and Cameron. You know, it used to be massive gaps like that. That was years ago. These days, the margins are so small that, yeah, we've only got 8 drivers on the lead lap, but we've got 8 drivers on the lead lap at the same time. And having a look through the lap times, everyone inside your top 7 did a 2:03 that last time around. Everyone inside your top 7, basically, last time by, did a lap within half a second of each other on a 2-minute plus lap.
Yeah, we've done almost 8 hours of racing as well to get to this point. So if you just look at, for instance, between P1 and P2, 30 seconds, 32 seconds, obviously, divided by 8 is such a small number per lap, you know, or per minute. It's really, yeah, fine margins that do, you know, settle these positions, but it's so difficult to then get those fine margins and then keep them consistently to get over a battle. When we first went on board, that gap was about, let's say, 12 seconds. So it's gone up 20 seconds in the 4 hours that we've been on. So really fine margins here. And if the orange car, you know, made a mistake or whatever, then the red car would still be a very worthy winner, because it wasn't like they were miles behind.
Worth noting that, again, these drivers have done 226 laps in this race. For the first time, fortunately, my computer is saying, David, we're down to at least a maximum of 350 laps. So that 350 magic target looks as though it is now going to not happen.
Yeah, I mean, the number bounces back and forth, sort of, I think, depending on kind of the 5-lap average of the race leader, who is now coming towards the end of a second stint on the tyres.
Yeah.
With still hours and hours to go. So I'm seeing 346 now, and I was seeing 348 earlier. But I think when Team Redline Orange pit within the next 20 minutes or so, you're going to have the simultaneous confluence of reigning Formula 1 world champion Max Verstappen, new tyres, cooling track. I think the average lap speed probably will start ticking up again to get us closer to that 347, potentially 348 margin. Yeah. But then, so much could still happen.
So this is what's going to happen. In about 6 minutes' time, we are going to move over to the second part of our live coverage here of the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour special event. What you need to do is go to RaceSpot.wtf/Bathurst 2. That will give you the direct YouTube feed, no typing numbers or anything like that. There you are. You'll get yourself the last 4 hours of coverage, brought to you by our producer Tyler Maxson as the number 36. Vandervelsen racing white car of Anderson just sliding off track. That was, I believe, in fact, I don't just believe, I'm almost certain it actually was at the end of the custom. Well, actually, no, he had a technical issue, so that's what happened. So technical issue there for Vandervel. So we'll try and get an update on that one. It might be difficult for us to get you a replay. So what would happen, as I say, go to racespot.wtf/Bathurst2. That is Bathurst and then the number 2, and that will get you to the second part of our feed. Tyler Maxson will be on production. Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonda will be joining me in the booth for the last 4 hours of the race. Live timing and scoring is still available. RaceSpot.tv/timing for that one. And of course, that'll be running throughout the race. We will have about 2 minutes where we won't have any live coverage. That's just because I literally have to switch from one production feed to another. We have to just get ourselves disconnected, reconnected, all that sort of stuff. And then after that, 4 hours of the race, commercial free to the end. I can actually say one thing about the the shield of all the stars and the stripes on it. A bit like my idol in some ways, Scott Hansen. We have done 8 hours of commercial free racing instead of 7 hours, what they have on a Sunday afternoon into the evening. So that's a pretty impressive one, David.
Yeah, indeed. We've still got plenty to go.
We have. It's that weird one when all of a sudden we've got people coming into our ears randomly, and we are counting down at the same time. So we're waiting for one producer to say, oh, I'm ready to do this, you're ready to do that. So we'll say we're going to do it in about 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes from now. We're looking at a battle of number 19 between RSR by Butt Kicker and Impulse Racing right now. Just having a look at the lap times quickly. Hopefully my timing screen doesn't disappear. The lap times between these two cars last time out was actually pretty much similar. The RSR by Butt Kicker car did a 204.8. Impulse Racing did a 204.2 actually, so they did gain 2 tenths per second. As they march themselves up the mountain to the left-hand side comes Impulse Racing. Can they go around the outside? No. Simple answer.
It is marbles and marbles and marbles off the line there as well. I mean, when you look at the long shot here, you can kind of tell it. From the helicopter, it's like it's a different surface offline.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. This track, you know, if we were to have had safety cars and all these sorts of things, Cameron, we would have had the chance to clean this track out. We don't, therefore we can't, which means that the move that Verstappen made over Rogers in the opening laps of this race, he would not be able to do that now.
Yeah, he'd be sliding. Do you remember, was it Scott McLaughlin at Surfers Paradise when he all four locked up on the inside of Winterbottom, I think? That would have been similar to that going up the inside there now. And yeah, you don't want to be doing that. But even just on the outside there of turn 2, it's hard enough just in normal conditions, let alone when there's 8 hours of pickup all on the outside. So yeah, very difficult situation for the Impulse car there. Maybe trying it somewhere a little bit different, coming down towards the braking zone down here could be a bit of a better option, but certainly a difficult point of the race to go offline.
So as we get towards the end of the second third of our race, Impulse Racing do get past RSR by Butt Kicker. A lovely move then down into the chaser, able to get themselves onto the clean part of the racetrack and complete the pass. Want to give a shout out to Dougie Bird, first of all. Dougie for his track cam he's seen over the course of this race. Thank you very much to him. Also want to go say thank you very much to Hugo Louise. Yes, he couldn't get into the office in time. Yes, he couldn't even go to the restroom when he wanted to earlier on this morning. But after 8 hours of production, I think he's deserving a well-deserved rest. Well, Cameron, it's been a great working with you. The first time we've actually ever worked together, so really good work here today.
Yeah, well, my first ever RaceSpot broadcast, so it's been good fun to do this middle 4 hours of the 12, and yeah, hopefully you'll be seeing me at some point in the future as well. It's been good fun, and yeah, good luck for the final 4 hours.
And David, until we meet again, my friend, until we meet again.
It won't be too long. It won't be too long, Will. Sort of interesting holding pattern almost at points, middle 4 hours of the race, but a few things we've seen transpire set us up for some hope for some good battles towards the end, particularly that final podium spot. I still see a path for BMW Team BS competition to hold on to that with the interesting strategy they've gone for.
So, in 45 seconds time, head yourself over to RaceSpot.wtf/Bathurst 2. Number 2, that will get you over to the last third of our coverage. We are just going to get ourselves set up and ready to go for that one. In the meantime, for myself, Will Vincent, Cameron Roger, and David Haynes, we'll see you all in just a couple of moments' time for continuing coverage of the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours Special Event 2022.